Chapter 681 southwest of Crossroad. Newly assigned to the observation tower, Damien frowned as he climbed the stairs toward the top of the tower. Hum! A flash of light flickered far to the south, shrouded in damp darkness. Light! Damien squinted and examined the area. Fireworks and flashes of light, accompanied by loud booms, erupted continuously from the south. What is going on? As Damien hurriedly reached the top of the observation tower, the flash had transformed into a towering pillar of light. What on earth is this? Damien clearly saw it. A pillar of light, soaring to an unimaginable height, reached the veil of darkness that covered the sky. The veil of darkness trembled violently where it touched the pillar of light. The sky shook, and the atmosphere resonated. The air at the top floor of the observation tower also surged violently, making it difficult to breathe. The observers who had been watching with telescopes earlier were slack-jawed as they witnessed this bizarre phenomenon. Damien desperately widened his eyes, trying to discern what was happening at the source of the pillar of light. However, the mixture of darkness and light, flames and heat, and the ominous ancient magic made it impossible to clearly see inside, even with the sharpest eyesight. Eventually, the pillar of light gradually subsided, and the area that had briefly brightened was once again enveloped in gloomy darkness. Damien glanced at the spot where the pillar of light had touched the veil of darkness and then resumed his observation of the darkness. Other observers also raised their telescopes and scanned the darkness, but nothing could be seen in the pitch-black night. Yet Damien did not move, straining to pierce through the darkness. In this scene, where time seemed to have stopped, everyone waited with bated breath for hours. Thud! A sound echoed. An unidentified noise reverberated through the ground. The other observers, hearing the sound but seeing nothing, were agitated and flustered, but Damien saw it clearly. Thud! 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 From within the profound darkness, the black dragon began to advance once more. No, it was not the black dragon that was moving. Thud! It was the entire night of this world. The massive wall of darkness extending from the south, like fingers, like tentacles, like claws, was stretching endlessly, expanding its reach. It was creeping up, covering the entire world, moving northward. Time passed relentlessly. The time for the next breath attack was approaching, and Dusk Bringer, who was supposed to stop that breath, had gone missing beyond the teleport gate. A crisis meeting was held immediately after Dusk Bringer's disappearance, and the following plan was decided. Leave it to me, Torkel. He was the captain of the Leprosy Extermination Squad, and now the vice-captain of the World Guardian Front's melee unit, a shield warrior. When he used his ultimate skill, he could withstand any attack for 10 minutes, the toughest man in the World Guardian Front. Torkel would take the breath head-on at the front lines. I will hold out. Torkel, this is my chance to repay the kindness I've received on this front. I am grateful for this opportunity. Though Torkel was pleased, Evangeline, who belonged to the same melee unit, felt a pang of bitterness. She knew that while he wouldn't be harmed, he would feel all the pain. But I can only endure. Another measure is needed to actually block the breath. Torkel's ultimate skill, man is not made for defeat, granted him the miraculous protection of the goddess, making him invulnerable to any strike for a certain period. However, it only meant he himself wouldn't take any damage. While Torkel could nullify any attack that hit him personally, it was insufficient to block the black dragon's breath that could burn an entire city. If the breath descended, Torkel might block some of it, but the rest would still destroy the city. Thus, the operation was devised. Thud! Kellerby brought over the artifact for the ship, the giant Siren statue sturdy superstition, on a cart. This nightmare slayer has the property of being absolutely indestructible. It will withstand the black dragon's breath. Kellerby looked up at the statue with a complex expression. It was the keepsake of his son, Kellison, and the last fragment of the airship Geronimo, which had been like another child to him. Attach a handle to it and modify it so it can be used as a shield. Other shields won't withstand it anyway. Take this one. Thank you. During the previous battle against the King of Flies, Torkel's body had withstood the attacks, but his armor and shield had been completely shattered. It would be the same in the face of the black dragon's breath. A shield that wouldn't break was invaluable. Kellerby asked cautiously. You'll have to handle 2 nightmare slayers at once. Can you manage? The helmet Torkel wore was also a nightmare slayer. Original sin, forged from the Goblin God King's magic core. Handling two nightmare slayers at once would impose an enormous burden that an ordinary person couldn't bear. It's fine, Torkel smiled bitterly. I've already entrusted my body to the darkness. Everyone shared the sorrow of losing Ash. Even Torkel, who always devoted himself to the World Guardian front, silently and diligently, was seething with a desire for revenge. The Nightbringer's breath has steadily increased in power every 12 hours. Magicians and alchemists who had been analyzing the Nightbringer's breath flipped through charts filled with numbers as they explained. Lily, representing them, spoke up. If the increase this time is the same, even if Torkel blocks it initially, the dispersed breath, I'm not sure if ricochet is the right term, could still completely destroy Crossroad. So, we need to predict the ricochet path and establish a secondary defense line. We need measures to block the Black Dragon's breath at this second line. Thud. Someone approached from behind and laid down large shields on the ground. It was Miller Aryan, the king of the Aryan kingdom. He had changed into armor that now had white fur attached. He placed one massive ice shield and several smaller ice shields on the ground. The unique structure allowed them to transform into giant axes when handles were attached. These are our kingdom's treasures, the shields and axes known as Perpetual Snow and Eternal Snow. According to legend, they were taken from the peak of the world in ancient times. Miller tapped the surface of the shields and axe blades, which exuded a white chill, with his fingertips. They boast near invulnerability to all kinds of flames. They should withstand the Black Dragon's breath to some extent. Are you offering these treasures? Not just offering. I will join the battle myself. Miller bowed his head solemnly at Evangeline's question. Perpetual Snow can only be wielded by the king of the Aryan kingdom. Among the defensive tools available on the front lines, Miller's shields had the highest potential to withstand the Black Dragon's breath. Miller's proposal was accepted. Lily continued to explain. Good. Then we will position Perpetual Snow and Millennial Snow at predicted ricochet points to form the secondary defense line. Can you accurately determine these points? Senior Magician. Of course, Acting Commander. We've already analyzed the waveform of the Black Dragon's breath. At Lily's signal, Bodybag brought a large paper and spread it out on the table. The breath, analyzed over the past 2 days by all the magicians and alchemists on the front lines, was detailed with complex formulas. The breath is powerful, but after being hit 5 times, we can see patterns. Lily pointed to the south on the map and drew a straight line toward Crossroad. The Black Dragon's breath travels in an almost perfectly straight line from launch to impact, with precise coordinates from Commander Damien at the observation tower. We'll place Torkel at the southern edge of the field to block the initial breath. Lily explained the operation quickly and succinctly. The shield Torkel will use, Sturdy Superstition, is indestructible. We've analyzed the breath's waveform, though predicting the ricochet paths is not difficult. She then placed her hand on the central area of the southern field on the map. We will establish the secondary defense line at these predicted points and use the ice shields to hold out. Will that be enough? No, it will ricochet and disperse once more. We need to establish a third defense line. Here, Lily pointed to the front of Crossroads' southern wall. Artifacts have already been installed here. All remaining barriers and barricades have been deployed. The stockpiled artifacts, numbering in the hundreds, had all been used up, leaving nothing in reserve. But this was no time to hold back. I will summarize. This operation is to defend against the Black Dragon's 6th breath. First, Sir Torkel will hold it with Sturdy Superstition. Second, the ricocheted breath will be guarded with the ice shields. Third, the remaining barriers and artifacts will block the further dispersed breath. This plan aims to disperse ricochet and fragment the Black Dragon's breath in 3 stages, ultimately neutralizing it. The kings, who had been listening to the reckless plan, groaned. Emperor Traha, who had been silently listening, asked, "What are the chances of success?" "Low. If we fail, the city will burn and we will die." Lily spoke calmly as she cleared away the charts and papers. "Humanity, the world, will be doomed. But if we somehow manage to hold out this time, next time, we can strike back at the Black Dragon. Next time, the Black Dragon would directly reach Crossroad. Then, they could face the beast at the fortress city's walls, their original front line. The World Guardian Front's last hope, the special task force led by Lucas, would have the opportunity to exact their revenge on the Black Dragon. Traha looked around. To continue the final chance, a few kings and troops had been sent north. But all the remaining kings and forces stayed here at Crossroad. If they could withstand this breath, they could launch the final counterattack with everyone. If they could withstand this breath. Sir Torquil, the Emperor called softly, but Torquil did not immediately realize he was being addressed. It was the first time he had heard the title Sir. Sir Torquil, blinking blankly. Torquil finally realized the Emperor was calling him and quickly knelt down. Yes, Your Majesty, I apologize. Please give your command. Do your best. Traha approached and placed a hand on Torquil's shoulder, whispering softly, The fate of the world rests on your shoulders. For the grace the Crown Prince has shown me, for the joy this city has given me, Torquil bowed deeply. And to protect the warmth of this world that the Saintess has made me aware of, I will do my utmost. The words flowed effortlessly from Torquil's mouth, surprising even himself. Traha smiled and firmly grasped Torquil's shoulder, then nodded to everyone in the meeting room before exiting. Snowflakes were falling heavily over Crossroad, now in the depths of winter. As Traha looked up at the sky, exhaling white breath, a lieutenant approached quietly and whispered, Your Majesty, the emergency repairs on the flagship Alcatraz are complete. Although it has been decommissioned, if you personally pilot it, it can fly to New Terra. You should depart at once. Traha turned to look at the lieutenant with sunken eyes. The lieutenant spoke steadily. This place is too dangerous. Your Majesty should not recklessly risk your life. If you truly care for the world, you must stay safe, please. Traha did not respond immediately, closing his eyes for a moment. After a long pause, the Emperor's lips slowly parted. Alcatraz, can it fly right now? Time passed. 60 hours since the Black Dragon's arrival. Now in the dense darkness not far south of the city. Whoosh, the Black Dragon finished preparing to unleash its sixth breath. And Damien, from atop the observation tower, captured every moment. Even though it blended with the endless night, Damien's eyes could see through to the essence. Despite the wavering darkness, Damien could discern how the Black Dragon gathered its breath and where it aimed. Urgent report. Nightbringer is preparing its sixth breath. The information was relayed directly to Crossroad and to Torquil, who was standing ready with the shield at the southern edge of the field. Torquil and the shield installation team, having confirmed the predicted path of the breath attack, immediately moved the shield and secured it to the ground. Sturdy Superstition was a massive statue, large enough to be mounted on a ship's bow. Although it was called a shield, it was essentially a colossal wall. No matter how immense Torquil's strength was, he couldn't hold and wield it. Therefore, Celebi and the other dwarves quickly fixed it to the ground and nailed it in place. Good luck. Having finished the installation, Celebi gave a thumbs up as he left the area. Torquil nodded silently in acknowledgement. Who? Torquil took a deep breath and looked straight ahead. Qua, the final breath that Crossroad needed to withstand, was already hurtling toward the city with ferocious intensity. It was a tremendous black flame. Despite having withstood attacks from countless legendary monsters, Torquil's legs momentarily weakened under the sheer malevolence of this breath. Ugh! Unconsciously gripped by fear, Torquil tightly closed his eyes. At that moment, welcome to Crossroad. The image of the prince's innocent, smiling face flashed through his mind. His eyes flew open, grinding his teeth with such force that they threatened to break. Torquil tightly gripped the massive statue-like shield installed in the ground and let out a tremendous roar with every ounce of strength he had. Come on, Chuung. The gigantic breath collided with the enormous shield that Torquil had raised. Chapter 682, The Breath Attack, struck directly against the shield. Quwash. The iron frame and nails holding the shield in place melted away in an instant, and Torquil clung desperately to the shield's handle with both hands. Ah! Although there was no damage due to the activation of his ultimate skill, the pain was vivid. The black flames roared fiercely, as if they would devour Torquil's entire body, but Torquil endured it. Of course he did. He was used to the pain. The black flames, which he had feared, turned out to be no different from any other fire once he faced them, hot and stinging, and that was all. Is that all? In the flames that scorched his entire body, a grin spread across Torquil's lips. His life had always been pain. What's a few more seconds of burning and stinging now? He could endure it for as long as necessary. Boom! The breath, shattered by Torquil's steadfast shield, split into several streams that tore and scorched the southern field. The split streams of breath twisted and turned like living snakes, continuing to charge towards Crossroad with a relentless determination. Thus, the second line of defense, Here, shield warriors armed with ice shields were on standby. The king of the Aryan kingdom, equipped with perpetual snow, the warriors of the Aryan kingdom, equipped with eternal snow, and the veterans of the World Guardian Front, and even Evangeline, who had activated the ice spirit in her family's shield. Clad in the holy power armor bestowed by the priests, they raised their shields and prepared to guard the anticipated deflection points predicted by the mages and alchemists. At that moment, an unforeseen event occurred. Despite precise experiments and verifications to predict the deflected paths of the breath, the split streams of breath flew off in unexpected directions. Though some margin of error was expected in actual combat, the deviation from the predicted paths was shockingly large. All the shield-bearing heroes were bewildered. Malevolence, the tongues of flame licking the breath streams, seemed to carry a will to annihilate humanity, flying in trajectories that completely bypassed the shield heroes' formation. And then, I see it all. With green eyes gleaming, Evangeline moved first. Swoosh, dashing forward. Evangeline raised her shield to match the largest breath stream's trajectory. Not only did her shield contain its inherent ice spirit, but it had also been temporarily enhanced with additional ice spirits by spirit mages. A brilliant ice formed on Evangeline's shield, and the split breath stream struck it. Ka! I can endure this. The ice was quickly consumed, but for now she could hold on. Evangeline quickly glanced back. But the others? At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from the front. Change formation as per my instructions. It was Torkel. His helmet, Nightmare Slayer, Original Sin, was emanating fierce magical energy. This equipment, forged with the Goblin God King's magic core, began to exhibit its true power as Torkel embraced its darkness. The power of command, war commander. It maximized his abilities as a war commander. In an instant, without a word, the battlefield layout in Torkel's mind was shared with all the heroes in the second line of defense. Charge. None of the remaining fighters here were inexperienced. All of them had undertaken at least 10 operations and had slain over 100 monsters each. They were seasoned warriors, with just one instance of the field commander sharing his desired formation. Everyone moved accordingly. The split breath streams twisted erratically, trying to slip past the defense line, but the shield warriors reached positions to block them. And Miller Arian as well. Though less experienced in monster battles, his determination to save his country drove him. Finally, he succeeded in intercepting the end of a breath stream trying to slip past with his shield. Crash, boom, swoosh. The dispersed and fragmented breath streams struck perpetual snow and eternal snow. Even the ice, said to be brought from the world's peaks, began to melt under the intense heat. The heroes screamed as they suffered burns through the holy power armor from the terrible heat. However, for the moment, they succeeded in holding their ground. Tear sizzle, once again dispersion. The breath streams that struck the ice shields shattered themselves once more. Like rain, they split into fine fragments, scorching the remaining field as they rushed northward, to the last wall of humanity, to Crossroad, prepare. And in front of that wall, the third line of defense was formed. Standing behind artifacts prepared by mages and alchemists, they readied themselves with determined faces. Lily stretched her hand forward and shouted, Activate all artifacts. Vroom. All the defensive artifacts remaining in the fortress city activated simultaneously. Like umbrellas opening, the framework unfolded and barriers were deployed. Over them, crash, boom, bang. The thin, fragmented breath pieces, now transformed into hundreds and thousands of streams, poured down like a torrential downpour. As they passed through the first and second lines of defense, the breath's momentum had noticeably weakened. Yet it still possessed the power to end the world. The barricades burned and shattered. The barriers held briefly before being torn apart. Ultimately, all the artifacts were destroyed. The breath streams twisted and surged in, as if rejoicing at breaking through humanity's last defense. But no, there was still one last resistance waiting. All the mages of the World Guardian Front were preparing a joint spell. The caster was Junior. Junior, who had been looking towards the city with a worried gaze, lightly turned her body and focused her eyes on the thousands of streams of flame pouring down on her. A clear blue light scattered from Junior's eyes as they opened and closed. The magic she would use this time was neither lightning nor wind. It was Junior's innate element, water, Xiang. The large magic circle drawn under the mages resonated. All the magic amplifiers in the fortress city targeted Junior. Junior raised her staff powerfully. The next moment, swoosh, an immense wall of water, both in height and thickness, rose before the crossroad wall. The thousands of split breath streams poured onto it. Rattle, 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 sizzle. The relentless black flames burrowed into the thick wall of water, but they were too finely divided. In the end, the breath streams, unable to penetrate, extinguished one by one within the wall of water. "We're holding them off." Hope spread across everyone's faces. "If we can just hold on like this, we can really stop it." It seemed so. First, Torkel, then the warriors with ice shields in the second line, and finally the mages and alchemists in the third line. This strategy to gradually disperse and neutralize the dragon's breath step by step appeared to be working. However, the limit approached quickly. Rumble, while Torkel was holding on. The ground beneath him was not. What the? The ground beneath Torkel melted away completely. They had been continuously receiving the dragon's breath. Efforts had been made to solidify the ground and install heat-resistant facilities in advance, but they proved meaningless against the overwhelming flames. The molten ground sank, and though Torkel tried desperately to maintain his stance, it was impossible. His entire shield tilted, and Torkel fell. Even then, Torkel struggled to raise his shield, but the breath had already twisted its massive body, pouring past Torkel. All the warriors in the second line of defense widened their eyes. The shield warriors, without any prior agreement, all rushed to the center simultaneously. They tried to overlap their ice shields together, but it was a ridiculous endeavor from the start. Even the breath that Torkel initially took and dispersed had melted shields and burned heroes in the second line. And now it was a direct hit. The eternal snow shields thrust in front of the pouring main breath melted instantly. The spirits enchanted into Evangeline's shield screamed in agony as they all burned. The shield warriors and Evangeline's holy power armor disintegrated without a trace, and in the end they were all hurled away, screaming. "No!" Finally, Miller Arian screamed, thrusting his arm holding the perpetual snow forward against the breath, but it did not last a second before perpetual snow melted, and Miller Arian's arm turned to ash. Miller Arian, flung away, felt no pain from his burned arm and cooked body as he turned to look towards the wall. "Reboot!" Lily gritted her teeth and activated the emergency power source. The artifacts that had shut down due to power drain lit up again, but quickly lost their resistance in the face of the breath and fizzled out, the lights extinguishing once more. "We must endure." Junior gritted her teeth and compressed the wall of water to counter the breath, but as the main stream of the breath poured in, the wall of water evaporated instantly, leaving a gaping hole. All three lines of defense, from the first to the third, were breached. All of this happened in just a few seconds. Watching the breath break through the last defense and approach, Junior felt a momentary illusion that the world had slowed down. When the first breath pierced the city, 30% of the city burned. Since then, the breath's power had steadily increased and was fired from a much closer distance this time. This time, Crossroad would be completely destroyed. Should they be praised for holding out this long against such a powerful enemy and such a mighty attack? I don't want that. In the slowed-down world, Junior's mind flashed through the days spent in this city. I don't want that. Meeting many people, reconciling, forgiving, hating, understanding, and learning more. The days recorded to not forget, all would become ashes. Tears welled up in Junior's eyes. She realized the truth now, that she loved this city, that she loved all those harsh days spent living in this city. Someone, anyone, Junior closed her eyes tightly. Protect this city. It was then. Block it. A familiar female voice rang out from atop the wall. Scallion. Everyone standing in front of the wall looked up in shock. Then, from atop the wall, a long black shape flew down directly towards the breath. A long oriental dragon with whiskers fluttering, riding atop a dark cloud-like aura. It was Scallion, the black dragon's pure scale. The eastern dragon, having tossed aside its ridiculously large glasses, grinned and hurled itself straight forward. As you command. In midair before the wall, Scallion spun its long, snake-like body, and darkness emanated like mist from its entire body. Scallion assumed a defensive stance, wrapped in that darkness. The next moment, the breath and darkness collided. Crash! In front of the Night-bringer's breath, all the scales covering Scallion's body shattered and scattered everywhere. Rustle! Underneath, new scales instantly emerged. Wow, it's hot. Is father really that angry? Even as Scullion screamed, blackened and burning in the face of the breath, it succeeded in blocking it. True to its role as Ash's arranged breath defense, it withstood even the direct hit of the Night Bringer's breath. Everyone stood with mouths agape, stunned by the sudden arrival of this unexpected savior. Then, from atop the wall, a large lizard-like dragon slinked down and quickly descended. It was Paekian, the black dragon's claw, and atop it was a woman with long, light purple hair, seemingly back after a long absence. Of course. After descending beneath the wall, Violet, perched atop Paekian with legs crossed, lifted her high-quality fedora with a dramatic flair and muttered, "Heroes always arrive at the last moment." She was dressed more lavishly than ever before. A well-pressed brown suit, a luxurious leather coat, adorned with gold thread and brilliant jewels all over her body. In a world in such chaos, where had she gone to get all dressed up? As everyone looked at her in disbelief, Violet, with an awkward expression, glanced around sheepishly, scratching the back of her head. Ah, the gambler who came last year is back again, alive. Oh, among the mages, members of the Gamblers' Club, who had joined in to contribute even a tiny bit of their magic power to the joint spell, all pointed at Violet and shouted, "Where the hell have you been, you scoundrel?" Chapter 683. The initial reason Scullion took an interest in Violet was simple. Among the humans who participated in the last war of the mortal realm, this great expedition, she was the most unsuited for this war. Illusionist Violet. True to her title as a magician who dealt with illusions, she was essentially a liar. To herself and to others, she always lived by projecting the falsehood of illusions. Her origins, age, career. She had deceived about every aspect of herself and used those lies to deceive others further, profiting from it as a petty thief, robber, and con artist, even to her closest comrades. The members of the Gamblers' Club, who had worked together for a long time, eventually began to trust and rely on each other. But not Violet. She still lied as easily as breathing. She still trusted no one and did not believe even in herself. She was an eternal liar, unlike all the other heroes who fought sincerely, voluntarily, and risked their lives. Violet, even at the end of the final season, was still participating on the front lines, driven by inertia. She was just an ordinary, insignificant human being who couldn't run away only because she had no excuse to do so. So, Scullion felt particularly intrigued by Violet among the heroes on this front. Scullion wanted to see this pathetic human, a common rogue forced into a great war by inertia, falling back into corruption, by tempting, persuading, and luring her, with just a slight push on her back, she would roll off that dizzying cliff on her own. Scullion wanted to witness the filthy fall of someone who could have become a great hero reverting to a petty thief, in a burning, ruined world, or even in the world beyond. Scullion wanted to watch every wretched process as she lived her miserable life at the bottom. Scullion wanted to prove right before her eyes how insignificant and weak human Will was. So, 6 hours earlier, in a worn-out village in the southeastern part of the continent, from which the coast was visible in the distance, Violet and Scullion entered this empty ghost town on Paekian's back. Scullion looked around curiously. She had suddenly turned east off the main road, leading their party here. "What is this place?" "This is my hometown." "Ha, didn't you say you were from New Terra?" "That was a lie. This is where I was really born." Violet looked around with a dazed gaze. "I haven't been here in nearly 20 years. I didn't expect it to change so much." Rather than just change, the village was completely ruined. It looked deserted, as if everyone had left long ago. Snowflakes, rare in the southern regions, were endlessly piling up on the collapsing buildings. "It's completely in ruins. Does no one live here anymore?" Violet chuckled in front of a bar with a fallen door. "Ah, this was my home. Didn't you say you were a noble's illegitimate child?" "That was also a lie. I was an orphan abandoned by a prostitute in this bar. The old man who owned the place couldn't bring himself to throw me out and took me in." Violet brushed her fingers across her temple, revealing a long scar hidden by illusion. "He used to beat me every day when he was drunk, but thanks to him, I managed to survive. When I was 8, he tried to sell me to a brothel, so I broke a bottle over his head and ran away." Violet, speaking calmly as she headed toward the center of the village, let out an R sound. Paekian stopped, and Scullion looked in the same direction as Violet. In the center of the village was a small shopping district. In the center of that district were a pawn shop and a tailor shop. 20 years ago, this was a fairly large village for the area, so quite a few outsiders came through. My livelihood was picking the pockets of those outsiders. Violet first visited the pawnshop. This pawnshop also doubled as a fence. I used to sell stolen goods here for a pittance. Ha ha, I guess you could call it my monumental debut as a pickpocket. The pawnshop, with its broken door wide open, was completely ransacked inside. It was only natural, as this place must have been the most frequently visited by thieves after the village fell. Violet picked up some cheap fake jewels and a few gold-plated threads that had lost their shine. Violet then stepped into the adjacent tailor shop. Inside the store, covered in dust and cobwebs, a few moth-eaten suits remained. This place pretended to be a tailor shop, but in reality, it was a store that led to an underground illegal gambling den. If you lost everything here, you'd pawn your belongings at the pawn shop next door. It was that kind of setup. But they did actually sell suits here. Watching the adults get fitted for clothes, I used to vaguely imagine the day my parents would come looking for me. A couple in a fine suit and a beautiful dress would come in a carriage. They would say, "You are actually our child. The hard days are over now. Let's go home together and live happily ever after." I would spy on the well-dressed adults frequenting the tailor shop and fantasize about such things. Of course, that never happened. Ha ha. With a bitter smile, Violet nonchalantly walked into the shop and pulled out the most decent suit she could find and put it on. I always wanted to try on these clothes, so I might as well fulfill that wish now. She then grabbed a bowler hat hanging on the wall, dusted it off, and placed it on her head. Wearing the moth-eaten suit and the dusty hat, with gold-plated threads and fake-looking jewels attached, Violet's appearance was ridiculous. Yet she wore everything as if performing a solemn ritual. Leaving the tailor shop, Violet headed to the back of the shopping district. She arrived at a large open space, once used as the village square, with a view of the distant eastern sea beyond the clear expanse. Violet silently gazed at the distant horizon. At some point, she had undone the illusion spell on her hair, replacing the symbolic violet locks with her original plain brown hair, which flowed down freely. Scalia, who had quietly followed her, asked, "Why did you come here? To confirm." "Confirm what? My true feelings, what I really want to do." Taking a deep breath, Violet turned around and spoke. "I want to run away, to the ends of the world. I never want to return to that horrific battlefield. If the dragon can protect me from the end of the world, yes, I want that. I want to run away without ever looking back." Scalion's tightly pressed lips twitched. He was struggling to suppress a smile. "That's it. Violet, you're nothing more than a petty thief. You don't need to keep fighting this overwhelming battle. Let's keep running away together. Abandon the pride others have placed upon you and take the final step into corruption. Come on." But Violet's clenched fist trembled. "Even so, I will go back." "What?" "I'm going back to Crossroad." For a moment, not understanding the context of the conversation, Scallion blinked in confusion. "What do you mean? You want to run away, but you're going back?" "Yes, I sincerely want to run away." Violet, hugging herself, trembled violently. "I want to run away, I want to run away. I want to run away." My whole body shakes. Just imagining that enormous monster makes me feel like I'll wet myself. Then why? I know. I know I'm not suited for that kind of fight. I know I won't be much help even if I go back. I know I'm just a con artist, a robber, a petty thief. That's all I am. Violet looked back at the village where she was born. The gambling den, the fence, the brothel, and the bar were all entangled in a chaotic mess, her childhood prison. But just because I was born this way doesn't mean I have to live this way, right? I fought a great battle. A phrase she could never forget was etched in Violet's mind. If you're going to play the fool, why not do it to seize the world? The words Prince Ash had thrown at her. So, she played a magnificent game with him. They fought for the fate of the world. They saved the citizens of the imperial capital and defeated powerful monsters. Although her means were only deceit and illusions, Prince Ash took her along to the decisive battle. It was a real showdown she could never have had at a gambling table with small stakes. Even if all I can show this world are illusions, my life itself isn't a lie. Without a doubt, Violet had saved the world several times. Even if those battles were forced upon her, their greatness remained unchanged. I, returning to a hometown she never wanted to see again, facing the filthy past she had avoided, even draping herself in it. For the first time in a life filled with lies, after confronting her true self, Violet reached this conclusion. I want to be great. Even though I've run away once, no, several times, and it might already be too late. At that moment, Scullion saw it clearly. I want to save the world again, in a world shrouded in darkness, wearing shabby clothes adorned with ridiculous decorations, revealing hidden scars and her natural, plain hair color, more radiant than ever, emitting an aura like a true hero. Just because I was born this way doesn't mean I have to live this way. Scullion slowly pondered Violet's words. Just because I fell once doesn't mean I can't become great again. Scullion's lips twisted into a wide grin. Ah, as expected. And soon, as if he couldn't hold it in, he burst into a broad, beaming smile. Humans are truly magnificent. In truth, he preferred stories like this. Stories of downfall, corruption, and destruction were good, but even if they were stories familiar to him, filled with trite and predictable elements, he far preferred hopeful hero tales. Violet! So Scullion slowly pulled out a pearl from his bosom. Will you accept this? Curious. Violet took it. What is it? My gift. It was one of the two magic pearls Scullion possessed. Though Violet had no idea what it was, she accepted it quickly, recognizing its value. Her movements still had the air of a petty thief, making Scullion laugh unintentionally. All right, then let's go back. Flash. Scullion transformed into the form of a long dragon and motioned to his back. To continue the epic of the great hero, Violet. Blushing with embarrassment, Violet soon nodded and climbed onto Scullion. Perkian followed closely behind. Two dragons and a human flew through the snowstorm-laden sky, retracing their steps back. Present, Crossroad. Hugh, that was close. After taking the full brunt of Nightbringer's breath attack. Landing on the fortress wall, nearly falling, Scullion let out a hot sigh through his gaping mouth. Even though he had inherited the scale trait of the black dragon, was skilled in defense like a recluse, and had resistance to breath and black flames due to his father's blood. It was impossible to block that breath attack without any damage. Inspecting his half-cooked body, Scullion glanced below the fortress wall. Upon reaching their comrades, Violet wrapped herself in illusions again, transforming her shabby appearance into a splendid one, only to get beaten up. It was only natural since she had run away for over a day before returning. But I came back. Cut me some slack, Violet cried with a nasal voice as she got smacked on the back by the members of the Gamblers' Club. Scullion chuckled as he watched. Shield warriors stationed in the southern plains also began returning. Torkel was safe thanks to his ultimate skill, and the other shield warriors were severely injured, but there were no fatalities. Miller Arian, who had lost an arm, was hurriedly transporting to the temple. They had once again blocked the last breath attack. They gained a final 12-hour respite, time to prepare for the final showdown that was approaching, while everyone was briefly relieved and exchanging words of encouragement. Reporting. A soldier came running urgently from inside Crossroad. He was a scout dispatched to the observation tower. Everyone looked at him curiously. Gasping for breath, the soldier finally shouted his report to the gathered heroes. A short while ago, the last observation tower was destroyed. What? Evangeline, who was receiving healing magic for her burns, stood up in shock. The soldier continued. Immediately after the breath attack, 6 of Nightbringer's auxiliary heads flew to the observation tower and destroyed it. Did everyone who was stationed there return safely? That is. All the soldiers of the observation team successfully escaped through the teleport gate, but the soldier, eyes tightly shut, bowed his head deeply. To support our retreat until the end. Damien did not make it back. The blood drained from everyone's faces as they heard the news. Chapter 684. A little while ago, southwest of Crossroad. Observation tower. Thank goodness. We blocked the breath attack. Damien let out a sigh of relief. He had watched the breath defense process with extreme tension, and fortunately, Crossroad had endured safely. Damien had also continuously attempted long-range sniping to block the breath attack, but the distance was too great, and the power of the magic bullets couldn't reach effectively, making all sniping attempts futile. Anyway, it's a relief we blocked the breath attack. Now I can return and... As he thought about preparing for the final showdown, Damien flinched. From beyond that distant darkness, Nightbringer's golden eyes were clearly looking this way. In the next moment, the eyes of darkness and Farsight clashed. In an instant, the monsters' and humans' gazes intertwined. The eyes that saw the darkness and the eyes that saw the truth collided, sparking at the ends of their sight. So it was you who had been watching me all this time. A voice that shouldn't be heard at this distance. The intent of the black dragons will reverberated and struck Damien's mind. Now it's time to pay the price. When Damien came to his senses, the tangled view had already been released. Something is. It's flying towards us, the observers screamed as they discovered something rapidly approaching from the darkness. Damien could clearly see what it was. Dot, 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 it's Nightbringer's auxiliary heads. Swish, 6 heads. All of Nightbringer's auxiliary heads were shooting towards the observation tower at a terrifying speed, while the black dragon itself began advancing north again. It had sent only the auxiliary heads to attack this place. It was obvious that these heads were targeting the humans in the observation tower. Damien shouted to the soldiers inside the tower. Everyone, retreat to the teleport gate. Now, the observation squad's soldiers began scrambling down the tower. But the teleport gate was on the first floor, and they were at the top of the tower. It would take a few minutes for everyone to get down the stairs. Meanwhile, Nightbringer's 6 auxiliary heads were rocketing towards them. At this rate, the heads of the monster were flying like arrows, and the humans were desperately but slowly descending. Estimating the speed, Damien grit his teeth. At this rate, they would be caught and killed before everyone could escape. In that case, Damien picked up the magic gun he had placed on the floor. In that case, they had no choice but to fight. Click. The first shot was Black Queen, the strongest magic gun on Earth, the purified Nightmare Slayer. Bang! After extremely quick aiming, the muzzle burst into flames. The magic bullet flew with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the center of the foremost head. Splash! The leading head, hit between the eyebrows by the magic bullet, sprayed blood in all directions. However, growl. The leading head grinned with its huge mouth, blood pouring from the hole in its forehead, still flying this way at the same speed. Not enough. Damien ground his teeth, donned his thermal armor, and readied the Black Queen again. Then, how about this? Click, click, click. The gun barrel transformed into a long rail, sparking with magical currents. Simultaneously, all the bullets from the magazine spun in the air, merged into one, and were fixed onto the rail. The Nightmare Slayer Black Queen was ready to unleash its ultimate attack. Damien's large brown eyes flashed as he pulled the trigger. Bang! Lightning struck. The recoil from the shot was so powerful it made the observation tower sway. The brilliant white magic bullet tore through the darkened sky like a beam of light. The gigantic magic bullet, shooting like a bolt of lightning, twisted deftly in the air, piercing through the leading head of those flying towards the observation tower and impaling the remaining 5 heads trailing behind. Splatter, splash. A few seconds after the magic bullet penetrated, blood spurted from the gaping wounds of all 6 heads. Rarg! All 6 heads opened their mouths wide, vomiting blood and pain. But they didn't fall. With no more lives to lose and no cause to destroy, the 6 heads continued their charge. They were now right in front of them. But the damage is done. The Black Queen emitted thick steam from the barrel as Damien discarded the burnt thermal armor. He drew the next magic gun. Finished them off one by one. At the short barrel's end was a decoration made from a part of the jawbone extracted from Tustivian, the Black Dragon's fang. A new weapon crafted by combining an SSR-grade magic core with materials taken from the Black Dragon Legion. A magic gun specialized for close combat, scattering bullets in a shotgun style, named Guillotine. Crash. All 6 heads pushed into the top floor of the observation tower simultaneously. The outer wall shattered as the enormous heads of the evil dragon opened wide, snapping to tear and swallow their prey. And Damien, waiting, pulled the trigger. Bang! A resounding gunshot accompanied by a burst of flame. With only 2 rounds in its chamber, the shotgun guillotine demonstrated absolute power in such close quarters. The foremost head that broke through the wall was shredded to pieces. These heads have some sort of magic connection at the back of the brain. Nightbringer controls them with this magic. Using Farsight, Damien confirmed that the auxiliary head's brain areas were connected to the Black Dragon's main body by transparent threads of magic power, and he aimed his shotgun at these connection points, his judgment precise. The leading head, with its magic connection shattered, rolled grotesquely on the floor. At this moment, the leading auxiliary head was undoubtedly dead. Damien went into stealth mode. The enemy shooter was definitely here, but suddenly disappeared from sight. The remaining 5 auxiliary heads, now inside the observation tower, were confused. It worked. Damien held his breath among the heads and looked down at the equipment he was wearing. Covert Dawn. Damien was still wearing this thin armor set given to him by Ash a long time ago, a magic armor that made him invisible each time he killed an enemy. There was a limitation of activation only once every 10 minutes, but this one instance of stealth was enough. Ugh! Grr! The 5 auxiliary heads looked around bewilderedly. If it were the main body of the Black Dragon, this level of stealth would be detected immediately, revealing Damien's position. But these were dead heads sent here. Inferior in every way compared to the main body, they were just auxiliary units following the main body's orders. For a moment, the heads couldn't detect Damien's stealth, and in this short gap, Damien prepared thoroughly, his ultimate skill duel. I'll unleash everything in this one moment. Whoosh! Damien floated all his magic guns in the air. Cerberus, Woodpecker, Hunter's Retribution, Venom Fang, Guillotine, and reloading Black Queen with a magic bullet of annihilation created with his magic power. Once again, grabbing the handles of the floating magic guns in order as they dropped to eye level, Damien pulled the triggers. Bang, 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 bang. Handguns, submachine guns, rifles, shotguns. He pulled the triggers of everything in his hands, firing in all directions like a dance. In an instant, Damien's magic bullets rained down like a downpour. The 5 auxiliary heads of the Black Dragon were struck by this torrent of magic bullets. The bullets persistently targeted the brains of the monsters, aiming specifically at the points where the controlling magic was connected. The Black Dragon's auxiliary heads, pierced, skewered, and torn to shreds, fell one by one with their tongues hanging out. Bang! After the last gunshot echoed long. Ha! Ha ha! Damien, on one knee, panted heavily. The top floor of the observation tower, battered by the head's assaults and the barrage of bullets fired from within, was in shambles. It was on the verge of collapse. No more moving monsters remained on this grotesquely destroyed upper floor. Damien grasped his trembling arm, suddenly drained of magic power. He wiped away the cold sweat that drenched his forehead. Ugh! Blood tears flowed from beneath his bloodshot eyes due to intense concentration. His vision blurred repeatedly, fading in and out. Still, I finished off all the Black Dragon's auxiliary heads. This gives us an advantage in the upcoming showdown. Though unintended, he had lured the auxiliary heads and eliminated them individually. If the Black Dragon's main body wanted, it could retrieve and resurrect these heads, but it would be a troublesome effort regardless. After finally steadying his breath, Damien slowly stood up. He counted the Black Dragon's auxiliary heads lying around him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the last one. Damien noticed a hole in the floor. The last head, hit by the magic bullet, had crashed violently into the floor, leaving a trace of its fall to the lower level. As Damien staggered to look down, he instinctively felt something and rolled back. Crash! Immediately, the last head burst up through the floor, snapping its jaws fiercely. The shattered floor fragments scattered in all directions. What? No way. I definitely took it down. As Damien slowly fell back, he saw the back of the last head. The part of the brain he had sniped was intact, and the magical thread was still there. Could it be that the power was insufficient? He had poured all his magic and bullets to bring down the heads, but one of the guns with lower power must have been mixed in. Damien had tried to distribute the bullets accurately to take them all down without overkill, but there was a limit. This last head had been hit repeatedly by Woodpecker and Cerberus, magic bullets, temporarily suppressed but not fatally damaged. And now, it began its counterattack against the sniper who had run out of ammunition. Crash, crack, crash, crack. The last head, back on the top floor of the tower, snapped its jaws ferociously to devour Damien. GRRK, he crawled backward, but eventually got cornered. Damien gritted his teeth, preparing for death. The jaws of the last head snapped together, biting into the top floor's floor just as boom. The impact caused the tower to start collapsing. The crumbling floor gave way, and Damien narrowly avoided the monster's jaws as he fell below. Boom, 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 boom. Following the top floor, the entire tower began to collapse from top to bottom. To survive, I have to jump amidst the falling building. Damien opened his eyes wide to track the falling debris and pushed off the wall with his foot. Leap! Falling through the collapsing tower, Damien narrowly avoided the large debris falling from all sides. The last head, closely pursuing Damien, shattered every pillar, floor, and stone in its path. Despite this, the gap wasn't closing, so the last head opened its enormous jaws wide. Black magic power gathered between the open jaws. Terrified, Damien urgently stretched out his left arm. A small grappling hook shot from his left arm to catch the opposite wall. Snap! It was an auxiliary device, a grappling hook launcher he had used a long time ago. As a sniper, securing shooting angles was important, so he had equipped one for moving positions, and it saved his life. Following the line connected to the grappling hook, Damien's body sharply changed trajectory. GRRR. Though he was battered by falling wood fragments and glass shards, he managed to dodge to the opposite side. And where Damien had originally been falling, the last head spewed black magical flames. Whoosh, boom! The observation tower, barely maintaining its shape, exploded. Damien shielded his head with both arms as he dodged to the side. By sheer luck, there was a window. Crash! Thrown out of the tower through the shattered glass, Damien shot the grappling hook back towards the tower with his left arm. Snap! The hook caught on a stone wall, which cracked deeply. But Damien didn't care. The ground was already near. If he could just slow his fall, it would be enough. Damien's body, flying back towards the tower, crashed into the first-floor wall. Thud! Arg! He tried to offset the impact with his barely raised magic power, but the shock was tremendous. Even though the tower wasn't that high, he had fallen from the top, and to slow his fall, he had hooked himself and crashed into the wall. His left arm, attached to the grappling hook launcher, was torn and shredded, and he couldn't move his shoulder, possibly dislocated. Still, I'm alive. Gritting his teeth, Damien struggled to his feet. Now, to the teleport gate. And then, boom, the last head that emerged from the collapsed tower smashed the teleport gate installed at the tower's entrance. Seeing the fragments of the magic stones flying everywhere, Damien's face went blank. The last head grinned wickedly at the sight of Damien. Ah! Damien's legs gave out, and he slumped to the ground. The pain he hadn't realized before now surged through his entire body. It's over. He realized that everything was truly over. Sensing its prey's despair, the last head leisurely crossed the air and slowly approached. Damien watched quietly as his end came closer. Thud! At that moment, something touched the tips of his weakened right hand. Looking down blankly, it was the handgun-style magic gun Cerberus. One of the 3 barrels was half broken, rolling on the floor beside him. With a trembling hand, Damien grasped the gun. With the last remaining thread of his magic power, he loaded a magic bullet and placed the muzzle under his chin. Better to end it cleanly himself than be mocked and killed by the monster. Boom, boom, boom. Was it because his heart was pounding too hard? It felt like the ground beneath him was shaking violently. Damien swallowed a dry gulp that tasted of blood. He just had to pull the trigger and find peace. But the courage, GRRK, the courage to take his own life didn't come easily. Tears welled up in Damien's large brown eyes. Boom. Rumble, the sound of the world shaking and collapsing echoed. The gaping mouth of the last head approached right in front of him. Its moist, unpleasant warmth enveloped Damien's blood-soaked body. Damien closed his eyes. He grit his teeth, and mustering the last bit of courage he had, he tightened his finger on the trigger. Chapter 685 Crossroad, Blacksmith. Really, even Damien went missing during the mission. Lucas, who was checking his equipment, spoke coldly. We'll have to fight without Damien's sniper support. Got it? Is that all you have to say? Evangeline asked in a trembling voice. Damien is missing, our Damien. And yet, how can you be so? We're in a situation where we've lost 30,000 soldiers, Evangeline. Lucas replied in a flat voice as he polished the armor in front of him. The Duchess of Bringa is also missing, and even our Lord is missing. One more sniper going missing won't make things exceptionally worse. Sir, as Evangeline started to cry, Lucas let out a quiet sigh. Above all, it's not death, but disappearance. What? Our Lord, the Duchess, and Damien, none of their deaths have been confirmed. Lucas's stiff voice softened, if only slightly. He's Damien, the one who sees the farthest and the most accurately among us. He'll know the path ahead. So let's prepare well for the battle ahead. In truth, Lucas had already abandoned all hope. He believed that Damien, Duskbringer, Ash, all those who were missing were probably already dead. It was far more likely that way. Lucas was not the type to believe in false hopes. He faced reality and prepared for what was to come. But he also knew that those who remained needed hope to keep moving until the end. Thud. Having finished polishing the armor, Lucas looked back at Evangeline. Seeing his cold expression, Evangeline's shoulders trembled. Evangeline, stay on the city wall. What? But the special forces are already formed and trained. Continue defending the main stronghold. Evangeline still had a human face. She was not ready to step into hell. On the other hand, Lucas and the special forces had trained together for the past few days and were ready to face death. Lucas needed comrades who could deal a fatal blow to the Black Dragon and willingly die. Evangeline was not one of them. And if, by any chance, the special forces managed to defeat the Black Dragon, someone needed to stay behind to continue holding this front, to take responsibility for this world. That's why Lucas wanted to leave Evangeline behind. Turning back to his gear, Lucas started gathering the remaining equipment. Evangeline, who had been holding back her words, reached out towards Lucas's back. Don't! Evangeline's fingertips gently touched Lucas's back. Don't go too far away, sir. If you disappear too, then Evangeline. Lucas swallowed the words he was about to say. He gathered his equipment and left the blacksmith. Let's get ready. The decisive battle is near. Watching Lucas's receding figure, Evangeline slowly lowered her head. In a crumbling world, people's hearts were also breaking. Commander. Evangeline closed her eyes tightly, longing for the commander who wouldn't return. Please, come back before everything ends. She knew it was all a vain hope, but still, if it were him, maybe, Crossroad, ruined warehouse district. As she was examining the items in the only remaining warehouse with the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, Serenade heard footsteps and turned around. She was startled to see who had entered the warehouse. Your Majesty. The person who entered was Emperor Traha and his aide. Serenade and the members of the guild all knelt on one knee in unison. Long live the great emperor. We greet the supreme ruler of the empire. Rise. This is not the time for formalities. Waving off the formalities, Traha examined the items piled up in the warehouse and stroked his chin. I came to verify after receiving your report. These items are indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Traha nodded and looked at Serenade. I plan to take a gamble in the final battle. Serenade's eyes widened as she kept her head bowed. This is the last strategy Ash left behind, the final gamble. I intend to stake everything on this. Can you help me? Serenade knelt on one knee again. Everyone in the guild followed suit in unison. If that is your command, your majesty, and the will left by the crown prince, I will follow it to the end. After observing the steely determination in Serenade's silver eyes, Traha smirked. Leaving behind such a fine daughter-in-law, and planning to become a guest who never returns, Ash. Traha glanced up at the pitch-black sky, without even providing an answer to the trials I set. But the prodigal son remained silent. With a bitter smile, the emperor extended his hand forward and commanded, very well, there is no time. Begin the work immediately. Time passed mercilessly, but in a world where only night remained, time no longer held much meaning. People forgot the flow of time. They could only guess that it was midnight by the deepening darkness of the sky. About 3 days had passed since the Black Dragon's arrival. Crossroad, on the southern wall, thud, thud, thud. Something massive was slowly approaching from beyond the southern plains, shaking the ground. On the wall lined with torches, heroes and soldiers preparing for the final battle gulped nervously. Thud! The approaching thing, with a thunderous roar, seemed more like an endless wall of darkness pushing in, rather than an evil dragon. The south, covered and obscured by the wall of darkness, was no longer visible. A high and thick fog-like shroud advanced, constricting their view, making people feel as if the end of the world was materializing and coming closer. Breathing became difficult. Lucas and the heroes of the special forces stood silently at the edge of the wall, watching as the world's end drew nearer. Lucas meticulously observed the state of their enemy. Nightbringer, having expanded and proliferated significantly since they last met at the Lake Kingdom just 3 days ago, also bore a distinct wound. A scar. A clear sword mark was left on the chest of the slowly crawling Nightbringer. A dazzling wound crossed the giant black dragon's chest diagonally, as if light had pierced through it. On the massive body of the beast made of night, the wound emitted a subtle glow. Thanks to this light, they could sense the presence of the enemy moving in the deep darkness. That light, is it nameless? Is it related to the pillar of light from a few days ago? Additionally, there were large and small scars etched all over Nightbringer's enormous body. These scars proved that the dragon's advance had not been smooth, that there was resistance from humans trying to bring down the beast. However, despite all the resistance, the monster had finally reached Crossroad. Sir Lucas, I don't see any of its 6 auxiliary heads. Did it hide them somewhere? Or, Lucas squinted his eyes. According to reports, the Black Dragon's auxiliary heads had attacked the observation tower where Damien was. Could it be that Damien had taken down all those heads? You've done well, Damien. Lucas's clenched fist tightened with resolve. Wait, we too, will do what we must. As he glared at the advancing figure of Nightbringer, Lucas turned around. Behind him stood the heroes of the Special Forces, lined up and waiting, avengers who had honed their hatred to slay the Black Dragon. Lucas did not speak a word to the heroes of the Special Forces. Language no longer held any meaning for them. Instead, he looked at the defensive troops on the wall and nodded. Then, everyone, good luck. The defensive troops' heroes and soldiers with pale faces nodded back. The plan was simple. While the defensive troops on the wall distracted the Black Dragon, the Special Forces would approach Nightbringer and finish it off. Thud, thud, thud. Finally, Nightbringer reached the end of the southern plains. The Black Dragon grinned wickedly, its huge maw lifting in a sinister smile, and its golden eyes gleamed with malice. He seemed to be preparing its most powerful attack, Forged Night. Despite the absence of its auxiliary heads, the dragon, having absorbed all the night it could, appeared unfazed. That wasn't all. Various spells were being loaded with geometric patterns around the dragon's head, and the feathers on its widespread wings were ready to be fired. Prepare for defense. In response, the defensive line also completed their preparations. Led by Junior, the mages readied their defensive spells, and the hastily repaired artifacts each glowed brightly. Standing on the wall, ready to block Forged Night, and the breath attack, was the Scallion. Next to him was the defensive artifact Shining Dark, made from Ippion's magic core, and Violet, with a tense expression, mounted on Paekian. The Scallion glanced at the Special Forces and smirked. A brilliant plan. The biggest issue when facing the Black Dragon was this. Its powerful interceptive measures would stop them before they even got close. The knights and cavalry that had gone to kill the Black Dragon were mostly intercepted and killed before they could even touch its body. This was also the biggest problem for the Special Forces aiming to kill the Black Dragon. They needed to approach with minimal casualties, but whatever method they used, they were likely to be wiped out before reaching it. But Lily had found a way. Is everyone ready? Standing in front of the neatly lined-up Special Forces, Lily cautiously asked as she adjusted the artifact in front of her. The artifact, start over. This large golden metal plate, when an opponent was reflected within its frame, could forcibly teleport the entire body captured within. The place where the monster first appeared when viewed from the Crossroads stronghold. Using Ash's terminology, the wave start point. The end of the southern plane of the Crossroads stronghold. Depending on its usage, it could serve as a time-buying measure to push the monster that had approached near the walls back to the end of the plane. Lily reversed the idea here. What if, instead of targeting the enemy with this artifact, they targeted their allies? Wouldn't it be possible to teleport all allies captured within the frame to the end of the southern plane? Alchemists researched the artifact and verified the theory, leading to the plan's establishment. When the northbound Black Dragon reached the end of the southern plane of the Crossroad, when its gaze turned towards the walls of Crossroad and it unleashed its attack, assassins holding the tools to kill the beast would teleport above its head. Without giving it a chance to intercept, they would approach Nightbringer closely and unleash all their weapons on it, and kill it. These were beings that could be crushed to death with a single gesture from the beast, but they could at least pierce its wounds with the sharpened ends of their weapons. Kill it before dying, such a simple plan. Guo, Nightbringer completed its attack stance. In a few seconds, this wall would be engulfed in flames. Lily, calmly watching the Black Dragon and timing it, muttered softly, "Somehow, it feels like I'm taking a commemorative portrait before deployment. So, my old friends, make sure to come back and check how your faces turned out." After looking at her comrades heading into the jaws of death, Lily barely managed to smile with trembling lips. 3, 2, 1, smile, Quoosh, Forged Night, and all sorts of spells and feather bombardments from the black dragon rushed towards the wall simultaneously. Click! At the same time, the artifact Start Over was activated. The Special Forces heroes vanished from the wall as if by magic, and in the next moment they were teleported precisely into the air above the black dragon. Nightbringer, pouring its attack towards the crossroad wall, was bewildered by this unexpected situation and simultaneously raised the corners of its mouth in amusement. Swish! Descending rapidly from the snowy sky towards the ground dragon, none of the Special Forces heroes were smiling. With eyes dry from blood tears and faces blackened with death, they gripped their weapons tightly, diving down to kill their foe. Nightmare Slayer and Dragon Slayer wielders. Their bodies died in dark shadows, fell, honing their hatred and resentment. Leading them was Lucas. Ha! He was already more beast than man. Under his wind-tousled golden hair, his icy blue eyes gleamed like those of a predator in the dead of night. In his right hand, Lucas gripped the bestowed sword, and in his left, Excalibur. Swoosh! The bestowed sword formed a blade of light, flickering unstably. Boom, while Excalibur roared, releasing dark magic in all directions. The bandages wrapped around his arm due to burns tore apart, revealing his left arm, black magic running through it like veins. Ah! Simultaneously, the ultimate skill, Divine Descent, activated. A dazzling aura erupted from Lucas's entire body. The usual golden aura mixed wildly with the black aura of the cursed sword and the unique blue aura of his beast transformation. This chaotic aura gathered into a circular halo behind Lucas. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lucas shot down faster than anyone else. A knight who had abandoned his humanity to kill the monster screamed, "I'll kill Yao!" Watching the Avengers descending like meteors towards him. Nightbringer's huge maw twisted into a wide grin. And so, the decisive battle began. Chapter 686, Charge. With eyes wide open, black magic flowed from them, and his long beard fluttered in the raging wind. Tower Lord Diarmuidin shouted, "It's time to bring divine punishment upon him." As Diarmuidin's robe, the dragon slayer Old Phoenix, made from the Wingian's magic core, spread its wings wide. Black magic wings sprouted on the backs of all the descending allied heroes. By embracing the darkness of the equipment, they had enhanced their abilities to the point where they could temporarily bestow the power of flight on everyone, surpassing mere group flight. Screech! Among the heroes scattered and descending, Torkel activated the awakening ability of his helmet, the Nightmare Slayer Original Sin. Each to your optimal positions. Then, the entire battlefield's view was shared in the minds of all the heroes in the special task force, and they also sensed the best points for their attacks. Torkel had been in charge of field command from the beginning. Commander Lucas had anticipated going berserk, while Torkel's Nightmare Slayer Original Sin emitted darkness but made the wearer more calm and composed. Is it reflecting the nature of the Goblin God King? He couldn't know, and there was no time to know. He had to focus on the battle about to unfold, and calmness and composure were only up to the point before blood was shed. As the black dragon approached and the smell of the burning battlefield was detected, Torkel's mind heated up like never before. Kill, plunder, burn, those monsters that harmed old comrades the Saintess and Ash. All of them. Commence combat, Torkel shouted as he thrust his shield forward. Nightbringer's body, fused with the night, rose like a blade to intercept the heroes, but Torkel intercepted all those attacks with his shield, body, hands, and teeth. In that gap, the heroes spread their wings and plummeted towards their respective attack points. SSSSHHH. Lucas, at the forefront, slashed the neck of Nightbringer with his dual swords, followed by Verdandi, who landed softly beside him, raising the dagger in her hand. Dragon Slayer Isagam. The tip of this dagger spewed green magic power mixed with black like flames. "You've taken too much from me." Following her beloved sister, now even the only friend she could fully trust. Under Verdandi's wide-open eyes, blood tears flowed. Verdandi slashed the glowing green dagger downward. Flash! Simultaneously, the green magic light mixed with black flared up like flames. A vortex of magic power, protruding like a breath attack, pierced into Nightbringer's body. Then Calliope roared, "My son, and the young prince who was like a son to me." From the air, Calliope hurled the steadfast superstition he was holding downward. The huge siren statue that fell struck the back of the black dragon like a massive nail. And Calliope, gripping a massive war hammer. Descended onto it, he swung the hammer at the statue. "Give it back, you monstrous bastard." Crunch. Like a chisel hit by a hammer, the giant statue embedded itself into Nightbringer's body, causing a spray of blood everywhere. A beat later, Hulan descended quietly with his eyes closed. The days spent on this frontline with Ash flashed by, the brother he buried with his own hands, and Yan, who faintly smiled and lost consciousness again. Hulan's deep eyes opened. He made up his mind. Take it, ancestors, to give his body to the nightmare. If he had given it sooner, he might have protected Ash, but it was too late now. So, he decided to protect the lives of the precious ones still remaining, even if it meant thrusting his soul and body into the mire of corruption. In exchange for taking my body, protect this world and Yan. The rest of the words did not come out properly. His eyes turned red and black, and an evil voice fully transformed seeped out through his wide-open mouth. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. Ancestor of the Leaf Tribe, the Grandmaster of Maple Leaf Fist, Lycanthrope, the Beast of Gavorden, Wolf King Lunard. The remaining nightmare thoughts inside the Nightmare Slayer Full Moonlight Killer finally took over the descendant's body completely. Kaihahaha, this sensation, this air, the smell of death filling the whole world. The Full Moonlight Killer, having obtained a perfect body and reappearing in the mortal world, laughed wildly. I will kill you all. I will devour you all. All. I will crush you all under my feet. With red eyes glinting, Lunard glared at the approaching Nightbringer. To do that, it starts with you. Black Dragon, this world is mine. Get lost. After infusing magic power into all his muscles, making them swell, he twisted his fists in the air, wrapping his entire body in silver red and black magic. Heart-severing Wind Wolf, the Wolf King unleashed his self-created secret art. Thuum, the middle of the black dragon's back, where the werewolf's fist struck, began to collapse as if a giant crater was forming. Following this, the other heroes each unleashed their darkness. Blacken. The black mage chain bit down on the dragon bone spike given to him. This spike was also a powerful dragon slayer, imbued with grudges and curses, and thus functioned as a sacrificial vessel for black magic. SSSHHH. The chains wrapped around Chain's body vanished as if evaporating, and Chain stabbed the spike into his freed limbs. Even blacker. Then, from Chain's limb wounds, instead of blood, darkness flowed out and soon transformed into giant limbs made of black magic power. Ultimate skill, darker than black. Wielding the massive black giant limbs freely, Chain struck downward with his fist. Rumble. Unable to withstand it, Nightbringer's hind legs buckled to the ground. Until now, I couldn't use this sword technique because there was no sword or body to endure it, and no understanding of sword principles. Beside him, the blind swordsman Nobody slowly drew his black sword. This dragon slayer, made from Ipian's bones, had its blade thoroughly soaked in Ipian's black blood. The inside of the scabbard, also made from Ipian's bones, was filled with this blood. Finally, I get to use it. Nobody grasped the scabbard with his left hand, and with his right hand holding the sword in reverse grip, slowly drew the blade to its full length. Clang! In the blink of an eye, he sheathed the sword back in its scabbard. The blood that had sloshed inside the scabbard splattered everywhere, and in the next moment, thud, the massive tail of Nightbringer, charging straight at Nobody, was cut clean off. Keh! As he passed through the severed tail, Nobody laughed. Ultimate skill. One kill. The nameless slash he usually used was just an imitation of this. It was a self-destructive technique that guaranteed to cut the opponent but broke the sword and took the user's life, which Nobody could not use with his original ability, thus it was sealed away. But with the curse contained in this black sword and his body fully accepting the darkness, he used it recklessly, drawing out its incredible power. Crack, as the forbidden technique exacted its price. A sound of something breaking echoed from deep within Nobody's soul. But Nobody didn't care and drew his sword once more. Burn! Still circling in the air with wings spread, Diomudin summoned a massive pillar of fire, engulfing Nightbringer's entire body. Instead of the young, let an old man like me burn and die with you, ancient dragon. Diomudin's flames, heavily mixed with darkness, were already indistinguishable from black flames. The fire licked at the entire body of the evil dragon, and while the heroes of the Special Task Force were cutting and crushing Nightbringer's body all over, thud, Lucas was charging. Like a beast, Using both arms and legs, he ran up the black dragon's body, climbed towards its neck, and aimed for the massive head. Ha! Roaring, Lucas wildly swung the swords clinging to both his hands. Wherever he passed, sword marks were etched, and Nightbringer's body split apart, spraying blood everywhere. Lucas, with fiercely blue eyes flashing, sliced the monster's body as if he could not bear the overwhelming hatred. The armor, black scales Lucas was equipped with had already proliferated and covered his entire body like scales. Lucas could no longer tell whether he was human, beast, or monster, if he could even be called anything at all. It doesn't matter, because it didn't matter what he was, whether he was a sword, a beast, or vengeance. It didn't matter at all, because there was nothing he desired but to kill the enemy before him and end it all together. Nothing else. As he ran forward, screaming just forward, Lucas thought this. Yes, he is a dream, because there was no longer any other dream. So, I might not become an emperor, but my dream is to be the coolest man in the world. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. A boy with beautiful black hair from a very young age. At their first meeting, smiling brightly, he had said this. So you, who will be my guard, must become the coolest knight in the world. Abruptly, a single drop of blue flame trickled down Lucas's cheek, drenched in the blood of the evil dragon. "Huh!" His tightly shut mouth. "Ah!" roared again. It sounded like both a sob and a scream. Lucas, running like a beast, climbed all the way up Nightbringer's neck and reached the giant head of Nightbringer. Impressive! Nightbringer turned his long neck to face Lucas directly and offered praise. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucas charged. His dual swords, imbued with light and darkness, crossed in an X shape, tracing a long arc in the air. Slice! The giant neck of the monster was cleanly cut. The severed head spun in the air, spraying blood everywhere, then fell straight down. Thud, crash, splash. Standing before the tall, severed neck of the black dragon, drenched in the spurting monster's blood, Lucas watched the head roll down and muttered quietly. "Head back." His hands, gripping the swords too tightly, trembled. Lucas barely managed to hold onto the sword handle as his strength gave way. My lord's revenge. Lucas exhaled deeply, trying to clear his foggy consciousness, and looked straight ahead. While the special task force executed their surprise attack, Nightbringer had continued attacking Crossroads' main castle without pause. It wasn't a long time. During that period, the special task force had succeeded in their mission. But Nightbringer had also managed to attack successfully. The southern wall of Crossroad, swept by night and bombardment, was collapsing, torn to shreds. Watching the horrifying sight, Lucas swallowed hard. Still, we did it. The wall was horribly destroyed, but they had succeeded in killing the Black Dragon. They had prevented the apocalypse. Above all, they avenged Ash, so. Is this all? It was at that moment. Hearing the calm voice, Lucas felt as if all the blood drained from his body. Rumble, slowly. It was rising again. The severed head of Nightbringer. Just like the auxiliary heads it had previously wielded, despite being severed, it calmly floated in the air, looked Lucas in the eye, and spoke nonchalantly. You have taken the wrong path. W what? Going that way, you can never defeat me. Before the retreating Lucas, Nightbringer leisurely reattached the severed head to his neck. Slurp, slurp, the night that gathered from all sides covered the wound. And the next moment, as if the wound had never existed, Nightbringer was whole again, embracing darkness to kill the darkness. It wouldn't have been a bad choice in ordinary circumstances. Nightbringer's entire body, which had been crushed, cut, and severed by the Special Task Force's deadly attack, merged with the surrounding night and was completely restored. But you chose the wrong opponent. I am already the night itself of this world. No matter how much you forge the blade of revenge with hatred and resentment, if its source is darkness, how is it any different from spilling ink into a black lake? Nightbringer smirked. Your darkness can never reach the depths of my night. Chapter 687. Lucas couldn't move. In fact, he hadn't come here expecting to win from the start. He never thought he could defeat this mighty foe. He just wanted to pierce this monster's heart with his sword and inflict as much pain as possible. Just as his master had bled, he wanted this monster to experience the same agony. But now he knew. His sword, forged from darkness, couldn't harm this dragon, who was darkness itself. Not only can I not win, I can't even put up a fight. Realizing the hopeless gap between them, Lucas stood frozen like a statue. And as if losing interest in Lucas, Nightbringer slowly turned his head back towards Crossroad. Keep bombarding me with those attacks that won't even reach, you futile avengers. The rest of the Special Task Force heroes kept attacking Nightbringer's body, but he didn't care at all. In the meantime, I'll destroy your world. Nightbringer sneered quietly and prepared his next attack. The dragon's eyes glowed, and the surrounding atmosphere ominously fluctuated. Darkness, magic, bombardment, and roars loaded one after another. No! Lucas reached out belatedly towards the black dragon. Stop! But Nightbringer, completely unconcerned by Lucas's desperate shouts and swings of his sword, began unleashing all his attack methods towards Crossroad. Boom, 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 boom. All the bombardments Nightbringer unleashed hit Crossroad's walls directly. The barrier went down, and all artifacts sparked with electricity and shut down. The wizard's magical barriers melted away, the priest's holy protection shattered, and the spirits summoned by the spirit masters disappeared. The reinforced walls crumbled, collapsed, and fell. Knights and soldiers holding shields fell one after another from above. The fall of Crossroad was only a matter of time. The end of the human world was also just a matter of time. GRRR, the central part of the southern wall. Here, Scalia was desperately enduring the forged knight his father was unleashing. The surrounding wall had already been swept away by the raging knight, leaving no trace, and only the area where Scalia was physically receiving the attacks barely maintained its form. Crack, crunch, boom, but even that was reaching its limit. Scalia, with his own defensive abilities and the artifact Shining Dark, made from Ippion's core, was holding back the forged knight, but he was visibly being pushed back compared to before. Nightbringer had already finished assimilating with all the world's night, and its output was beyond comprehension. It was a miracle he had held out this long. My father is really furious, isn't he? Repeating the cycle of receiving attacks and regenerating above his scales, Scalia muttered wearily. Beneath the body of the Oriental-style dragon, the scales that had been peeled off and broken formed a mound. Ah, Lord Dragon! Not far away, Violet screamed. Violet was hiding behind Payakin who, despite having significant defensive power, was also getting damaged and reddened under the continuous bombardment of Nightbringer. But without retreating an inch, Payakin firmly protected Violet. Of course, Violet was already in a state of near-death regardless. Shouldn't we use that method we prepared? No, Scalia rejected firmly. That method is not for escaping a crisis. It's a means to achieve victory. It only has meaning if used at the final, decisive moment. But, as a black magic spell passed by, turning one side of the wall to ashes, Violet muttered tearfully, if this continues, we're all going to die. GRR, rip. The forged knight came crashing down like waves, scraping away all the scales on Scalian's upper body. Despite the excruciating pain Scalian endured, but unfortunately, the artifact beside him couldn't. Crackle, crackle, boom. Unable to withstand Nightbringer's darkness lashing like a whip, the artifact Shining Dark shattered into pieces. And the moment the support of Shining Dark vanished, Scalian couldn't hold on any longer. Arg! Scalian, who had been slashed by the sharp knight, collapsed, spewing blood from his entire body. Defeating the guardian who had protected the wall until now, the forged knight surged to scorch the entire southern wall. At that moment, Scalian sensed the fall of Crossroad. The fortress would collapse, and all the humans fighting on the walls would vanish. The world would be engulfed in complete darkness. But it wasn't. Urea, the shield knight representing Crossroad. Evangeline Cross leaped forward with her shield, intercepting the onslaught of the forged knight. Blades of night rained down on Evangeline's shield. The ice on the Cross family's shield shattered, and the white armor, snow-white, she wore was torn apart from the outer edges. Groover! But Evangeline endured, roaring. She knew well. The moment she allowed this attack, the southern wall, Crossroad, and the human world would all end. So I will protect it. Even while coughing up blood, Evangeline extended her shield and lance forward. With the damage save of the raised shield, she absorbed the darkness, and with the damage payback of the lance in her other hand, she spewed it back out, countering the surging darkness. The forged knight was a decisive skill of the black dragon that could not be blocked without special blessings or devices. Evangeline, using her unique magical operation mechanism, blocked it for a very brief moment, but indeed single-handedly. But the miracle was short-lived. When the moment of forged night ended, Evangeline collapsed in place, bleeding from her entire body. Ah! The shattered shield fell to pieces on the ground, and the beautiful armor cracked wide open. The knight that hadn't been fully blocked veered off, slicing through the wall like tofu. Boom, 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 the cleanly sliced wall crumbled and fell in a cloud of dust. Evangeline turned her blood-soaked, trembling face around to survey the surroundings. The central part of the southern wall, which had taken the direct hit of the forged knight, was scorched beyond recognition. Flutter! Only one flag remained. Behind Evangeline, a single black flag, symbolizing the World Guardian Front, fluttered pitifully in the winter wind, torn to shreds. Looking up at the black flag fluttering behind her, tears filled Evangeline's green eyes. All those days, from the distant southern field, Nightbringer opened his large mouth. The atmosphere trembled as he gathered his breath. He seemed to be aiming to finish this fortress city with that dreadful breath. All our battles, Evangeline's gaze, which had been staring blankly at the black dragon, slowly fell, are ending so vainly. Evangeline quietly closed her eyes. There was no anger, there was no sorrow. She was just tired and exhausted from fighting for so long. So now, at least for the last moment, she wanted to lay everything down and rest comfortably. Life is short. Don't regret and waste it to the fullest. Then, someone's words echoed in her mind. Evangeline slowly opened her eyes again, and she gripped her shield tightly, which had lost all its outer parts, leaving only the handle. Clenching her teeth, her emerald eyes shining, she put strength into her kneeling legs. Not yet. To let go, claiming she had done everything she could, was not acceptable yet. This life wasn't over. To avoid regrets, even if only a few seconds remained. To live as I want. I will waste it gladly. Resolving to fight until the very last moment, Evangeline raised her head. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky, announcing, tired, haggard, and hoarse, "This is the voice of a man that everyone on this front line had longed for. World's front line." With a flash, following the man's magical incantation, a wall of magic blossomed in the air like a bud. The geometric grey magic wall filled the sky in front of Crossroad, layer upon layer, right above it. Ah! Nightbringer's breath poured down. The pitch-black breath of fire surged, poised to engulf the entire world. But the magical barrier, though melting, continued to merge and endure. When the breath, which felt like an eternity, finally ended, the magic barrier still stood intact before Crossroad, having withstood the attack. Thud! Next, a man descended from the sky with a smooth motion, landing on the wall. Evangeline blinked blankly, unable to comprehend the situation. The man standing before her with his back to her looked just like the man who had come alone to rescue her from her father's villa long ago. "Senior," Evangeline mumbled involuntarily. Then, "Sorry," the man turned around. "I'm very late." Evangeline's shoulders trembled. It was undoubtedly the man she knew, the man who had caused everyone in this castle to weep in sorrow for days, unable to sleep with hatred and resentment for the monsters that had taken him. But the man before her was no longer the same. Evangeline could sense it instinctively. Wearing a black chain coat, his entire body wrapped in ancient, tattered bandages beneath it, his disheveled black hair framing startlingly vivid golden eyes. No longer human, exuding a divine aura, with a pale face and a sad smile, somehow looking both older and younger. Evangeline cautiously asked, "Are you really my senior?" The man did not answer. He simply looked at Evangeline and the others on the wall with a fond gaze. "Ha ha!" Evangeline laughed hollowly. It didn't matter whether this man was really her senior or a vision reflected in the lamp of her life. Either way, "Senior, do you remember?" She spoke honestly. The words she had wanted to say ever since he disappeared. Disjointed and sudden. But if she didn't say them now, she felt she would never get another chance. "You always praised me as the world's greatest shield knight, but now I know my shield is too small. Before that giant monster, before this vast world, there's so little I can protect with this small shield. What I can do is really insignificant. Comrades, the wall, the city, the world, nothing could be properly protected with this small shield." After losing the man she wanted to protect, Evangeline realized painfully how small and insignificant she was. "Look!" Evangeline turned around. On the crumbled wall, all she had protected was a torn, fluttering black flag. "In the end, all I could protect is just this one tattered flag. That's enough." The man knelt before Evangeline, meeting her gaze, and smiled faintly. Thank you, you've protected it wonderfully. Evangeline blinked blankly. What exactly had she protected? Without further explanation, the man walked to the torn black flag flapping pitifully. He took the flag, carefully tying it to the empty flagpole he held. Now, becoming the flag bearer, waving the black flag, the man stood at the edge of the wall and looked back. On the wall, below the wall, everyone still breathing looked at him with faces of disbelief. Thank you for guarding this place for so long. Everyone, the man smiled. Now it's time for a counterattack. Crossroads' southern end, the edge of the field, under Nightbringer's feet. Huff, huff. Lucas, who had tumbled down to the ground from Nightbringer's height, was covered in blood. Despite struggling desperately to stop Nightbringer, it was all in vain. The creature had relentlessly unleashed the night upon Crossroad, and finally prepared that hateful breath again. Lucas had thrown his whole body to block the breath, but after being shredded by the knife-like night, he had rolled off the black dragon's body. Ultimately, Lucas, who had fallen to the ground at the monster's feet, trembled in pain as the sound of the breath attack reached his ears. Boom! Staring at the dirt, Lucas squeezed his eyes shut. Crossroad must have been destroyed. In the end, he achieved nothing. He failed to protect the world, to avenge his lord. He failed at everything. Everything was over. Just as Lucas, forehead pressed to the dirt, shook slightly, he heard a voice from the front. You said you'd become the greatest knight in the world, unexpectedly. Why are you staggering around here looking like a mad dog? Guard! Lucas slowly raised his head. Through his blood and dirt-covered hair, he first saw the intact crossroad, and from that direction, a man flew lightly and landed in front of him. A foolish sound escaped Lucas's gaping mouth. How could he forget, even in his dreams, the appearance of the master he had served his whole life? Ah, ah, ah. But wasn't this man supposed to be dead? Was he seeing things? To regain his senses, Lucas slapped his own cheeks and shook his head vigorously when he confirmed that the man before him was real. Tears of blue flame flowed down Lucas's cheeks from his beast-like blue eyes. Arg, NGH. Swallowing his sobs, Lucas desperately pieced together human words. His mind was tangled like knotted thread due to excessive use of beastification and the mental contamination of the cursed sword. But he mustered all his strength to form words, one letter at a time, finally managing to make a sentence, and he asked, "Who are you? Are you the prince, or are you my lord?" The man before him remembered the promises of their childhood and used those strangely sharp words which belonged to the prince. But that gentle expression, those kind eyes, and the soft voice were undoubtedly those of his lord. So Lucas couldn't be certain. Was the man before him the prince, or was he the lord? The man smiled faintly, tilted his head slightly to the side, and whispered playfully, "Which do you think?" Chapter 688. 24 hours ago, Nameless, Duskbringer, and Ash had just fought a decisive battle against Nightbringer. Ha ha, ha, Nameless breathed heavily. She shot all the light remaining in her soul at Nightbringer. It was a strike with all her might, but Nightbringer barely twisted his body to avoid it. Even though it just grazed him, it left a large wound on Nightbringer's chest, but ultimately it missed. The mist strike shot helplessly into the air, touching the curtain of darkness in the sky before fading away. The moment the sword missed, Nameless realized she had no means left to confront Nightbringer. So, while Nightbringer was in pain from the wound on his chest, she quickly took Duskbringer and Ash and left the place. Ha-ha-hoo. Fortunately, the wound on his chest was severe enough that Nightbringer did not pursue them. Only after escaping into the depths of the southern forest, under the darkness, did Nameless breathe a sigh of relief. Sister Nameless. Little Dusk. Nameless was startled when Duskbringer in her arms groaned and checked on her. After the dragon blood, frenzy ended and Duskbringer returned to her human form. She was trembling in pain. Since she had used the last stage of the dragon blood frenzy, her body was gradually breaking down. Moreover, she had taken Nameless's strike while holding on to Nightbringer to create an opening. A clear wound from the light strike was engraved on Duskbringer's small body. If it weren't for the curse of immortality, she would have already fallen and died. Her body was breaking down in real time and being restored by the curse. Duskbringer looked to the side with a face covered in cold sweat. I am all right. More importantly, Ash. Ash, who was lying next to her, was also in a bad state. He had been battered by Nightbringer's concentrated attacks, and crucially, his ego was starting to collapse. He was still unconscious. At this rate, he wouldn't last long, and Nameless as well. Ugh! Nameless suddenly discovered a long, dark chain wrapped around her ankle. The chain extended endlessly from the distant south, from the Black Lake, binding Nameless. Clink, clink moreover, it was gradually pulling Nameless. Damn! Only then did Nameless realize why Nightbringer hadn't bothered to pursue them. All three would soon perish anyway. If left alone, they would die or become something worse, so there was no need to go to the trouble of eliminating them. Now, at least Ash, Duskbringer, with trembling hands, dragged her body next to Ash. At least, we must save this child. But how? Nameless had already heard from Ash in the underground village. Ash's soul was broken. He had endured by overlaying a proxy personality on top of his soul. But that proxy personality was destroyed, and there was no way to restore it, and Ash's soul was collapsing again. There is a way. Duskbringer bit her pale lips and reached out her hand. When Ash came to ask me how to become a dragon, he told me, just in case this happened. What? It's in here. What Duskbringer picked up was a ritual longsword at Ash's waist, which could transform into a staff, the Nightmare Slayer Light and Shad, made from White Knight's twin magic cores. Ash preserved his personality in here, just as White Knight continually replicated himself to be reborn as new doppelgangers. This equipment had the characteristic of replicating its owner's traits and applying them twice. And to exert this replication ability, Light and Shadow replicated the owner's personality, storing it within itself, like a shadow cast by light. The equipment itself was a doppelganger. Nameless's mouth opened slightly upon hearing the explanation. Duskbringer nodded. The Ash we knew. Those memories are inside here. Can we call those memories Ash? Nameless murmured hesitantly, and the answer came from another place. Theoretically, yes. The real Ash, who had been lying down, was breathing heavily as he got up. With trembling hands, Ash put a cigarette in his mouth, but his lips just quivered without lighting it, and he forced a smile. From the start, the person you know is just a personality overlaid on me, copied from the outside world. If you can overlay the personality preserved in that Nightmare Slayer onto me, the principle is the same. That person can come back. They left an escape route like this. The real Ash, who was laughing as if it was absurd, brushed back his blood-clotted bangs. But how do you plan to access the equipment, extract that personality, and overlay it on me? I don't have the mental strength left to perform such a difficult task now. And Ada, that damn guy, even if he were here, he wouldn't be much help, but he's not even around. As Duskbringer hesitated, she exhaled a breath and then, as if having made up her mind, placed her hand over her chest with a determined expression. I will pass my heart and blood to you. At the moment of inheritance, the previous and future heir's mental worlds are connected. When the two mental worlds are connected, if we use this Nightmare Slayer as a magical bridge, I can search for that personality instead. The real Ash, who had been listening quietly, spat his cigarette onto the floor and showed a hollow smile. Hey, Duchess, you know why he didn't inherit from you, and instead stole the Black Dragon's blood to forcibly gain its power, right? It was to save you. The dragon blood of the Duchess of Bringer is a solitary inheritance. At the moment of passing the heart, blood, power, and rights to the next generation, the previous Duchess of Bringer dies. They have no choice but to die. When Ash learned this law of dragon blood inheritance from Duskbringer, he gave up inheriting the red dragon's blood. Instead, he devised a plan to forcibly use the black dragon's blood. Ash had cheerfully said, "Wouldn't it be stronger if we had two dragons on our side? So let's go this way." But Duskbringer knew well. Sacrificing her was never an option for him from the start. That's why he chose this difficult path, and that's why they were in this messed up situation now. To inherit the Bringer Duchy, one condition is necessary. Duskbringer took a deep breath and then spoke the words she had heard from the previous Duchess of Bringer, a strong heart that will not give up living as a human. In the 120 years I've lived, I've never seen anyone who fits this condition more than Ash. Nameless, who had been listening, also nodded silently. Nameless's reason for feeding Ash the dragon heart of the Black Dragon Legion without hesitation was similar. A dragon heart can elevate the one who consumes it, but it can also corrupt them. Usually, they become living corpses, devoured by the karma tied to that blood. But Ash possessed an unbelievably strong mental strength. That's why they trusted and administered it, and he was able to maintain himself even after taking the dragon heart of the Black Dragon Legion. Dusk Bringer raised her voice. Therefore, as the Duchess of Bringer, I want to make this child my successor. No, it has to be this child. In the end, it was just another way of declaring suicide. However, Duskbringer's face had the nobility of a queen responsible for a nation. So, the real Ash decided to stop arguing. He knew well from their long relationship over many cycles. Once the dragon lady made up her mind, no one could stop her. The inside of this equipment is probably purgatory. It's a closed world completely isolated in time and space from the outside, designed to imprison the replicated personality. The real Ash drew the ritual longsword and then combined it with the scabbard. The nightmare slayer, which had turned into a staff, scattered an ominous and eerie light. And it's made from the magic core of White Knight. No one knows what kind of nightmare awaits inside. Even if you connect safely, you don't know where the replicated personality is stored. You'll have to search for it. And since you're not the original personality, but a complete stranger, you won't have any clues. It will be very difficult. You might wander around in there for a very long time. It doesn't matter. Duskbringer took a breath and declared, if I can bring this child back, if she could feel that warmth again, if she could meet that child once more, if she could bring him back to this world, he really is loved. That guy. The real Ash laughed quietly and placed one end of the staff on his heart. Duskbringer placed the other end on her chest. Little Dusk. Nameless hesitated beside Duskbringer, not knowing what to say. Duskbringer looked at Nameless. Sister Nameless. Yes, thank you. Duskbringer covered her mouth and giggled like a teenage girl. It's been a long time since I called someone sister. I was happy while I was with you. Truly, Nameless's expression slowly brightened. Me too. Little Dusk. As if there was no darkness around them, she smiled brightly. It was the first time I called someone sister in my life. I was happy while I was with you. After exchanging smiles, Duskbringer looked at the real Ash. All right, let's start. I don't have the energy to say much, so I'll keep it simple, Duchess. Go ahead. Facing the Ash, who was unknown to her, Duskbringer gestured. Then the real Ash slightly bowed his head. Have a good journey, he said. Duskbringer was momentarily surprised. You too. She bowed her head silently in response. Both took a deep breath simultaneously, and in the next moment, Ash and Duskbringer gritted their teeth and stepped forward thud. The staff pierced both of their hearts simultaneously. Duskbringer slowly opened her amber eyes. Whoosh! It was a world covered in snowstorms, a pure white, frozen world. Everything in sight was covered in snow and ice, with mountains of frost and hail clinging to the sky. Under the dark, gloomy sky, there was only biting cold on the glacial land. The kingdom of nightmares established inside the nightmare slayer light and shadow. Somewhere in this world. Her long hair fluttered wildly in the blowing frost wind, clenching her teeth against the cold. Duskbringer gripped her rapidly freezing shoulders with her fingers and took a step forward. If you're here. Each step on the piled ice felt like being burned, but Duskbringer did not stop walking. Breathing out white puffs of frosty air, Duskbringer declared, wait for me, I will find you. Thus, Duskbringer began to wander in this frozen nightmare, severed from time and space of the real world. The world trapped in endless winter seemed infinitely vast. Perhaps it was endlessly expanding. But Duskbringer did not give up. She traversed this frozen world, crossing mountains and deserts, exploring every valley and cave. Years, decades, centuries, perhaps millennia, Duskbringer wandered endlessly, to find the campfire of that child flickering somewhere in this frozen world. No cold, no pain, no loneliness could compare to her will to protect that child's warmth. Duskbringer walked ceaselessly without giving up for a moment. At the end of this endless trial, finally, Duskbringer found it. Is that? On the white frozen sea, there stood a fortress made of solid ice. Duskbringer instinctively knew that this was the place she had been searching for. She staggered towards the ice fortress. Creak boom, pushing open the firmly closed giant ice gate and entering the fortress. Inside the fortress was a large mound covered in white snow, a burial mound. And sitting atop the mound was a lone shadow, wearing a robe with wide sleeves and a ceremonial crown adorned with small beads. His face was covered by a large talisman attached to the crown. It was a shadow that closely resembled White Knight. The shadow clicked its tongue and glared at Duskbringer. You finally made it. How tiresome. Duskbringer moved her frozen lips and spoke in a hoarse voice from her parched throat. So, you must be the master of the nightmare, residing within the nightmare slayer. White Knight. It's you. White Knight's shadow didn't bother to respond and tapped the snow-covered mound with his fingertips. The personality sleeping here is mine. I will devour this personality, take over its body, and be reborn as a new White Knight. So don't interfere, half-dragon. The truly tiresome one is you, undead. With stiff, frozen fingers, Duskbringer managed to clench her fist and slowly prepared for battle. Step aside. That child is too beautiful for something as vile as you to touch. White Knight's shadow laughed out loud. Aren't you equally vile? Half-dragon. You're right, I'm also vile. Duskbringer smiled bitterly. But no matter how rotten and decayed my body is, it can still serve as fuel to keep that child's fire burning. White Knight's shadow said no more. Instead, she spread her arms wide, aiming Duskbringer at this ice fortress she controlled, and the entire frozen world. The entire fortress trembled as the ice walls soared into the sky, and from all the ground and all the sky, ice spears and frost spikes poured down like a snowstorm. In the midst of the rushing winter, Duskbringer did not retreat and kicked off the ground. And then, a faint warmth, it wrapped around my frozen body. A small, feeble, but unmistakable warmth caressed my forehead. I slowly opened my eyes. I saw a cloudy sky with snowflakes falling. I realized that my body was lying in a transparent ice coffin, that the coffin was buried in a white grave, and its lid was wide open. That someone had dug up the grave with bloody bare hands, broken the coffin, pulled me out from within, and was holding me. Just a moment, with a cautious touch, as if caressing a camellia flower met on a snowy mountain. Someone was gently tracing my face, whispering with a voice choked with tears. Just a little while. Let me hold you like this. I slowly reached out my arms and embraced her frozen body. As the frost melted from Duskbringer's closed eyelashes, it turned into transparent droplets that flowed down. Reunited in the ice-covered nightmare by a miracle, we held each other for a long time. It was winter. It was warm. Chapter 689. The last memory I had was the moment my chest was pierced for the second time by Nightbringer. Duskbringer calmly explained what had happened after that. With her support, I stood up and looked around blankly. So, you came all the way here to find me yourself, a world within the ice, inside the light and shadow section of Nightmare Slayer, the taxidermied repository. Did she come all the way here to find me? Only you. Duskbringer extended her cold fingertips to gently caress my forehead. You are the only one who can bring light back to this world, the only one I can entrust my flame to for that purpose. I carefully spoke after a moment of silence. Your Grace, I am not the Ash you cherished. That Ash is already dead. I am just a backup, a clone preserving Ash's memories. A self-deprecating laugh escaped me. Since Ash was a clone to begin with, I am a clone of a clone, an imitation of an imitation, a replica of a replica. I am nothing but a fake among fakes. How could someone like me? It's okay. My trembling voice stopped at Duskbringer's resolute words. She smiled with her lips that were frozen white. Because it's still you. Because it's still your life. Slowly, she extended both hands to hold mine. And your life is beautiful, she spoke sincerely. I was at a loss for words and bit my lip. Ash, you have the strongest heart in this world. The courage not to hate. I blinked at the unfamiliar expression. The courage not to hate. Yes, the ability to embrace others instead of harboring hatred and anger, to accept a divided world and soothe others' wounds. True strength, benevolence. As long as you have that benevolence, no matter how many times you are cloned, you are still you. Duskbringer continued speaking to me, who stood dazed. My mother, Daybringer, said I had that courage too. That's why she trusted me and passed the throne to me. But as I got swept away by the world's storms, that courage inside me withered away. During my reign, my country became soaked in blood and ash. I killed many, hated many, and was hated in return. A bitter light shone on Duskbringer's face. I never lived as my mother had hoped. I survived as just another common, cowardly, shameless king. Her grip on my hands tightened. Then I met you, someone who never let go of the courage I had lost. It's easy to fight and kill your opponents. Conversely, it's difficult to communicate and understand. But even while you struggled, you willingly chose the hard and exhausting path. That's why your journey was great. I had just staggered along, stumbling and crawling to reach this place. losing and losing again, and now the world was on the brink of destruction. I had been repeatedly defeated and fallen, and if you hadn't come, I would have been frozen here forever. Believe in me, Ash. This is the word of someone who once shared your dream, but eventually gave up in the face of harsh reality. Why do you look at me so preciously, as if I am the last remaining candle in this world? You can bring light to this world. Dusk Bringer slowly let go of my hands and brought her hands together in front of her chest, then took out a flickering red flame from inside. After silently gazing at the flame for a while, Dusk Bringer slowly extended her hands forward. Will you accept it? As I hesitated, Dusk Bringer's voice trembled. I know, this flame is not pure. I couldn't uphold the nobility that my predecessors protected. Her cheeks flushed red. This flame bears my flaws. The noble will of my ancestors was stained, corrupted, and became ugly because of my shortcomings. But this is all I can give you, sincerely. She was ashamed, as if thinking that her tainted life had contaminated the pure flame passed down from her ancestors. Is the flame too ugly for you to accept it? Dusk Bringer's gaze, voice, and the flame in her hand all trembled weakly. In the silence, I slowly opened my mouth. It's okay if it's ugly, Your Grace. I smiled warmly at her wide eyes. Living a life where you inevitably hate someone, sometimes causing harm and being harmed, getting covered in soot as you go. We call that an ordinary life. Where in this world could you find perfect goodness, like my banner, stained with blood and ash as I crossed the battlefield, suppressing inevitable hatred, anger, resentment, and enmity, yet still struggling to live as a normal person rather than a monster? Those soiled days are the great battles everyone in this world fights every day. Sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes we hurt others. We leave blemishes in moments of error, and scars remain as flaws. Looking back, you might find only wounds and soot all over your body. But it's okay, because in the end, your grace never forgot what was important, because you remained a person. Even while living in the mire of governance, you were always looking at the stars. I won't forgive your mistakes. I won't pretend your blemishes don't exist, but I will embrace your ugliness. I slowly pulled Dusk Bringer's small shoulders into a hug once more. Tears fell from her amber eyes as she was held in my arms. I whispered sincerely into her ear, "Thank you, Your Grace, for coming to save me, for telling me my life has value. Ash, now I will inherit everything, your ugliness, your wounds, your karma, and your regrets." What made me hesitate wasn't the ugliness of her life. It was knowing that the moment I accepted it, I would have to say goodbye to her. But if I truly cared for this person, I had to accept it, her will, and our farewell. Shah. The flame in her hand slowly began to be absorbed into my chest. As she carefully pushed the flame into me with her small hands, Dusk Bringer whispered, "People call things they don't understand or fear a dragon. Now you will be beyond their understanding, revered and pointed at. That's the fate of a dragon." But love. Ash. Tears continuously streamed down Dusk Bringer's cheeks as she tried to smile. "I'll give you all the love I received from my ancestors and all the love I have left. So please, love, I will love." I smiled warmly. "Just as you did. Your Grace." The flame completely transferred into my chest. My successor. Dusk Bringer's body rapidly lost strength. I held her tighter to prevent her from collapsing. My flame, my will, my name to be inherited, my child. And the name passed down through generations. That repeated and continued name she gave to me. Dawn Bringer. At the moment I heard that name, the flame transferred to my chest surged with heat, starting to melt the frozen world around us. As the ice and snow melted away, the land, blackened with soot, was revealed. I instinctively realized that this soot-covered world belonged to Dusk Bringer, and also in the center of this burnt, blackened world stretching to the horizon, I discovered a small hill covered with green grass and wildflowers that she had carefully protected and nurtured. It was where I stood. All the ugliness, hatred, and corruption that cast shadows on her heart, the very small hope she ultimately preserved, that was me. When dusk falls, night descends. I slowly laid her down on the ground as she gradually collapsed. Lying neatly on the wildflowers, Dusk Bringer faintly smiled. And after the long, long night, dawn will surely come. So, Dawn Bringer, bring the sunlight back to your world. You can do it, I whispered, holding back tears. Your Grace's tomorrow will surely be bright. Just because yesterday was ugly doesn't mean tomorrow has to be. As she said, After dusk falls, after the night passes, surely dawn will come again. Yes, I've already found such a brilliant tomorrow. With a weak hand, she touched my cheek once more, and with eyes whose light had faded, she smiled brightly. According to the legend my mother told me, red dragons at the end of their life gather at the shores of the world's end, to wait for the last sunrise together. So, this isn't goodbye. We can meet again on that final morning. Dusk Bringer's breathing suddenly ceased. She tried to smile at me until the very end. See you again. She couldn't finish her sentence. I gently took her hand that fell to the ground, slowly lowered it, and then carefully closed her amber eyes, still filled with tears. I quietly kissed her fair and serene forehead. See you again. Your Grace. No, I corrected myself immediately. The title of the one who passed her blood and will to me like this. Mother, facing her deeply sleeping face, I whispered with all the affection I could muster. We will meet again, for sure. After saying goodbye, I slowly stood up, roughly wiping my eyes with the back of my hand and pushing down the sobs that threatened to burst forth. I turned around, her world, blackened and full of soot, the long path paved with flames. Just as she had marched through the frozen world to find me, I too walked the long path she had lived with a willing heart. At the end of a long, distant road, the world had changed. Standing at the boundary between worlds, I looked around. This place. It was an endless desert filled with white ash. Everything that once was had burned and burned again, turning into white ash and scattering in the wind. In this dying desert of ash, where only the sound of sand remained. Hey, friend, a voice called out. Need some help? Turning around, there was a man sitting there. Due to the shimmering heat haze, he looked like a sand pillar leaning against what seemed to be a sand temple. Strangely, even in this mental world, the man couldn't maintain his original form. His entire body was like shattered pottery, with pieces missing, revealing the empty space inside. Like the desert, his body was shedding white ash. With a face cracked and full of holes, bearing an inexplicable, relaxed smile, he gazed intently at me. You seem to be the one needing help. I let out a hollow laugh and called out to him, Born hater. The man, the real Ash, chuckled. Let's just say we both need each other. With a groan, the real Ash stood up. As he brushed off his body lightly, fine white ash scattered from his broken body like sand. The real Ash pointed to his broken self with an awkward smile. Even in this state, I think I can still be of help to you. I quietly looked at him. All I have are fragmented memories of strategies and battle experiences. But isn't that better than nothing? What do you say? The real Ash extended his hand to me. The fake, his hand, broken and crumbling, trembled with every dry gust of wind that swept through the desert. To save the world, how about we join forces, Dawn Bringer? I let out a low sigh. Reaching out, I grasped his hand. When have we not? Our clasped hands moved up and down heavily. In the next moment, the world of white ash and the world of black soot began to shake violently, mixing together. Chapter 690 present, South Field of Crossroad, under Night Bringer's feet. Lucas, having heard that I am now a mix of the fake Ash and the real Ash, of Prince and Lord, hesitated, unsure of how to react. Maybe it was the side effect of beastification and using the cursed sword, but his expression was off. While he seemed glad that I had returned, with his mouth twitching, I couldn't tell if he was smiling or crying. Well, for now, my main persona is the Lord. Currently, the fake Ash was in control, with the real Ash occasionally helping out. Yet, seeing Lucas made me constantly want to hit, kick, and torment him, suggesting that the real Ash's temperament was seeping through. Real Ash's character, what a piece of work. I'm sorry, Lord. Lucas bowed his head to me. Even though you instructed us not to in the end, we resorted to the darkness, beastification, cursed sword, dragon slayer, nightmare slayer, gold magic, secret arts. I still observed the heroes fighting desperately and fiercely in various parts of Nightbringer's body. It couldn't be helped. To defeat the monster's body, that was the only way. I too had made reckless choices, so I wasn't in a position to blame others. But with darkness, we couldn't bring it down. It was a wrong choice. Lucas knelt before me, his voice choked with regret. We have already immersed ourselves in darkness. Lord, abandon us. And you, Lord, walk the right path. The correct way to defeat that wicked dragon lies only at the end. So, watching his shoulders tremble slightly, I couldn't hold back my impulse any longer and kicked him squarely in the butt. Wham! Lucas. jumping up in surprise, looked at me with an utterly wronged expression. Tears welled up in his eyes, like a bear on the verge of crying. He looked like he would start wailing soon. Forgive me. It wasn't me. It was the real Ash's doing. Before he could spout any nonsense, I spoke first. Hey, bodyguard, what did I tell you before? Yes. If I forget, you lead me. Speaking of old times, Lucas's blue eyes widened. No matter what I become, no matter what you become, our task is fixed. Even if I forget, you must not. Answer me, Lucas. What is your duty? Lowering his head slowly, Lucas replied slowly but firmly. To stand before you, Lord, and pave the way for you. Correct, bodyguard. Who else would I make my vanguard but you, you damn loyal knight? I will defeat that wretched dragon, and for that I need you, and everyone else. Lucas, but I, and all of the special forces, have already been tainted by darkness. We can no longer harm that monster. We are finished. We are of no use anymore. No, I grinned slightly. If you're tainted by darkness, there's still a way for you to help me, so don't give up just yet. Lucas looked confused. But isn't it obvious? Just because you take a few steps into darkness, does it mean your life is over? Do you think the game ends with a bad ending? It doesn't. Life continues. The fight goes on. As long as we intend to keep going. I looked up at the sky. Lucas followed my gaze. In the dark sky, veiled and undulating, there wasn't a single star to be seen. Only vast, bleak darkness. Operation name, night closing. I mentioned the name of the counter-offensive operation with a faint smile. Let's close this damn night together. Lucas, leaving Lucas, who looked at me blankly behind, I walked towards Nightbringer's front. I'll play with that dragon for a while, so gather all the special forces. Looking back briefly, I gestured with my chin. Let's have an epic showdown. Step, step, step. As I headed towards Nightbringer's front, the evil dragon frowned, looking down at me in disbelief. Player, seeing you so often is getting tiresome. Don't you think, Nightbringer? I smirked. Honestly, I was tired, exhausted, and worn out, constantly feeling my mood sinking. Yet, the real Ash inside me kept bouncing my words up. It felt strange. Having already lost to me twice, you still can't acknowledge your limits and challenge me again. At this point, pathetic doesn't even begin to describe it. Nightbringer's gaze at me no longer held any curiosity for something intriguing. Instead, it was filled with boredom, like looking at something cumbersome and annoying. It's different this time. But it didn't matter how you saw me. I was persistent and ugly, messy and vicious. I would do whatever it took to keep the game going. I'll show you. The completely changed me. Though I wanted to be serious, the real Ash inside me couldn't resist cracking jokes. Let me introduce myself properly again. Standing squarely before Nightbringer, I performed a formal imperial salute. My name is Ash, born Hater Everblack. Then, in the style of the Bringer Duchy, at the same time, I'm Dawnbringer. As I declared my dragon name, Nightbringer's brow furrowed. Whether he liked it or not, I continued my introduction. Crown Prince of the Everblack Empire, Dragonblood Duke of the Bringer Duchy, Lord of the Fortress City Crossroad, Commander of the World Guardian Front. I then spouted random titles. Owner of Hotel Crossroad, future son-in-law of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, godfather to Sid, Autumn Festival Dance Contest winner, dungeon training camp instructor, former playboy of the Imperial Capital, stolen saved data, Ironman of Hell. Throwing nonsense around, I slowly added a new, previously unheard title, and also the legitimate descendant of the Red Dragon. Grinning, baring my teeth, I stared at the monster, the bastard who stole the Black Dragon's blood. Finally, I finished my introduction. The current guardian of humanity. That's right, currently. I had three overlapping statuses as a transcendent being. Red Dragon, Black Dragon, and the guardian of the human race. With the world on the brink of destruction, all humanity had begun to pray for salvation, fervently desiring a savior more than ever. Ironically, facing destruction granted me the strongest authority as the guardian of the race. As each day brought the end closer, my power increased exponentially, making me incomparable to my previous state. Ha! Nightbringer, having listened to my list of titles and the armband on my shoulder, clicked his tongue. Excessive, monstrous, narrowing his eyes. Nightbringer stared at me, as if multiple invisible crowns were stacked on my head. How many crowns? How many burdens are you going to place upon yourself? I need this many to match your level. If the gap had been insurmountable before, Now it was close enough for us to see each other's faces. So, do you think I've caught up to your esteemed level, world closer? As I smirked, a flash of displeasure crossed Nightbringer's face. Biting my lower lip, I raised one corner of my mouth. God, dragon, human, real or fake, dawn bringer or born hater, it doesn't matter. I was a ragtag, a melting pot, shattered pieces. If I could bring morning back to this world, I'd recklessly swallow and use whatever I could. At that moment, I saw a beast coming out of the sea. Nightbringer recited quietly. It had 10 horns and 7 heads. On its horns were 10 crowns, and on its heads were blasphemous names. Then Nightbringer looked at me intently, as if I were the monster with 7 heads and 10 crowns. Now, it's hard to tell which of us is the monster. I am human, I replied without a moment's hesitation. Here on the front lanes, I define what it means to be human. And what is that definition? Humans are, this time. I gazed intently at Nightbringer, one who tries to talk and understand the other. Even if, in the end, all we can do is draw our swords and kill each other, I want to first talk and understand. So on this front line, no matter what crown I wear, no matter what blood flows in my veins, I am human. I gestured toward him with my chin. What about you? Black Dragon? Ha, Nightbringer scoffed. There is no conversation to be had with you. Aren't we talking right now? This is not a conversation. It's just a pastime, playing with something less than ants. The next moment, Nightbringer's eyes blazed with a terrifying golden light. You have already been defeated by me, player. No matter how many times you challenge me, no matter how many hastily made crowns you pile on your head, the gap between you and me will never close. Therefore, any conversation with you, any new challenge from you, is utterly and perpetually futile. I smiled bitterly. He was right. Actually, the only way to defeat Nightbringer was the first battle, the raid inside the Lake Kingdom. To take him down underground before he landed in the world and absorbed the night. Real Ash. In past cycles where he succeeded in slaying the Black Dragon, almost always defeated him at this time. Failing then made the chances afterward almost negligible. Having lost that raid, it was effectively over from that point. Once Nightbringer safely ascended into the world, he absorbed the night, became the night itself, broke all norms, and flew beyond the reach of any strategy. If this were a game, I would have given up and moved to the next cycle. But this was reality, the final battleground. There was no next cycle. So recklessly, dirtily, shamelessly, I clung on, fighting to keep the game going by any means necessary, for any possible variable. I just scattered as many possibilities as I could, doing my best. I'll carve it into your body and soul again. No matter how many times you die and rise again, in the end, you and your world are nothing but embers under my night. I will make you realize this while you wail. Flash. From Nightbringer's eyes burst an unbearably bright golden light, and the surrounding darkness began to distort and swirl, forged night, and at an overwhelming output never seen before, I watched as Nightbringer loaded a fatal blow powerful enough to shatter the world. Thump, thump, thump. Then, the ground started to shake. Was the earth trembling in fear before the overwhelming might of the monster trying to annihilate the world? Thump, 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 thump. No, no, this had a more direct cause. Nightbringer, who was charging Forged Night, flinched and looked behind himself toward the south. What? Thump, 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 thump. Like a drumbeat, the earth roared. The epicenter rapidly moved north from the distant south, making the entire ground tremble violently. Yes, this sound. It was the same sound that had been echoing continuously from underground in the Lake Kingdom for days. A sound that scraped the surface, heralding the approach of the end of the world. The identity of this sound was, could it be this tremor is? Alarmed by the massive impending earthquake, Nightbringer turned his massive body fully toward the south. And then, boom, like lightning, the ground split from the south, carving a long furrow and shot dirt and rocks skyward. Crash! A massive serpent, shimmering with silvery grey scales, erupted from the ground, swimming through the earth. The continent crosser, the civilization devourer, the world serpent. The colossal monster Crossroad faced in Stage 9. Its name was Yermangander. Nightbringer, instead of me, uttered the name with a bewildered groan. Riding atop the giant white serpent's horned head, holding a flute, was a clown with a smiling mask. The Pied Piper. Crown, a prince of the Lake Kingdom who could communicate with and control monsters with his flute. Phew! Crown slowly removed the flute from his lips, glanced at me, and nodded. I did what you asked, so I hope you'll keep your promise. Crown's last words were cut off. The brown-haired boy, or rather, the young man now, who was sitting behind Crown, waved his arms at me and shouted, "Your Highness!" With large brown eyes brimming with tears, Damien shouted at me, "I believed in you. I knew you would return safely. Your Highness!" A smile spread across my lips. "I believed in you too, my trigger, that you would return safely to my frontline." The possibilities I had recklessly scattered were now turning into cards in my hand, one by one, whether this hand was a dud or a royal straight flush. There was only one thing I could do anyway. All in. Watching Yermangander's massive body surge towards Nightbringer, I murmured softly, "Well then, shall we begin?" Finally, it was time for the counterattack. Chapter 691, a few days ago. When Crown first heard Ash request to wake Yermangander, and when he heard the request to have Yermangander join this battle, Crown thought, is he insane? No, of course, he knew the guy was crazy, but this was an utterly mad demand. As Ash said, among the remaining monsters in the Lake Kingdom, the only one that could match Nightbringer was Yermangander. But how could he wake that mythical worm, as Crown called it, injured and sleeping underground? Even if he did wake it, how could he get it to fight? He owes a debt to our monster front. Ash said this calmly. Especially to Damien. He saved him when he was dying, healed him, and sent him back. Do you think a monster repays favors? Well, that snake friend did say, "I won't forget," with his own mouth. It would be nice if he repaid us when we need it. Debts aren't usually repaid at the time you want. Even if Crown played the flute to wake the sleeping Yermangander, the likelihood was higher that he had forgotten such a trivial debt. Monster thinking was very different from humans, and beings from the mythical age were even more so. They didn't regard favors as favors or grudges as grudges, and such small matters would likely be forgotten. Worse, it could wake, and driven by instinct, continue its northern journey, destroying Crossroad. We're betting on the possibility. But Ash was unwavering. Yermangander is neither a good nor an evil being. It's closer to a natural phenomenon. Hence, it's a gamble worth taking. Even if it just becomes a variable, that would be good. In the end, Crown surrendered. I'll try, but don't expect too much. I have high expectations. Crown. Ash laughed mischievously and patted Crown's back. Crown flinched and shrugged his shoulders. It was annoying how he suddenly acted friendly, desperately grasping at anything when cornered. Crown mocked Ash as he headed deep into the Lake Kingdom, but soon his expression hardened. Clinging to false hope, desperately trying to grab even a straw, he was the same, wanting to protect his sister from unavoidable corruption, dreaming such an unattainable dream. He was the same. Crown sighed, gripped the flute, and headed towards the deepest burrow where Yermangander slept. It wasn't far from the underworld village. All right, let's give it a shot. The end of the world was already near, and waking the coiled snake with the sound of a flute and making it dance was, after all, what clowns always did. Crown then continuously played the flute for several days to wake Yermangander. Yermangander writhed in pain. Every time it did, the whole underground trembled. But due to the serious injuries, it took time to wake up. Crown didn't give up and kept trying to wake the world serpent, while Ash's expedition failed. While Ash fell to the underworld village and became a dragon with black dragon's blood. During the second confrontation where he lost again, Crown struggled to wake the mythical monster. And then, rumble, finally, it opened its eyes. The entire Lake Kingdom shook as the world serpent lifted its massive head from the underground burrow. Woken by a human's flute instead of the laws of nature, Yermangander looked particularly displeased. The serpent glared at Crown with half-open, yellow eyes filled with murderous intent. Hiss! With a chilling hiss and hot breath, Yermangander pushed Crown back, but Crown remained unfazed. The end of the human world has come. At this point, it had been 48 hours since Nightbringer landed in the human world. The destruction of Crossroad was obvious. Still, Crown had done everything he was asked to do. World Serpent, they say you owe the human world, and that sniper. Yermangander's eyes grew colder as its long tongue flicked. Crown continued. At this rate, that sniper will die too. Crown didn't expect his words to work at all. Yermangander squeezed its half-open eyes shut, then eventually opened them completely. And then, rumble, rumble, it raised its body and began to climb up the cliff. What the? The one who was surprised was Crown. Is this actually working? 12 hours later, southwest of Crossroad, observation tower. Damn! Holding a broken pistol under his chin, Damien was preparing to commit suicide. The last head of Nightbringer's auxiliary heads opened its massive mouth and approached Damien. Damien preferred a clean death over being mocked by the monster. Boom, 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 boom. Rumble, the ground trembled, and it sounded like the world was collapsing. Damien tightened his grip on the trigger. Tears flowed down his closed eyes. Ban, I can finally be with you, at that moment. Don't forget our promise. An unforgettable girl's voice echoed in Damien's mind. We promised to explore this whole outer world, to see this vast world with our eyes, to the end of the world, together. Remembering the promise, Damien's trembling stopped. Then, it's an order, my trigger. The voice of the man he followed, the command he heard during their first battle, brushed past his ears. Blow off that damn monster's face. Damien opened his tightly shut eyes wide. A white flash flickered in his large brown eyes. A sob mixed with a groan escaped his clenched teeth. It wasn't because of someone's request. It wasn't because of someone's command. By my own will, he decided for himself, to fly toward the target he set in his life. I will live, so, until the very end. Just keep fighting without giving up. Click. Damien pointed the muzzle, which he had aimed at his chin. Forward, now the dragon's mouth was right in front of him. Ah! As Damien screamed and fired the last bullet of Cerberus. Boom! The ground in front of him rose. Yermangander's massive mouth, breaking through the ground, swallowed the auxiliary head of Nightbringer whole. The world serpent shot up to the height where the observation tower had stood, its silver-grey scales gleaming. What? Damien blinked his eyes blankly, hit by the pouring soil and sand. He couldn't understand the situation. He didn't know why the monster he had met years ago had reappeared here. As Damien stood with his mouth slightly open in confusion, a pleasingly low-toned voice reached his ears. Are you alive, sniper? The clown who jumped off Yermangander's body, Crown dusted off the dirt from his body and said abruptly, He says he's here to repay a debt. What? What? The world serpent says he's here to repay a debt to you. As Damien looked up in bewilderment, Yermangander, who had swallowed the auxiliary head, flicked its long tongue. Was it an illusion that the giant serpent's yellow eyes seemed to be smiling gently? Well, I'm really grateful, but I don't think you owe me anything. If a snake comes to repay a favor, you should accept it quietly. If you refuse, you might earn a grudge. Yikes! Thank you, really, thank you. As Damien bowed repeatedly, Yermangander made a satisfied hissing sound and headed towards the fallen observation tower. In the wreckage of the observation tower lay the other auxiliary heads of Nightbringer. These heads were not severely injured, except for the damaged connection points due to Damien's sniping, and even those were self-repairing. In other words, gulp, 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 they were all fresh, making for good food for Yermangander. After swallowing 6 auxiliary heads of Nightbringer in a row, Yermangander flicked its tongue. It swayed its huge body left and right, seemingly digesting, but it also looked like it was dancing strangely. I nearly died trying to follow at that crazy speed heading north. Crown sat down next to Damien, who still couldn't believe he was alive. With this, our debt from the first meeting is settled. Sniper, what? Damien stammered in confusion. Debt, but you've never owed me anything. You didn't shoot, Crown replied bluntly. When we first met on the battlefield, you saw me as a person and didn't shoot. That was a debt too. Damien blinked in confusion. He didn't understand why that was considered a debt. For saying that, didn't we fight to the death several times afterward? Anyway, he was a hard person to understand. Crown glanced at Damien through his mask. Have you still never killed a person, still non-lethal? I've never killed an enemy person, but I've shot comrades to ease their suffering. Even during the Imperial capital offensive, which determined the Empire's fate, Damien never killed a human opponent, though he subdued them. He had shot Jackal in the head to ease his suffering after being captured by the Fallen Knights, and during the King of Flies battle and the recent Nightbringer battle, he had taken the lives of severely injured comrades to ease their pain. A bitter smile spread across Damien's lips. I couldn't shoot people because I was a weak coward. It wasn't because of some grand non-lethal belief. I see. Crown looked into Damien's clear eyes. Your eyes are still pure. It's hard to believe you've been in this hell for 3 years. Excuse me. As long as your heart remains pure, your eyes will continue to shine. What do you mean? Well, it means good things come to those who live kindly, like snakes bursting out of the ground and eating dragon heads. Crown, making an uncharacteristically light-hearted remark, looked ahead. It seems he's almost done eating. Thanks to absorbing the auxiliary heads of Nightbringer, Yermangander's nerve protrusions, which had been damaged 2 years ago, were now starting to regenerate almost instantly. They were nearly growing into huge horns. Crown approached Yermangander, communicated with it through his flute, and scratched the back of his head. He says he rushed to save you, but now he needs to digest the heads he swallowed, so he'll be slower. Nightbringer is a step ahead of us. Yermangander slowly lowered its body. Crown, who had climbed up first, extended his hand. But it's better to digest the heads fully and then face Nightbringer. You need to recover too while we head north. What are you doing? Not getting on? Oh, no, I'll get on. Just a moment. After hastily gathering the fallen guns, Damien took Crown's hand and climbed onto Yermangander. Rumble, Yermangander resumed heading north with its 2 passengers, watching the forest. Shrouded in darkness, speed by on either side, Damien cautiously pinched his cheek. Facing the strongest and worst monster, Nightbringer, the front lines were merging and splitting chaotically, with Yermangander and the flute player. Maybe. Really, Damien gulped. There might still be a chance of winning. It's not over until it's over. Gathering his nearly shattered but recovered resolve, Damien gazed northward. The final battlefield was approaching, present. Ah, you crazy snake! Damien and Crown screamed simultaneously as they jumped off Yermangander's back. Crown wanted to curse. You damn snake. Wait until we get off before charging. But there was no time. Thud, a dull impact sounded, boom, followed by a terrifying explosion. The entire ground shattered and soared into the air. Yermangander had charged full speed and rammed its massive body into Nightbringer. Yermangander, how dare you? Heading north. Yermangander's yellow eyes gleamed as it coiled around Nightbringer's body. You're in the way. Dragon! The dragon and the snake roared at each other, vomiting night and earthquakes. With a deafening noise that seemed to tear their ears apart, the ground split, and the surrounding mountain ranges began to collapse. The battle of the mythical age was being reenacted here once more. Chapter 692. There's no way to defeat Nightbringer in his current state, no matter how hard we try. Watching the terrifying battle between Nightbringer and Yermangander from a not-so-distant place, I turned around and spoke. He's fused with the night of this world. No matter how much damage we inflict, he'll just regenerate by merging with the night. He's practically invincible. Yermangander might hold him off for a while, but even Yermangander can't defeat Nightbringer, my listener stammered as he asked. Then, can't we defeat that evil dragon? Is the world doomed? If things continue like this. Yes, I smiled faintly. That's why we need to change the premise. Pardon, Nightbringer is invincible because he's fused with the world's night. So, in other words, I revealed the last strategy this world and I had prepared. We just need to separate him from the night. Separate him from the night. How on earth do we do that? I turned around. Let's think simply. So Macmillan, fundamentally, the person talking with me was Colonel Macmillan. Sent by the Emperor, he had come to confirm my survival and discuss the upcoming operations. In this world, what originally dispels the night? Macmillan looked blank for a moment at my question. It had been so long since he last saw it that it was difficult for him to recall. After pondering for a moment, Macmillan finally answered, The sun. Correct. But the sun is. Macmillan raised his head reluctantly, and I looked up with him. We both gazed at the sky. It's obscured by that dark shroud right now. The dark shroud that covered the sky of the entire world. The sinister and gloomy veil that Nightbringer had meticulously prepared over the past 500 years in the darkness beneath that lake, completely occupying the vast sky. It blocked out the sunlight and cast darkness and snowstorms upon the world. Yes, so we'll tear through that darkness. Excuse me, Macmillan, stammering as if he didn't understand, asked again. I repeated myself. We're going to split the sky, Sir Macmillan. We'll cut through that dark shroud, letting sunlight flood the world, drive away the night, weaken Nightbringer's power, and then defeat him. In simple terms, that's my plan. So the opposite is true. We don't defeat Nightbringer to reclaim the day. We reclaim the day to defeat Nightbringer. Macmillan, who had been listening blankly, urgently waved his hand and stepped closer to me. Your Highness, with all due respect, We did attempt to tear through the dark shroud when it first covered the sky. We took the air fleet to the highest possible altitude to observe and attack the shroud, but the results were disastrous. I knew that. I had received that report as well. That shroud isn't just ordinary darkness. Simply approaching it caused all the crew members to suffer from mental contamination, and our bombardment didn't affect it at all. Macmillan calmly voiced his objections. Furthermore, analysis suggests that the shroud is layered dozens, if not hundreds of times, like it's alive, trying to devour anything that comes close with grotesque tendrils and claws. That dark shroud is as horrifying and sinister as Nightbringer himself. How do you propose to cut through it? After listening carefully to his well-organized objections, I nodded. Honestly, I didn't originally intend to carry out this plan. With the means we had, there was no way to cut through the dark shroud, so I had only conceptualized it as a last resort, never seriously intending to use it. But the situation has changed. The situation has changed. Look over there. I pointed to a slightly distant southern sky. Do you see it? What do you mean? At that moment, Sparkle, in the far-off high sky where I pointed, something glimmered. Macmillan hastily took out binoculars from his pocket and observed that point. Then he slightly opened his mouth. Could it be? Yes. I clasped my hands behind my back and nodded. A full day ago, the dethroned princess of the Lake Kingdom gathered all her light to strike Nightbringer, but he narrowly escaped. And then, during the battle fought by the real Ash, Duskbringer, Nameless against Nightbringer, the massive pillar of light that emerged then reached the sky. The pillar of light that Nameless fired at the end undoubtedly touched the dark shroud. That fierce vortex of light tore through the seemingly immaculate sky. It burned away the darkness at that point. It left a scar. A crack was formed. Having transcended, I could see that distant sky clearly without binoculars. It was even brighter because the light scattered by Nameless was embedded in the pitch-black sky like stardust. We can't waste it. The one and only path my friend gave up his soul to create, after confirming the damage engraved on the dark shroud. Macmillan slowly lowered his binoculars and stammered his next question. I saw the crack in the shroud too, but it's just a crack. We'll need to make additional attacks. Merely approaching it causes mental contamination, making it hard to move properly. How do you plan to attack? I smiled faintly. With people. Pardon, we have those on our side who can endure that vile air up close. As soon as I finished speaking. My lord, a voice came from the side. Macmillan and I turned towards it. I've assembled the entire special forces. Standing there were my heroes who embraced darkness to fight it, led by Lucas. There were Calliope, Verdandi, Cuelan, Torkel, Diomudin, Chain, Nobody, along with several reserve heroes wielding dragon slayers. They all looked at me in disbelief, so I lifted my weary lips into a smile to meet their expectations. Why are you all looking at me like you've seen a ghost? It's really me. I did die once, but I've returned nonetheless. I then spread my arms wide. We don't have much time, but we can still manage a hug. I was punched. Celebi, who had charged at me, swung his fist and struck me. Following him, Verdandi pinched my whole body, and Diomudin hit my head with his staff. The rest of the heroes, unable to bring themselves to hit me, surrounded me and fumed. Celebi, who had led the charge, glared at me with teary eyes and shouted, "We thought you were dead, you bastard." I did die. I came back to life. Well, it's a bit different technically. It seemed silly to explain that I had evolved from being shattered to being super shattered, so I just let them hit me. Everyone is safe. It doesn't seem like it, but I'm glad we could meet again. Alive. Though everyone was crying and yelling, after some effort the atmosphere settled. I glanced around. There stood a werewolf with a silver-red mane trying to appear calm. I called out abruptly, "Hey, Lunard." "Arg," Lunard, the shadow of a nightmare that possessed Cuelan's body, coughed violently. What are you saying, Captain? Stop pretending, you bastard. I can see right through you." Currently, I was in a state where 3 transcendental auras overlapped. I could immediately grasp Cuelan's condition. This guy had overexerted himself and given his body to Nightmare Slayer. "Hey, are you blind after all this time away?" "It's me, Cuelan." Lunard avoided eye contact and continued to act evasively. I folded my arms and sighed deeply, then whispered to him, "Lunard, you bastard. How dare you insult this great wolf king?" Immediately, Lunard gasped and covered his mouth with both hands. It worked perfectly. Ridiculous. "You're not Cuelan. You're Lunard. This damn wolf dares to take Cuelan's body." Exorcise him, expel him, give Culan back. The other heroes surrounded Lunard, their eyes blazing. Lunard raised his claws with a distressed expression. Lunard was undoubtedly a formidable monster, but having reincarnated by taking over Culan's body, he couldn't exert the full power he had as the Nightmare Legion's commander. On the other hand, our side was filled with heroes who had immersed themselves in darkness, their destructive power breaking through the ceiling. In the tense atmosphere, I was pondering what to do when I noticed something. Immediately, I waved my hand. Enough, everyone. Lower your weapons and calm down. My lord, but that guy is definitely Lunard right now, but it's fine. I smiled faintly. It's fine. Let's trust Cuilan. Saying that, I gestured towards a spot on Lunard's body, and the heroes, after seeing it, gradually lowered their weapons one by one. Lunard still didn't understand the situation, keeping his claws raised and looking around warily. Everyone, I know you have a lot to say, but time is of the essence. Whether he's Cuilan or Lunard, we don't have time to fight. More urgent is dealing with Nightbringer over there. While Yermangander buys us time, let's go and do our job. Where are we going? To Crossroad first, so we can reach the sky. After nodding towards the precarious castle wall, I led the way. We have our target location. Now we need to find a way to get there. Let's go. The heroes followed me en masse. I gestured to Lunard, who was awkwardly standing alone in the back. Hey, Lunard, you come too. Ah, what? If the world ends. You're finished too. We need to get rid of that black dragon first if you want to devour whatever's left. Right, I smirked. Hurry up and follow. It's a temporary alliance until we defeat Nightbringer. Ha! Standing dazed for a moment, Lunard slowly followed Ash and the humans, his crimson eyes glinting. He didn't know why they hadn't restrained him despite knowing his identity, but he was confident they would regret such a foolish decision. For now, I'll pretend to ally with you to kill the black dragon, but after that, immediately, I will devour you all. Plotting secretly, Lunard licked his lips. It was crucial to lower their guard as much as possible. He retracted his claws and calmed his aura, ready to quietly follow the group when... Ha! Lunard looked down at his hand, puzzled. In his hand was a round ball of silver fur, seemingly made from his own body. What is this? Lunard realized belatedly. When surrounded by the human heroes earlier, he had unconsciously gathered the fur from his body into this ball. He also realized that this was what made the human heroes lower their hostility. Could it be that the owner of this body, Cuilan, had a ridiculous habit of making fur balls when nervous? Baffled, Lunard threw the fur ball behind him and followed the group. Caught in the earth-shaking vibrations caused by the two colossal monsters, the silver fur ball was swept away into the swirling snowstorm, disappearing from sight. Chapter 693 Crossroad, City Center. Ah! Crying, Serenade. She clung tightly to me, sobbing her heart out on my chest. See, Serenade, it's okay. Calm down. Huwag. This is hopeless. She's completely regressed to infancy. I gave up trying to soothe Serenade and raised my hands in defeat. Serenade's personal maid, Elise, rushed over and tried to comfort her. My lady, everyone is watching. Please calm down. Ara. Ooh, please don't cry. You're making me want to cry too. SNFF. Elise wiped her reddened eyes and sniffled. Why did she have to cry too? Several characters were breaking down today. Elise also failed. Serenade continued to cling to me like a cicada, crying loudly. Elise gave up too, raising her hands and wiping her eyes before smiling at me. Welcome back, Your Highness. It's still too early to be relieved. I smiled bitterly, looking at Serenade's tear-streaked face. I couldn't tell her that I had died and come back to life, nor how much of the man she loved was left in me. Instead, I gently patted Serenade's back. Everyone around us broke into a cold sweat, seeing Serenade's pitiful state. Has the guild master always been like this? Maybe she's been holding it in all this time. I get it. This is the second time Ash has gone missing and come back. How worried must she have been? Kellaby grumbled, patting my back roughly. Other heroes followed suit, hitting me one by one, saying, "This is for Serenade." Stop hitting me, you guys. Lucas, don't just stand there with your arms crossed. Do something. I didn't want to see such a touching scene. Crown, who had joined us, grumbled from behind, and Damien, next to him, rubbed his tear-filled eyes. SNFF. SNFF, I'm sorry. This isn't the time for this. Serenade finally calmed down, sniffing and stepping back. She was right. It was cute and heart-wrenching. But now wasn't the time to be relaxed. I carefully wiped Serenade's tear-stained face with a handkerchief and asked, "Serenade, where is His Majesty the Emperor?" Before I left for the expedition, I had informed the Emperor about the final strategy, Operation Night Closing. I had advised him to consider it if all other defensive plans, from Plan A to F, failed. And now, with all other plans rendered useless, had the Emperor prepared this final strategy. He is in the warehouse district, preparing the last strategy you left, Your Highness. As expected, my father, the Emperor, didn't waste his experience. I also helped prepare it. This way, please. Following Serenade's lead, we rushed over. Amid the warehouses destroyed and burned by Nightbringer's breath, we saw a standing hangar. Even though giant monsters were fighting outside the fortress walls, threatening to destroy the world, the production guild members inside the hangar worked tirelessly without even blinking. And what they were working on was... what? It was an airship I had never seen before. It was much smaller than an aircraft carrier on Earth, but had a similar shape. The deck extended forward, and the hatch also opened forward, allowing heroes to come and go. Overall, it looked like a mix between Alcatraz and Geronimo. The beautiful curved design and tightly fitted armor were like Alcatraz, while the bulky rear thrusters resembled those on Geronimo. The weapons seemed to be hastily attached. There were about 10 machine guns capable of firing magic bullets at the front, and all available ammunition, including dwarf-made guided missiles, were loaded in the back. I gaped at the impressive airship that had suddenly appeared. Where did this thing come from? During the salvage and repair of Geronimo, we accumulated technology, gathered ancient information from across the continent, invited master craftsmen from various races. Serenade lowered her voice and looked around cautiously. Ahem. The design plans we bought under the table from the Imperial airship fleet, and the core technology from an Imperial engineer we scouted, all combined to construct this new airship for the Guild, Your Highness's personal vessel. Serenade awkwardly explained, as if caught revealing a prepared birthday gift too soon. I couldn't close my gaping mouth. They made a new ship just for me from the start. I never expected this. Actually, it was barely flight-capable and far from complete, but His Majesty transferred many parts from Alcatraz, combined with Crossroads' magical construction techniques and the full capabilities of the production guild. Now, it can fully function as an airship. As I approached, the production guild members, covered in oil and grime, stood up and saluted me. I silently returned the salute. Everyone had fought together without giving up until the very end. I thought I'd be putting my father in the retired Alcatraz as a pilot and forcing it to move. I was truly taken aback and carefully examined the new ship. Serenade continued her explanation. It's an assault landing ship designed prioritizing the deployment and recovery of heroes. Its name is... She glanced sideways at me. Please name it. Your Highness. At that moment, a name came to mind as if it had been predetermined. I slowly uttered it. La Mancha. La Mancha. Serenade rolled the name around in her mouth and tilted her head. What does it mean? It's a meaning we have to create from now on. Then someone descended the new airship's deck and approached me. Now that it has a name, it just needs to launch. It was, of course, the Emperor. He looked at me with his characteristic steel-like face, containing unexpected relief, and smiled through his beard. I was about to take this airship alone and charge into the sky, but now that you're back, I should hand over the helm to you. I can't let you monopolize the first monumental flight, Father, although I needed to stay here to deal with matters on the ground. As I exchanged a silent father-son dialogue with the Emperor, someone cautiously called out to me. Ash! It was Celebi. He gestured toward the siren statue steadfast superstition he was dragging along the ground. Can I attach this to the bow? Of course. Celebi, I'd actually prefer it. Celebi's face brightened as he hurriedly dragged the statue to the front of the airship. While Celebi attached the statue to the bow and the production guild members made final adjustments to the airship, I addressed the assembled heroes. We have no time. I will explain Operation Night Closing. The plan is simple. I felt like a peddler every time I said simple or easy, but this operation was genuinely straightforward. It was just difficult to execute. All special forces will board this airship, La Mancha, and fly south to approximately this point. Pointing to the sky damaged by Nameless's pillar of light on the map, I continued. The heroes on the ground will mark the exact target area. Then, you will pierce through the barrier at that point and keep ascending. Thud, I tapped the map with my finger and finished the explanation. Slice through all the following barriers and break through to the highest point. The Emperor, who had been listening quietly, chuckled. Easy to say. Indeed. The operation's outline was extremely simple, but its execution was far from easy. We had to dive into the central area of the wicked darkness, where mere proximity would corrupt the mind, and slice through the malevolent entities trying to corrupt us while soaring to the sky's end. But this battle is beyond easy or difficult. The time to consider possibilities has long passed. It's about whether we succeed or not, that's all. Whether fortunate or not. The current Special Forces heroes were already tainted by darkness in body and soul. They could withstand the curses emanating from the dark barrier. Because their minds were already corrupted, they could endure additional corruption. No time to waste. Prepare to launch immediately. Aye, the Special Forces, without a word of complaint, immediately gathered their equipment and ran towards the airship. Lunard hesitated, looking around nervously, but with many eyes watching, he groaned and reluctantly headed towards the airship as well. Go, people of La Mancha. As I watched their retreating figures, I called out to Lucas, who was the last to grab his gear and leave. Lucas. Yes, my lord. He stopped immediately. I approached him. Remember this. It doesn't matter where you land or where you wander. Just don't forget what we were looking at. I untied the tattered black flag of the World Guardian front that had been fluttering on my banner and wrapped it around Lucas's left arm. Lucas, looking at the long black flag fluttering like a ribbon from his left arm, stammered, "But my lord, the flag." "I'm fine," I smiled broadly. "I always have it." I patted Lucas on the back, still looking confused. "Go, quickly, open the path for me." That seemed to snap him to attention. Even with the fierce face bearing traces of beastification, he gave me his usual serious expression and bowed deeply. Then, he ran heavily towards the airship. I watched him until he was out of sight. The Alcatraz may be stripped to its bones, but it's still operational. The Emperor then moved towards the adjacent hangar. I will take Alcatraz and support La Mancha. Son, I leave the ground to you. Thank you, father. Ash. When I glanced back at the Emperor, his eyes no longer sparkled with a golden glow. I can sense a certainty in you that wasn't there before. Instead, there was the joy of a king, the relief of a father looking at his grown successor. Have you found the answer to the trials I set? I smiled silently, and the Emperor chuckled, showing his teeth. I can't die before hearing that answer. If you have confidence, then probabilities don't matter. Believe in yourself and follow the path you've chosen. The Emperor waved and left, after organizing the team to launch into the sky. Thank you, Serenade. I faced Serenade, who had prepared the airship, and expressed my gratitude and request. Please oversee La Mancha's launch process until the end. I will go to the wall to command the rest of the operation. Your Highness, Serenade, who had called me, clenched her fists as if making a resolution and looked up at me. I've made my decision too. I will fight until the end of this life, without giving up, so, she smiled brightly despite her exhausted face. I won't just wait anymore. I chuckled softly. She really didn't know herself. She had never once just waited. She had always fought in the best way she could. Serenade, what you've done so far is more than enough. Oof. As I was about to commend her, she grabbed my collar, pulled me in, and pressed her lips against mine. Ah, so not waiting means this kind of action. See, Serenade, everyone's watching, just calm. Oof. Serenade did not calm down and showered me with kisses repeatedly. It seemed her inner limiter broke after crying so much earlier. Everyone around us pretended not to see. Turning their heads, Damien blushed and cleared his throat, and Crown muttered in frustration. I didn't want to see such a passionate display. Shut up. I didn't want to show it either. Go on ahead. Serenade finally let go of me, her previously haggard appearance now shining with vibrance, smiling radiantly. I'll catch up soon. I squeezed her hand once firmly. Then I turned and walked towards the wall. Damien and Crown immediately followed me on either side. Crown's eyes narrowed as he looked at me from behind his mask. I didn't want to see such a warm display. Shut up. If you repeat that line one more time, I won't let it slide, Crown. Feeling embarrassed, I grumbled while Damien chuckled. He, still, it was much better than seeing everyone cry. Indeed, with the prince here, the front lines come alive. Right, what's the big deal about a kiss show? If the world doesn't end and everyone can tease me and laugh, what's there to worry about? I will see it through. to protect the moments where people can laugh. I would sprint down the last remaining path to victory, no matter what. With renewed determination, I hurried my steps towards the wall. Let's go, while the people in the sky split the darkness. Those on the ground have their own tasks to do. Crown chuckled and made a joke. Then what should the people of the lake do? Just follow quietly. But seriously, Crown, you jerk, haven't you been enjoying making jokes since earlier? Chapter 694, The Walls, brought from New Terra and rebuilt with all of humanity's technology, still stood firm amidst the chaos. Though more sections had collapsed than remained intact, the walls were still standing, and people capable of fighting were gathered atop them. Your Majesty, led by Junior, people who saw me return alive for the first time ran to me, crying out. While I appreciated the tearful welcomes, now was not the time for such emotions. Thankfully, everyone quickly calmed down. Boom, Kakakaboom to the south. Nightbringer and Yermungandr continued their apocalyptic battle. The split ground and emerging night swirled together in the air. Just watching it sent chills down my spine. Senior, Evangeline, who was rallying the troops, looked back at me, and I nodded. Good, is everyone gathered? I had already sent Elise here to gather the troops and supplies. I quickly explained the night closing operation to the heroes and soldiers on the wall. Though everyone looked exhausted, they focused because they knew this operation was our last chance for a counterattack. So, soon the airship will depart to pierce the veil of darkness. We need to support from the ground. What do you mean by support? Though there are gaps in the veil, it continues to repair itself. The gaps have narrowed. We need to widen those cracks. I looked at Damien and nodded. Damien will target those gaps. Damien nodded back. He had been observing the rifts in the sky from the observation tower. He knew their precise locations better than anyone. But Damien's magic bullet alone isn't powerful enough, so everyone here needs to lend their strength. Evangeline and Junior widened their eyes. Lend our strength? Yes. As soon as I finished speaking, Lily and the alchemists came struggling with something from inside the city. We brought it, Your Majesty. It was Burnout's special large-scale ballista. Originally designed with various customizations in mind, it had been used in many ways, such as connecting to the Dandelion Core, Commander's magic core. We intended to utilize that aspect this time as well. Thank you for your legacy, Burnout. Bodybag, lifting the equipment with telekinesis, skillfully began setting up the ballista. The large ballista was quickly installed atop the wall, and the alchemists connected it to the magic core and various artifacts. Damien, over here, called by Lily. Damien ran and fitted Black Queen to the top of the ballista. As I watched the assembly of this unprecedented temporary magic bullet launcher, I explained to the remaining heroes. We will divide the heroes into 4 groups: spiritists, magicians, priests, and everyone else. Nodding at Hannibal and the spiritists, I continued. First, the spiritists will enchant Damien's magic bullet. Spiritists are skilled at imbuing. They can embed spirits into equipment or attribute properties to objects. They would coordinate the entire magic bullet enchantment process. Next, the magicians will compress their magic and infuse it into the magic bullet. Magicians will enhance the magic bullet's power. Junior, understanding my intent with a simple command, nodded and led the magicians to the launcher. I then looked at Zenith and Rosetta. Despite being covered in bandages from battle injuries, their eyes were sharp. Priests will convert divine power to light through the magic concentrator, helping the bullet resist darkness as much as possible. Priests will handle light. The primary goal of this operation was to penetrate the veil of darkness, and priests had the highest efficiency in converting light through the magic concentrator. Their role was to imbue the magic bullet with light to counter the darkness. At my command, the priests nodded in unison and ran to the launcher, and everyone else protect the launcher to ensure stable firing. Led by Evangeline, the frontline heroes nodded. The situation throughout this area was dire. If unexpected variables arose, the frontline heroes needed to protect the launcher and Damien. All right, everyone, make the best shot. I'm counting on you. Yes, sir. After watching everyone run off to their respective tasks, I headed to the end of the wall. There, 2 familiar dragons awaited me. Scalian, Paekian. Ash, you really came back. Scalian's body was scorched and blistered, likely from blocking the breath attacks. With a nerdy expression on his massive dragon face, he looked me over and then chuckled. You're still fighting even after becoming, like that, truly indomitable will. I'll take that as a compliment. I gestured with my chin and stood at the edge of the wall. Come with me. Scalia, Perkian, I need you both. Orders had been given to the troops who would board the airship and those who would support it with sniper shots. Now, I planned to return to the battlefield, to the place where those colossal mythical creatures were fighting, just then. Me too. A small figure stepped forward hesitantly from between the two dragons. I'll go too. Your Majesty. Violet. It was Violet, the leader of the Gamblers' Club and an illusionist. Surprised by the unexpected request from an unexpected person, I blinked in astonishment. Standing before me, Violet's shoulders and body trembled, but her eyes held a determined resolve. After meeting her gaze and peering into her inner thoughts, I chuckled. All right, if that's the case. I put my foot on the wall's railing and looked towards the distant south. Good, there are 5 of us, a full party, me, Crown, Scallion, Perkian, and Violet, Shattered Commander, Immortal Clown, Nerdy Eastern Dragon, Enigmatic Western Dragon, and Human Illusionist. I had no idea what kind of nonsensical combination this was, but anyway, it was a party of 5. Scallion smoothly glided through the air and landed at the edge of the wall. I climbed onto his back first and extended my hand to Violet. Are you ready to become a legend, hero? Violet took a deep breath, nodded emphatically, and grabbed my hand to climb onto Scallion's back. Perkian quickly followed, and Crown grumbled as he climbed on last. Am I naturally included too? Were you planning to laze around here forever? You will act as the interpreter to make Yermangander follow my orders. Let's go. With everyone aboard Scallion. Thwack! Scallion's body coiled like a spring in the air, then shot forward in an instant. We flew towards the place where Nightbringer and Yermangander were battling. Or rather, we tried to fly there. Shortly after taking off, we were all taken aback. What? What is that? At the southern edge of the plains, the place where the 2 mythical creatures had been fighting, where night and ground, darkness and earth were chaotically swirling together, suddenly fell silent whoosh. From that place, something massive was flung outward. The enormous object, spraying blood everywhere, flew through the air towards Crossroad. I recognized the identity of that grey mass a moment late. It was, my God, it was the lower half of Yermangander's body, torn off by force. Nightbringer had ripped Yermangander's body in half from the middle, then thrown the tail half towards Crossroad. With a roar from the rear thrusters, the airship, La Mancha, shot up from the hangar. Following it, the skeletal remains of Alcatraz rose into the sky as if escorting La Mancha. The 2 airships soared side by side, rising higher into the dark sky. Long flames trailed from the rear of the 2 airships, illuminating the darkness. Airship launch confirmed. Operation Night Closing has begun. Scouts on the wall shouted busily as they watched the airships take off. Click, click, click. Damien exhaled deeply as he converted Black Queen into a railgun-like form. The long barrel of Black Queen, combined with the mounted ballista, was aimed high into the sky. Artifacts were attached haphazardly, making it difficult to determine where the barrel, Chinese letter, began or ended, causing the magic bullet launcher to become enormous. Damien, almost lying down in the gunner's seat, stared into the distant sky and slowly placed his finger on the trigger. Crackle, crackle. The 7 magic bullets of Black Queen had already completed the process of merging into one while rotating in the air. And the merged magic bullet underwent individual processes by the magicians, priests, and spiritists, magic power charging complete. On one side, the magicians refined and infused magic power into the bullet, light concentration through the concentrator, complete. The priests also crammed the compressed light into the bullet. All enchantment processes completed. Hannibal, who oversaw all these processes and finally summoned wind spirits to surround the bullet, spoke while sweating profusely. I don't know if it's the strongest, but it's definitely the best shot we have. Due to the unprecedented excessive enchantments packed into one bullet, its duration is extremely short. The spirits will hold out as long as they can, but Hannibal was about to explain further when, whoosh, a sudden gust of wind blew. The startled heroes all turned in that direction, then gasped, squeal, flying towards Crossroad. It was the long, severed tail of Yermangander thrown by Nightbringer. Evangeline, standing guard in front of the launcher, groaned. What is this? SHHH, in the sky. The magic barrier Ash had deployed appeared. but it couldn't fully block the overwhelming mass flying towards it. The tail of Yermangander, having bounced off the magic barrier once, flew straight towards the southern wall of Crossroad. There was no way to stop it. Boom! The wall, which had withstood countless attacks, finally crumbled completely. The magic bullet launcher installed on the wall was shattered along with it. Boom, boom, amidst the rubble of the collapsed wall. Sitting atop the broken launcher debris, holding Black Queen in both hands, Damien still aimed at the sky, and all the other heroes, covered in blood, surrounded him, standing guard. Despite the unprecedented disaster of the wall's collapse, Damien remained unharmed thanks to protective magic and the hero's physical defense. While all the other heroes fell and got injured, they protected him with a united effort. KH, Evangeline, who had taken the brunt of the falling wall debris for Damien, trembled at the corners of her mouth. "Can you shoot, Damien?" Of course. The launcher was destroyed, but the magic bullet was already completed. Though the target was out of sight, he had already seen it with his own eyes. Damien, sitting in the rubble that now surrounded him like a well, smiled faintly. "I've done it before." The next moment, the sniper's finger pulled the trigger. Boom! With a dazzling burst of magical flame, the bullet shot out of the barrel like a bolt of lightning returning to the sky. The magic bullet pierced the darkened sky, illuminating it sharply as it ascended endlessly. Like the last fireworks they all watched together during the autumn festival. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the southern sky, and the white snow falling from the sky turned black and sticky like tar. A pitch-black snowstorm raged fiercely, pouring down towards the ascending magic bullet. It seemed as if the sky itself was trying to thwart the bullet. But the pure white magic bullet, drawing an impossible trajectory, pierced through the layers of the snowstorm. It accurately reached its intended target, the scar in the southern sky. Silently, the magic bullet burrowed into the veil of darkness. And in the next moment, rip, the dark clouds tore apart, creating a massive hole in the veil of darkness. It was as if a deep wound had been inflicted upon the sky. Target confirmed. Inside the bridge of the airship, La Mancha, Lucas murmured without inflection as he confirmed the breach in the veil of darkness. "We're going in." Following Lucas's order, Calaby pulled the control stick sharply. Boom! Inside the airship, which shook violently as it changed direction, the eyes of the Special Forces heroes preparing for battle glinted fiercely. "Let's go." Staring at the next layer of the veil of darkness spread endlessly above the breached veil, Lucas growled, "To cut through the night." Chapter 695. I let out a sigh of relief. I confirmed that the sniper shot had successfully hit its mark at the collapsed castle wall, and that the two airships had entered the darkness that the bullet had pierced through. That's not the real problem. At that moment, Crown clicked his tongue and spoke. "The real problem is here." When I turned my gaze forward, I saw the figures of two mythical beasts entangled in a thick, fog-like darkness. Crunch, crunch. Yermangander's massive jaws and sharp teeth were tightly biting into Nightbringer's neck. And, the gigantic snake's body was severed in the middle. If it were a human, it would be around the waist. The torn cross-section of the body had enormous bones sticking out, broken, with muscles and flesh hanging in shreds. Blood and entrails poured out endlessly from the cross-section. Even in that state, Yermangander was trying to strangle Nightbringer by biting his neck and wrapping him with its remaining body. "In your previous life, didn't that red dragon stop your last journey?" Nightbringer grabbed Yermangander's upper and lower jaws with both hands and slowly pulled them away from his neck, lifting him into the air. "This time, I'll stop you." Darkness gleamed in Nightbringer's hands, and then crunch, crack. He began tearing Yermangander's jaws apart, pulling them wide open as if to split them in two. The snake's long mouth started to rip apart. It was clear that in a few more seconds, it wouldn't be able to hold out and would be split up and down. "I won't let that happen." He's a valuable ally brought here with great effort. I couldn't just let him fall in vain like this. I raised my right hand. SSSHHH. Then, the chain coat armor I was wearing, Lord of the High Tower, dissolved and was stripped off, reforming above my right hand in a new shape. Into a greatsword, favored by Duskbringer. Just as Duskbringer did, I gathered the red dragon's magic power within me, imbuing the greatsword with a crimson aura, and then thrust my fist forward with all my might. Thwack! The chain greatsword shot out like a missile, spiraling forward. and in the next moment it pierced Nightbringer's forearm, causing blood to spray everywhere. Nightbringer seemed indifferent to such wounds and didn't even glance at it, but immediately had to turn his eyes to his forearm. Because, flash, the chain greatsword shattered into pieces and scattered with each fragment. Clink, 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 my ashen shadows were summoned, grasping each chain fragment and climbing onto Nightbringer's forearm. Nightbringer gasped. "What is this?" I smirked. "The Shadow Army, my summoned doppelgangers, the true memories of Ash's battles." These shadows drew their weapons simultaneously. Each weapon contained a piece of the chain that made up Lord of the High Tower, and within these chain fragments burned the red dragon's magic power I had infused earlier. In other words, the shadow army I summoned now was armed with single-use grenades imbued with the red dragon's power. Needless to say, the red dragon and black dragon were natural enemies. Thud, thud, thud. As the shadows struck down with their weapons, the red dragon's magic power exploded from the chain fragments, dealing damage to the black dragon's forearm. Boom, 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 boom. The black dragon's forearm couldn't withstand it for long and exploded, releasing Yermangander. The chain greatsword lodged in that arm also turned to powder and scattered, and my doppelgangers exploded as well. SSSHHH. Shortly after, the chain fragments that had flown in all directions gathered and reattached to my body in the form of a coat. Wow! Watching the series of events, Scallion, Violet, and Crown, even Paekian, who had no eyes to see clearly, were all startled. Scallion widened his eyes and looked up at me on his body. "How did you come up with such a method?" I decided to remain silent instead of saying I took it from the real Ash's memory. My background setting was a bit complicated. Never mind. We need to check if Yermangander is safe. Let's go, Crown. Giving orders feels natural to you now. I leapt down from Scallion's back, and Crown, grumbling, followed me. Yermangander, having slipped from Nightbringer's grasp, lay on the ground with eyes closed and tongue extended, motionless. Crown and I ran up to the snake. "Hey, Yermangander, are you dead?" As I slapped the snake's cheek and asked, Crown snorted. If it died that easily, it wouldn't be the world serpent. Right after examining Yermangander's torn body, Crown quietly stroked his chin. "No, it looks like it's about to die. Don't change your words so easily. The injuries are too severe. No matter how powerful the world serpent is, this is too much." I summoned additional shadow army. Shadow ashes like wizards and priests were summoned in a row. After entrusting these clones with the immediate treatment of Yermangander, I turned around. There was no time to treat him leisurely. Boom, boom, boom. Angry golden eyes gleamed closer from the darkness. Nightbringer approached me with long strides. The arm that had exploded just a moment ago was already fully regenerated without a scratch. Dear party members. Staring at the knight that didn't budge despite stabbing and slashing, I bit my dry lips. Now we have to fight with the resolve to die until our special forces complete their mission. Any last words? Ash! Scallion laid Paekian and Violet on the ground, then whispered cautiously to me. "That one last shot we talked about on the way, I hope you'll use it well." Scallion nodded deeply, and Paekian followed. Lastly, Violet, after checking their expressions, hurriedly nodded. I chuckled and nodded back, then looked straight ahead again. Now Nightbringer was looking down at me from right in front. "I'm tired of watching your tantrums, Ash. This time, let's end it." I drew the ceremonial longsword from my waist and transformed it into a banner pole. "Really, it's new to me every time. Every moment fighting you is exciting and varied. I'd be happy to fight 743 more times, not just 3. Shall we burn this night together?" Nightbringer smirked and shook his head slightly. "Your wretched appearance is no different from that empty banner pole you're holding. The flag has already burned, and the walls you had to protect have collapsed. As a standard-bearer without a flag, as a lord without walls, what are you still fighting for? Can't you see? The flag is right here." The great commander's flag that I painstakingly pieced together had already burned and disappeared. But the memory of that conquest still remained within me. The trajectory of that life was engraved in my soul. I am the flag. The process of all those shattered pieces is the proof of my life. Thud, I planted the empty banner pole into the ground. Even without a flag, if there are intentions left, the standard-bearer can march at the front. Even without walls, if there are people left, the Lord can fight at the front. I smiled. The fight isn't over yet. Flash, grey magic power surged from the empty banner pole, spilling in all directions. At the same time, Lord of the High Tower, which had been enveloping my body, scattered into pieces. Behind me, the shadow army was summoned once again, and the chain fragments flew into each of my clones. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Countless clones simultaneously grasped their weapons, and all lifted their heads to glare at Nightbringer. The helmet of Lord of the High Tower on my head, the control core of all these chain fragments, shone white and rotated the halo. My consciousness penetrated into the clones' interiors, allowing me to control them more perfectly than before. As a transcendent, my rank rose, and all the abilities I possessed were also enhanced by several levels. It might be impossible to defeat Nightbringer in his current state, but stalling for time was more than possible. Really, you never tire of spouting the same old nonsense. Nightbringer clicked his tongue briefly. Fine, then, this time I'll properly appreciate it. The dragon, having already grown to its maximum size, inflated its body even further and loaded all its available attack methods. The end of your antiquated hero play. This time, after all hope is destroyed, you'll taste the tears you'll shed. Guo. The night began to boil. Nightbringer, lightly loading the extinction skill, forged night, as if breathing, suddenly changed his tone. Player, you dispatched a special force to destroy the darkness I scattered in the sky, didn't you? That was your last hope. The corners of the dragon's long mouth twisted beneath the flickering golden eyes. Even though I knew your shallow trick, do you know why I didn't bother to stop it? And in the next moment, bang, crash, an explosion echoed from the far southern sky, and a flash burst through the darkened sky as if something had erupted. It was unmistakably the explosion of an airship. What I scattered in the sky is not a mere veil of darkness. From ancient times to now, from the creation to this moment on the brink of destruction, it is a swamp of despair that no mortal has ever crossed. The blood drained from my face. Truly a pitiful, sand-like hope that seems like it would crumble in your hands. Looking down at me, Nightbringer whispered as if enjoying himself. Good, I'll crush it, over and over until you kneel and cry and beg. In the next moment, the wave of night unleashed by the dragon poured down onto my army of clones. La Mancha was surging upward. Relying on the steadfast superstition attached to the bow, it repeatedly rammed through the veil of darkness. The veil of darkness was layered, covering the sky. But the light shot by Nameless, followed by Damien's sniper shots, pierced holes in each layer. La Mancha advanced, flying along the trajectory of that light. And the deeper they went, the more they penetrated through the veils beyond the veils, the darker the visibility became. At some point, La Mancha lost its direction. The whereabouts of Alcatraz, which had been accompanying them, were unknown. What the? Celebi, who was holding the helm, groaned. The compass spun wildly without finding a direction, and the scanner and various magical artifacts had long since ceased functioning. The light from Nameless's shots and Damien's enchanted bullets, which had guided the way like constellations, could no longer be seen. Complete darkness. Everyone was panicked. Celebi gritted his teeth and raised the energy of the species god, scanning the surroundings, but still nothing could be seen. Damn it, where the hell should we go? With blue eyes scanning the surroundings, Lucas was also desperately trying to find a direction. Screech! Tentacles poured out from all directions. The pitch-black darkness exuded a sticky, sinister aura and attacked from every direction. Celebi, relying on animal instincts, maneuvered the helm to evade the airship from those attacks, but the attacks kept coming, and the paths to evade were gradually decreasing. Damn it! At this rate, Celebi couldn't finish his sentence. A giant hand-like claw flew straight at La Mancha's bridge. Evasion was impossible. And then, thunk, Alcatraz, piercing through the darkness, took the hit instead. In front of everyone, the dark claw grasped the skeletal Imperial flagship, crushed it easily, and boom. Crash, crash, crash. Alcatraz was engulfed in a dazzling explosion. Chapter 696 Alcatraz exploded. And before anyone in La Mancha could react, a figure flew onto the deck of La Mancha, trailing long streams of smoke behind him. It was the Emperor of the Empire, Traha Peacemaker Everblack. Ah! Then Traha immediately raised his right hand, and the back of his hand shone brightly. The control of La Mancha transferred to him. Ha! Celebi, who suddenly lost control of the ship, made a confused sound. The Emperor glared at the front of the airship and shouted, "Don't lose your way just because there's no light. Our destination was determined from the beginning." The rear thruster of La Mancha overloaded in an instant, spewing out a terrifying flame. Accelerating the airship roughly, the Emperor shouted, "To the darkest place!" Everyone on the bridge snapped back to their senses, to the most dreaded and despairing place. That is the direction we must go. Various monstrous tentacles and claws followed behind La Mancha, and the Emperor's piloting skills were so impressive that even Calliope was tongue-tied. La Mancha evaded all those attacks by a hair's breadth and advanced. A massive curtain-like darkness appeared in front of the fiercely advancing La Mancha. "Make way! Warriors!" At the Emperor's shout. Bang! Lucas leaped from the bridge to the deck like a bolt of lightning and swung his twin swords. In an instant, a large X-shaped hole was made in the giant curtain. Splash! Like a wound in a gigantic creature's body, darkness gushed out like blood through the X-shaped hole. La Mancha charged into the surging darkness. The entire airship, and all the heroes who had leapt onto the deck, were dyed black as if dipped in ink. And then, ha! Calliope made a stupid sound. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery had completely changed. He was no longer on the deck of La Mancha, but in a large, brightly lit passage of a mine. A puzzled young boy's voice came to his ears as he stood there dazed, not recognizing the change in situation. "Dad, what's wrong?" Startled, he looked down beside him and saw a young dwarf boy with large, twinkling eyes. Calliope blankly called out the boy's name. "Kellison." Then young Kellison furrowed his brows and lightly hit Calliope's leg. "What? Why are you calling me by my name? That's weird." What did he usually call him? Slowly, from memories old and faded like those buried in mud, the childhood nickname of his son emerged. Calliope smiled awkwardly. "My Pebble." Kellison giggled and beckoned forward. "Never mind that. Open it up quickly." "Ha! Open what?" Turning his head forward, there was a door leading to a small cave. When Calliope looked down at his hand, there was a key in it. Ah, right. Today was the day he would give his youngest son his first cave. A very early coming-of-age ceremony where all dwarves began to establish their identity as minors. Kellison's face was full of anticipation, his eyes sparkling, and Calliope, with trembling hands, slowly opened the cave door. Click, the small door opened, and Kellison ran excitedly into the cave. Hesitating, Calliope also followed into the cave. The cave was small and narrow. It was cramped with an adult dwarf and a child dwarf inside. And it was cozy. The comforting smell of earth, the warmth of the magical lamps, and the young father and son. Kellison, with a flushed face, tapped the earthen wall with his hands and asked, "Dad, are you going to play with me here today?" "Yes." Calliope's trembling lips slowly curved into a smile. "For you, as much as you want." Kellison laughed merrily and ran to the depths of the cave. Following slowly behind, Calliope closed the cave door. Click. "Don't go, sister." At the touch of a small hand tugging at her sleeve, Verdandi turned around in surprise. There stood young Skuld, her eyes brimming with tears. Skuld shook her head. "I don't need the Holy Grail or anything. I just need my sisters." "Don't go. Sister Verdandi, please." "Skuld." Verdandi tried to emphasize the necessity of the Holy Grail. She wanted to explain that this was the only way to save the fairy kingdom, which was already clearly losing in the racial war. But for some reason, no voice came out, as if she already knew that this Holy Grail quest would have no effect on the outcome of the war, and as if she already knew that she would deeply regret today's farewell. "All right." After some thought, Verdandi nodded. Skuld blinked. "What? I won't go. I'll stop this Holy Grail quest. Instead, I'll stay here." Skuld's face brightened in an instant, and she hugged Verdandi tightly. "I love you, Verdandi sister. Thank you." "Oh, you," Verdandi, feeling awkward, looked up. Behind Skuld stood the Elven Queen, their eldest sister Erd, looking at her with a complicated expression. Verdandi spoke in a trembling voice. "Your Majesty." Silent, Erd finally smiled slightly. "Yes, our three sisters should never be separated. We should always be together. Your Majesty. No matter what turmoil rages in the outside world, let's not worry about it." Erd, approaching, gently embraced Verdandi and Skuld's shoulders. "Let's be happy here, Verdandi." With a face filled with tears, Verdandi smiled brightly. "Yes." Verdandi reached back. The open door of the Oak Palace slowly closed. Torkel, who had been sweeping the front entrance of the temple, snapped to attention. "Torkel, can't you hear me? Torkel." A voice he thought he would never hear again was calling him. Torkel slowly looked inside the temple. "Saintess." Margarita was walking towards him with her usual expressionless face. Seeing Torkel's complexion, Margarita raised her eyebrows in puzzlement. What's wrong? Your face looks scary. Can you see my face? Of course I can. Look in the mirror over there. Did you not sleep well? There was a mirror installed at the temple entrance. It was intended to allow one to straighten their appearance before praying to the goddess. And in that mirror, instead of a face scarred by a helmet, there was the face of a normal man without a helmet. Torkel couldn't believe it. He touched his face and body. It was gone. The accursed leprosy that had tormented him all his life had disappeared without a trace. Just as he had prayed and wished thousands, tens of thousands of times, he was an ordinary human being. Not someone who was scorned just for breathing and walking, but someone no one cared about. Someone no one despised or hated for no reason, an ordinary human. How? Did you stay up late organizing the storage yesterday? Are you tired? Or are you feeling sick? Margarita, who had approached, calmly reached out and touched Torkel's forehead. At the rough yet warm touch, Torkel felt his heart drop. You don't have a fever. Don't pretend to be sick now, come on. Let's go. Go. Where? Isn't it obvious? The next task after morning cleaning is always the same. Leading the way, Margarita smiled faintly. Prayer. Come, I'll pray with you, just like we do every morning. The saintess, walking inside the temple, beckoned him to follow. Torkel, staring blankly, slowly put down his broom, and he closed the front door of the cleaned temple. Professor, I don't understand this formula. Grandpa, I don't get this. I don't understand the basic principle. Young wizards, chattering like chicks, crowded around and chirped. Diarmuidin, who was covering his ears in the crowded dean's office of the ivory tower, shouted, Hey, do I look that free to you? Study by yourselves. But Grandpa explains it the easiest. You're the one who said to ask about anything, no matter how trivial. Grandpa, can I eat this cookie? Grandpa, can I lie on this sofa? Grandpa, can I braid your beard? Surrounded by the young wizards, Diarmuidin was distressed. Arog, my precious research time. Despite his words, the old wizard had a slight smile on his lips. The young wizards he met and taught at Crossroad, and the disciples of the ivory tower he had parted with long ago, the seekers of truth, dispatched to various conflicts around the world, had died and never returned. All of them were alive, breathing right next to him, having not died in place of his old self. You are too young to go out into the world, too stupid, too immature, Diarmuidin declared sternly, shaking his artistically braided beard. You cannot leave until you've learned everything I have to teach you here. Or, the children booed and laughed gleefully. Taking out cookies from the cupboard next to the dean's office door, Diarmuidin slammed the door shut. At the same time, the marble door of the ivory tower also closed. Young Lucas stood in front of the palace of the second empress where he had spent his childhood. In the sunlit summer garden of his youth, Serenade in a beautiful dress and Ash in a cute tuxedo blushed as they danced. Empress Dustia clapped and laughed, and Albetro, the head attendant, cried until his beard was wet. It was the beautiful scene of the engagement ceremony. Lucas turned around. Inside the garden, it was midday in summer, but outside, it was pitch black night, with winter snowstorms raging. And outside the closed back gate of the garden, assassins with black masks and weapons were waiting. They were an assassination squad dispatched to kill Ash. Lucas's eyes met those of the leader of the assassination squad standing at the forefront. Open it. The leader of the assassination squad mouthed the words. Lucas slowly turned his head back to look at the center of the garden again. Lucas, Ash, who had lost his balance and fallen after stepping on Serenade's skirt while dancing, was seen. Ash, tangled with Serenade and holding his stomach in laughter, waved his hand. Come here, play with us. Everyone smiled brightly at Lucas. Serenade, Dustia, Albetro, and his young lord. Lucas closed his eyes tightly and then opened them. There was no reason to hesitate. He took a step forward. Why are these humans suddenly spacing out and zoning out? On the deck of the airship La Mancha, after breaking through one layer of the barrier, the attacks from the tentacles, claws, and talons pouring in from all sides became more intense. And all the heroes who were supposed to withstand these attacks were unconscious and collapsed. From the elite heroes led by Lucas to the reserve heroes of the special forces, almost all were lying on the deck. The only ones maintaining their sanity were the Emperor piloting the airship, Nobody, and finally, Lunard. Just the three of them. Shaking them and slapping their cheeks won't wake them up. Tentacles are getting stronger from all sides. I'm going to go crazy. Nobody groaned, swinging his sword continuously. Perhaps it was because he was born blind, or because he was skilled at living with blocked senses. He did not lose consciousness, even after being directly hit by the darkness. The Emperor endured with superhuman willpower and lunared. Does this nightmare affect you? To me, it's like water. Perhaps because he was the shadow of the Nightmare Legion's commander, he endured without any problem. You grew up without hardships, that's why. After going through many hardships, this feels like a sweet drink to me. Immediately, darkness scattered around like ink, and Lunard, hit by all this, curled up on the floor and began to cry sadly. Huo, I don't want to be exterminated. Someone get rid of this useless wolf. Of course, there was no someone to answer that call. Now, the only ones maintaining their sanity were Nobody and Traha. Emperor Traha piloted the airship with godlike skill, using the airship's machine guns and guided missiles to fend off the tentacles, but the limits quickly approached. Heh, let's go home. Let's go home. No more killing is needed. Just jump off and be at ease. The reserve heroes of the special forces, one by one, fell into mental corruption, unable to hold out. Those who had been unconscious suddenly staggered to their feet, then either ran off the deck and fell in a strange, creaking posture or offered themselves to the approaching tentacles. Both the heroes who fell and those who offered themselves were gladly snatched up by the tentacles, claws, and hands, and then, crunch, crunch, splat. The reserve heroes died horribly. One was torn limb from limb in midair. Another was crushed between giant palms until they were completely flattened. One was sequentially dismembered by claws. Blood spattered in all directions. The reserve heroes were annihilated in vain. Damn, damn, damn at this rate. Nobody swung his sword desperately, but his black blade couldn't properly cut through the tentacles of darkness. Like cutting through a stream of water, the darkness maintained its form perfectly. Squish, squish, the tentacles, making the sound of ink splattering, landed on the deck, and they extended their long, grotesque appendages toward the still unconscious Special Forces heroes. No, nobody screamed. SSSHHH rip. The next moment, the tentacles rained down on all those still breathing. Chapter 697, What Comes After One Kill, a long time ago. After learning the mnemonic for the secret sword technique, one kill from his master. When nobody asked, his master snorted in disbelief while taking a swig from his bottle. Nothing, you idiot. This is the only swordsmanship I have to teach you in the first place. The master had never taught Nobody any swordsmanship before. He only took in the blind Nobody and taught him how to sharpen his other senses so he could live a normal life without sight. He trained him to build stamina for handling a sword, corrected his basic posture, and made him practice the fundamentals to death. For 10 years. Finally, Nobody, who could live decently as a person, even without sight, received his first and last swordsmanship lesson. One kill. It's such a reckless swordsmanship. You can cut anything, but you have to throw away your life in return. Don't talk nonsense, you blind fool. The master, who had also lost his sight in the war and was likewise blind, chuckled and spat out curses. There's no swordsman who doesn't risk his life when swinging a sword. Your life is already out of your pocket. The moment you decided to live by the sword, you threw your life away. All you can do is swing with all your might. The master gulped down his bottle. After that, it's not up to you whether you live or die. It will be decided by the strength of the enemy you face. If your opponent can be cut down by your skill, they'll die. If not, you will. It's that simple. From the beginning, it meant that a swordsman must live every moment with the resolve to die together with their enemy. This was even more true for the blind Nobody. If he swung his sword with a half-hearted mind, he would only be defeated and die. Every time, in every fight, he had to draw his sword with the resolve to kill the opponent and die himself to move forward. Always fight with the spirit of one kill. With your crappy talent and poor body, you won't be able to use this secret sword properly even if you die and come back to life. Just grit your teeth and use it clumsily, and you'll still be able to do your part. Pouting, Nobody grumbled. What if I perfect this secret sword someday? That would mean you've found the best place to die. It means you've defeated an opponent you couldn't handle originally, using a talent you couldn't reach normally. Thud, the master struck his old sword scabbard against the ground and spoke in a serious tone. But remember, a sword is a means, never a purpose. Don't focus on how you cut with the sword. Think about what you will protect with the result of that cut. Money is fine, people are fine. Even a petty belief you can't trade for anything else is fine. Swooshed the master through the scabbard. Nobody, blind, clumsily caught it, sensing its presence. It was an old sword. It was an heirloom passed down from the master's ancestors from the eastern continent, an item he never let anyone touch. No matter how many pretty words you attach, a sword is just a killing tool. But if you can protect what you need to protect with that sword, after casually passing down the secret sword and heirloom to his disciple, the master smiled. Well, then it wouldn't be one kill anymore. It'd be one life. Nobody snapped back to reality. Had the darkness invaded his weakened mind? The last day with his master flashed before his eyes. The world around him was moving slowly. It was the unique ultra-focused state of a sensory user. This was why the blind nobody could move on the battlefield on par with others. Nobody felt the torrents of tentacles pouring down from all directions and the darkness surrounding the ship. Nobody let go of the black sword he had been using, the dragon slayer made from Ippian. He decided to stop relying on the power of darkness, forgetting the purpose in the act of cutting. Instead, he grasped the very old sword he always carried at his waist. Since joining this front line, Ash had continuously provided him with new equipment. Every time a sword broke in battle, Ash found a better one and gave it to nobody. But this old sword always hung at nobody's waist. Nobody always carried two swords. The nameless sword his master passed down to him. The moment he gripped this old, chipped, and unbalanced sword, with a thunderous realization, all the principles of swordsmanship contained in the mnemonic his master had recited became clear. Nobody realized. Ah, it's now. With his left hand holding the scabbard and his right hand gripping the old sword's handle in a reverse grip, he slowly drew the sword completely click and gently slid the blade back into the scabbard. The next moment, flash. A fleeting flash of light illuminated the area, followed by the splitting of the darkness. All the tentacles, claws, and even the shroud that covered the airship were cut horizontally. Oddly, none of the allies within the path of the sword were harmed, as if this single strike distinguished between friend and foe. The darkness shrieked in agony, shattering around the ship. The airship La Mancha pierced through the shroud and advanced into the next darkness. Gasp! The Black Mage Chain, who had been trapped in a shallow nightmare, gasped awake at the flash created by nobody. Nobody! Hey, are you okay? Chain scrambled across the deck to reach nobody. Kneeling on the ground, nobody's hair had turned white. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth, and the blind swordsman faintly smiled. That time when I was a child, at the autumn festival with my master, when I first tasted cotton candy. It was so delicious that I asked what it resembled, and he said it looked like the clouds in the sky. Before the friend who perfected the secret sword and was dying, Chain sobbed. Nobody murmured in a weakening voice. But I didn't know what clouds looked like, so I imagined they were full of cotton candy in the high sky. I wanted to climb up and see it someday. Now that I've come this high, how is it? Is the whole sky filled with cotton candy, despite the sky still being dark? Chain couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, you blind fool. The scent of sweetness is overwhelming. The sky is full of colorful cotton candy. Ha ha, I've achieved my lifelong wish. Nobody's breath weakened. Compared to the always dark and gloomy sky, a sky filled with all kinds of colorful cotton candy would be more beautiful. A sky like that, even someone like me, should protect. His words were cut off. Nobody was no longer breathing. Gripping the shoulder of his friend who died holding the sword, Chain clenched his teeth and looked back. After barely overcoming one ordeal, the next darkness poured like a waterfall from the next. Just as his longtime friend did, he too would protect the remaining comrades and the world. Chain roared and activated his ultimate skill, transforming into a giant of darkness and taking the waterfall head-on. Kuelan patted his bulging stomach. Ah, stop feeding me, brother. I can't eat anymore. My stomach will burst. What are you talking about? You're all skin and bones. On a sunny autumn day, by a clear flowing stream, Kuelan's brother, Kurah, was tirelessly cooking in a shack set up by the stream. If you came to visit after a long time, you need to gain some weight before you go. Just wait a bit. I'm baking dessert pies now. Please, enough. Brother, I'm really going to become a pig at this rate. Kuelan held his full stomach and yawned. He felt drowsy from eating too much. The sunlight was warm, and the breeze was cool. If he could just lie down on the mat and take a nap, there wouldn't be anything more pleasant. Just as Kuelan was about to nod off, Flash! A flash of light flickered from afar. It was a beautiful light born from a life-risking sword strike. Kuilan, who had been full and sleepy, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He got up hurriedly. I have to go. Ha, where to? What for? To save. Kuilan clenched his fist and made a sound through his teeth. To save Yun, Kura chuckled. This kid. You finally found someone you like? Yeah. What kind of person is she? A human girl. She's very strong-willed and she likes me. A lot. Kuilan hesitated before speaking frankly. Actually, I was scared, getting close to someone, connecting with someone. Afraid of losing them like I lost my brother. Afraid of gaining another weakness when I'm already so weak. After losing someone precious. The fear of experiencing that pain again. He didn't want to love anyone. But in the face of Yun's relentless affection, Kuilan eventually opened his heart. Honestly, I missed you too. Brother, Kureh smiled as he brought out a freshly baked pie from the oven in the shack. I imagined a future where you get married, have children, and live happily. Brother. But it's all right, even if I can't see it myself. Just hearing that you've found someone you want to protect with your body and soul makes me happy. Kureh stuffed a piece of pie into Kuelan's mouth. Now you can manage on your own, my brother. So, go quickly. Leaving the one you love to be saved by someone else, that's just... Kureh gave a sly wink. That's just not cool, right? Kuelan swallowed the pie in one gulp and grinned back. That's absolutely true. Brother, Kureh raised his fist. Kuelan lifted his in return, and the brothers' fists met in midair. For your sake, I'll live a life bursting with happiness. You better go. My miracle, the brother from his memories smiled brightly. Now, become the miracle for the one you love. Kuelan nodded deeply and turned away. And then, Lunard, who had barely regained consciousness due to nobody's flash, staggered to his feet. How pathetic to lose consciousness to mere darkness. He was far from being in his best condition. Lunard couldn't understand it. Why, even after acquiring such a perfect body, why isn't it working as I want? Trembling with frustration, Lunard belatedly realized his body was moving against his will. His right arm was raised, and over his clenched right fist, a dark red energy was swirling. That dark red energy was... What? The curse of the wolf. It was the curse that turned Lunard into a werewolf and the Leaf tribe into beastmen. A virtual vessel, pulsating like a heart, appeared in midair, and the wolf's curse that had left Kuelan's body began to swirl and pour into it. What the hell is this? From the right arm closest to the vessel, the silver-red fur and enlarged muscles receded, returning to the appearance of an ordinary human. In an instant, the right half of his body transformed from a wolf to a human, and with his fully human right face, Kuelan spoke. Throughout my battles on the front lines, I've come to understand something, ancestor. The martial arts you pass down are powerful and dominant, but they differ slightly from the direction I seek. Kuelan chuckled. Lunard was horrified. Believe it or not, I'm a bit of a delicate type. I felt the need to lower the power a bit and increase the precision. You mean from the beginning? To grow as a martial artist and perfect the martial arts I desire, I needed to, if possible, fully master and then cleanly remove the curse of the wolf. Now, not only the right side, but most of his body was turning back into a human. Lunard was rapidly losing control of the body to its original owner. So I let myself be devoured on purpose. You dared to use me. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I'll just disappear quietly? Sorry, but my brother already taught me how to completely remove you. Kuelan had inherited the power of the ancestral deity. Applying the vessel of the curse, ritual shown by Kureha, was well within his capabilities. From the start, Kuelan had created a small vessel to prevent being fully devoured by Lunard. Using the part where the curse exited as a vent, he had been biding his time to reclaim his body. Boom! The vessel on Kuelan's right fist pulsated, concentrating all the curses that had clung to him. Stop, descendant. Without the curse of the wolf, what will be left of you? Lunard shouted desperately. You'll become an ordinary human with a fragile, glass-like body, incapable of wielding the beastly destructive power you once had. What value will you have left then? What defines me is my thoughts and actions. With only a trace of the wolf left on his face, Kuelan clenched his right fist tightly. I am still a member of the Leaf tribe, a representative of all beastmen, a member of the World Guardian Front. A bashful smile appeared on Kuelan's lips. And Yun's man. Thank you. Grandmaster, for looking out for future generations until the end. You little. Lunard couldn't finish his words. Cuelan's slow preparation of the leaf fist stance was distinctly different from what he had devised. No, it's improved. No longer the wolf's, but human, every aspect was finely honed. Adapted to be used without relying on the wolf's power. Without relying on the curse, so that anyone, not just beastmen, could learn and master it, while retaining its basic principles, but it now exuded a gentle, peaceful red glow. What is this? The maple leaf fist. Cuelan, who had progressed through the stances to the position of the maple leaf Carter, answered. Of the new generation. Ha 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 ha, Lunard laughed loudly and shouted. You're no longer the 44th head. Rookie, Cuelan thought this evil ancestor was about to declare his expulsion. But he wasn't. You're the new grandmaster of your martial arts. In an unexpectedly refreshing voice, Lunard acknowledged Cuelan. Go, you damned descendant. Surpass me, surpass the clan. Lunard's final, dying words echoed in Cuelan's ears as he blinked in surprise. In this new era, go wherever you wish to go. Finally, every last bit of the curse left Cuelan's body and moved into the vessel. Phew! Taking a short breath, Cuelan's golden eyes flashed as he looked straight ahead. The next dark shroud was approaching directly in front of the airship. Cuelan steadied himself and prepared. Using all the curses and blessings that had resided in his body as fuel, he unleashed the most powerful strike he could, a once-in-a-lifetime technique. Ultra, no longer bound by the initial forms set in the past, surpassing past grudges and sorrows. Heartbroken wind wolf. He unleashed a new secret technique he had pioneered on his own path. With the martial arts he had refined, combined with the wolf's curse extracted from his body and the nightmare slayer, he used them as fuel to enhance its power. Boom! A dazzling red maple light exploded, creating a massive hole in the dark shroud. Wake up, Yun! As he filled the dark sky with his light, Cuelan whispered. It's morning. Chapter 698. Outside the pitch-dark window, a bright white flash was followed by a dazzling red light. Verdandi, who was spending a pleasant time with her sisters Erd and Skuld, jumped up. That light! As Verdandi urgently tried to leave the Oak Palace, Skuld grabbed her collar. Where are you going? Sister, you're leaving me again. Are you planning to abandon us all again? Verdandi turned her trembling head. She saw Skuld, who was on the verge of tears, and Erd, who wore a complicated expression. Don't go. Sister, you promised to stay with us. Slowly turning back, Verdandi knelt down and met Skuld's gaze. In the kindest voice possible, she spoke to her sister. I'll tell you what will happen, Skuld. Ha! To the puzzled Skuld, Verdandi recited the cruel truth in order. I will leave, and the war situation will worsen. Eventually, the Elf Kingdom's army will be defeated, and here in the palace, Erd will fight to the end without surrendering, and perish. As she spoke of her sister's end, Verdandi bit her lip hard. And Skuld, you will be forcibly made queen, leading the survivors. You will leave this homeland and be forced to relocate to an autonomous district. For 100 years, you will endure all sorts of humiliation and disgrace while leading our race. And in the end, on the front lines fighting for the world, you will save people at the cost of your life, and then you will die. Blood flowed from her bitten lips. Tears fell from Verdandi's eyes as she recalled her sister's end. Erd died to protect the honor of our race, and Skuld, you died to protect its future. With a noble heart I can't even imagine. Knowing you would die, you still walked that path. Verdandi looked around the peaceful and cozy oak palace interior of those times. If I stay in the dream of this place, I would be happy, but I can't undo what happened just to ease my own mind. Such lies would insult you, sister, and you, Skuld. Weeping, Verdandi hugged Erd and Skuld tightly. I love you, I love you. I truly love you both. That's why I have to go. Verdandi. In silence, Erd slowly took off her crown and handed it to Skuld. Skuld received it and, holding it in both hands, respectfully handed it to Verdandi. Take it. Following Erd's soft whisper, Skuld smiled brightly and raised the crown. Now it's yours, sister. But you are worthy. Sister, Erd also smiled gently. You just proved it, that you can bear its weight. Take care, Verdandi, for our sake too. Be happy. With their whispers, Verdandi accepted the crown and slowly placed it on her head. With disgrace, humiliation, glory, honor, and with the lives of the sisters embedded in it. That crown. The last surviving member of the royal family of the elves, The second daughter of the world tree, Verdandi, smiled. She smiled with a tear-streaked face. Then she turned around and placed her hand on the closed door. "You promised to play with me today." Kellison burst into tears, shouting at Calliope's back as he tried to leave the cave. "It's always like this, Dad. Always. Always. You abandon the family and go off to do your own thing. What is the golden bough, the wish of our race, the kingdom's future, always talking about things I don't understand, chasing after dreams like illusions, going farther and farther away?" Celebi tightly shut his mouth. Kellison yelled, "Is that stuff more important than our family? More important than me? Dad has something he must do." Celebi gripped the cave entrance firmly with his rough hand. "But know this, there's nothing in this world more important than you. The day will come when you understand this contradiction too. My pebble." At that moment the voice from behind changed. "No, Dad," surprised. Celebi turned around to see that Kellison had already grown up and was there. The dwarf king scratched the back of his head with a bitter smile on his lips. "The truth is, I already understand. When I was young, I couldn't understand Dad's actions, but as I grew older, I naturally came to understand." Kellison continued, feeling awkward. Why Dad was so self-righteous, why he was so single-minded, why he always kept everything to himself without telling us anything. As I became an adult and took on the responsibility of many people, I came to understand. Tears filled Calliope's eyes. "This must be a dream I made up, right? An illusion I created to ease my mind before your death." "Ha ha, maybe so, because you are a coward." Kellison, laughing heartily, approached with long strides. "But then again, who knows? It might also be the unspoken small sincerity of a cowardly adult son who grew up swallowing words instead of expressing them." Kellison handed a small key to Calliope. It was the key to lock the entrance of the small cave. The next moment, when Calliope raised his head, the door in front of him was no longer the entrance to the cave. It had become the royal family's treasure vault, sealed with a golden door, and the key in Calliope's hand had transformed into a golden key that could open that vault. "Take it." At Kellison's words, Calliope, with a hollow laugh, grasped the golden key with his thick fingers. A father passing on the throne to his son. How pathetic. "Indeed, you were the worst father, but the best blacksmith and the best miner." Kellison lightly patted his father's back. "You were always my hero." "Go, Dad." Kellison motioned with his chin. "If there's a hole to be drilled in the sky, we dwarves can't miss it, can we?" After closing his tear-filled eyes tightly once, Calliope smiled broadly, lifted his beard, and quickly inserted the key into the lock on the door. The ivory tower was burning. All the old books, all the research papers, and various artifacts were turning to ash. And so were the young wizards who filled the ivory tower. Standing quietly with tears in their eyes, their robes catching fire, they gathered in the lobby of the ivory tower. That's how wizards are. Diarmuidin, realizing this was a nightmare, immediately recognized where he was by the light outside. To snap himself out of it, he set fire to the place without blinking an eye. All those who were smarter than me, more talented than me, more virtuous than me, all those young lives always perished before me. Diarmuidin looked at his burning disciples. He saw all those young lives that left this world before him, the phantoms of those pitiful and regrettable children, whose names and faces he had never once forgotten, even in dreams, were flickering. But what an old man like me must do is not to regret. Shedding tears of blood, Diarmuidin turned his back. He reached for the closed door, leaving the burning interior of the ivory tower behind. For the sake of the children who will follow, record, research, pave the way, and lay the foundation. Building a bridge with blood and life, continuing the knowledge and research. That's the work of a wizard, that's the work of a scholar, that's holding onto the melting front door of the ivory tower, enduring the pain of burns. Diarmuidin muttered as if spitting blood, "A history of humanity." And as Diarmuidin tried to open the door and go outside, everyone, attention, the children in the flames shouted in unison. "Salute to the master!" Snap. The young wizards saluted the grand wizard in unison. "Move towards a great tomorrow. Grand wizard. Towards a great tomorrow. Towards a great tomorrow." Diarmuidin wiped away the tears of blood on his wrinkled face with his hand. Then, as dignified and cool as possible, he turned around, and with the best voice he could muster, he said, "See you in the great tomorrow. Foundations of history." And Diarmuidin grabbed the door of the ivory tower engulfed in flames and swung it open with all his might. Inside the temple corridor, in front of the statue of the goddess, Torkel quietly prayed. Margarita sat next to him, holding his hand, praying together. After a while, Torkel finished his prayer. Margarita smiled and asked, "What did you pray for today?" It was simple. Torkel slowly exhaled, opening his closed eyes. "I prayed for the original sunlight to return to my sunny land, Crossroad." And then Torkel slowly stood up and walked out of the corridor, kneeling in front of the statue of the goddess. Margarita asked, "Where are you going?" "Torkel, to where I need to be." Torkel took a deep breath. "The final struggle isn't over yet," Margarita asked worriedly. "Does it hurt?" "It does." "Is it painful?" "It is." Torkel clenched his fist. "But it's okay, because on that day, you prayed with me." "Torkel." As Torkel's back grew distant, Margarita asked in a somewhat relieved tone, "What expression is your goddess wearing now?" At that question, instead of looking up at the statue of the goddess, Torkel turned around and gave Margarita a faint smile, and he answered, "Now I don't need to check every little thing." With that, Margarita also smiled. Torkel left the corridor, walked down the hallway, and headed towards the main entrance of the temple. His once clear skin was now covered with leprosy, and his previously light body was weighed down with heavy armor. A helmet, worn to hide his hideous face, covered his vision as he put it on his head. Bearing the weight of his life with joy, Torkel murmured, "Now it's just right, heavy enough." As he picked up the broom next to the main door, it transformed into a giant shield in his left arm. Torkel opened the door with strength and stepped outside the temple, and then he was on the deck of the airship La Mancha, surrounded by darkness, with black tentacles gleaming with wicked gazes, in the midst of a swirling abyss. Covered in blood, Emperor Traha was gasping for breath, and Verdandi, Celebi, and Diomudin stood guard, radiating their auras and glaring ahead. "Who?" Taking a deep breath. "Let's go," Torkel roared, and in response, La Mancha gathered the last fuel in its rear thruster and burst into flames. While Torkel blocked the swarming tentacles from all sides, Verdandi, Celebi, and Diomudin unleashed dazzling attacks forward. The ever-merging veils of darkness were slashed, pierced, and burned. Cutting through the layers of darkness, La Mancha soared upward, 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 and then Lucas did not hesitate. Between the summer of memories with loved ones and the cold, harsh winter of betrayal, he did not hesitate for a moment. Clang Lucas opened the door. The assassination squad from outside Winter rushed into the summer garden. Screams and shouts, sounds of flesh and blood splattering echoed from inside the garden. But Lucas did not look back even once. With an emotionless face, he only stepped forward to escape the garden. It was then someone blocked Lucas's path. You always regretted it. It was Lucas himself as a child, the foolish and immature self who had opened the winter garden on the night of betrayal. The young Lucas cried out, "You ruined everything. Because of you, Empress Dustja died and Prince Ash was broken. You can still fix it. It's still possible. Close that door now. And go back to the summer garden, to those happy times." Young Lucas, trying to say something more, had to stop. Crack! The real Lucas grabbed the young Lucas by the neck with his left hand and lifted him into the air. What is this? Get lost." With eyes flickering blue, Lucas glared at his younger self. No, at his old regret. "I overcame an old guilt like you a long time ago. No matter how hideous and terrible, this is the result of my choice. This is my life, and this is my banner." Turning his back on the blood-soaked summer garden, Lucas gritted his teeth. "All those scars and regrets eventually brought me here." Lucas looked down at the tattered black flag tied to his left arm. He recalled the words his lord had said when tying the flag. "Don't forget what we were looking at, to save the world." For this absurd goal, Ash had run forward, and Lucas had always stood in front of him. Knowing that this path was drawn with his lord's blood and tears, he couldn't turn back just because of his regret. "With my own will, I paved the way for my lord." Snarling fiercely, Lucas took a step outside the garden. "Do you think there's room for regret to creep in?" "Ha ha." Then the young Lucas laughed thinly. "This, I really have to admit." And as Lucas's steps left the summer garden and reached the snowstorm outside Winter, the surroundings transformed into the deck of La Mancha, and in Lucas's left hand, instead of the young Lucas, was the cursed sword Excalibur. Guo! Ahead of the airship, a thick and powerful darkness, exuding a more malevolent aura than any darkness they had pierced through so far, came surging in. It was the final, ultimate veil of the swamp of darkness. Tart. Without hesitation, Lucas dashed forward. He ran along the deck as if flying towards the edge of the ship. Everyone on the blood-soaked deck, who had been clearing veils and fending off darkness from all sides, watched Lucas. Sir Knight! Lucas! Sir Lucas! Go! Everyone shouted in unison. Lucas gritted his teeth and sprinted forward with all his strength. Slash it! At this moment, the cursed sword in Lucas's left hand began to vibrate wildly. Once wielded by the fallen King Fandragoner when he was known as the Night King. This sinister sword, blackened by his regrets and guilt, was, swish, it shed the crimson filth that had covered its hilt to blade, revealing its original beautiful form. From the cursed sword Excalibur to the holy sword bestowed the Excalibur in Lucas's left hand and the bestowed sword in his right hand both emitted a blinding light. Step aside, knight. Lucas, having run to the edge of the deck, put his soul into swinging the two longswords with all his might. The Lord is passing. Flash, a cross-shaped sword strike was brilliantly etched above the surging darkness. And in the next moment, crash, the night, which seemed never to end, was torn apart. The final darkness, whose thickness was unimaginable, was shredded in a single strike. The veil of darkness that had covered the sky all over the world swept away, revealing the sky above. As La Mancha soared through the endless swamp of darkness, the sun scattered its radiant and warm light. It was the dawn sunlight they thought they would never see again. Chapter 699. The ground, south of Crossroad, end of the plains. The last of the resistance forces had been annihilated. The clones summoned by Ash couldn't withstand the onslaught of the waves of darkness and were swept away. Ash himself, after being slashed repeatedly in front of Nightbringer's forged knight, had fallen. Yermangander, unable to endure the wound that split his body in two, died right there, and Crown the clown, who stood beside the snake, was torn in half by Nightbringer's own hands. Paekian, who resisted fiercely, fell with his entire shell shattered by a single punch from Nightbringer. Finally, Scalian, GRRK, held by the throat in Nightbringer's hand. Scalian choked and was lifted into the air. Though he had the strongest magical defense among the Black Dragon Legion, the beautiful scales that covered his body were all shattered, falling like rain, leaving him a hideous sight of wounds and blood. Scalian, my progeny, Nightbringer asked in a mocking voice, addressing his own son. Did you see what you wanted to see? Yes, father, spewing blood in front of the choking grip. Scalian smiled wryly. I saw it all. Ho, and what was it? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Scalian's eyes were calm, as if he had no more regrets and was truly satisfied. The beauty you would never find. Father, crouching in the night, only plotting to close the world. I saw it. Scalian chuckled faintly, mocking. Not feeling this beauty. Father, you are truly pitiful. Crack. Scalian couldn't speak any further, because Nightbringer tightened his grip and broke his son's neck. Since you came from me, return to me. Nightbringer carelessly tossed Scalian's limp body onto his back. Where the two dragon bodies touched, Scalian's began to melt black and slowly absorbed into Nightbringer. Nightbringer looked around. Ash, who had boasted loudly, was thoroughly shredded and couldn't rise anymore. Now, there was no one left to oppose him. The last resistance of the world had been so futile. There was no longer any reason to linger and play around. Nightbringer decided to end everything now. It was then. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky trembled. And as Nightbringer looked up in puzzlement, the veil of darkness that covered the sky was torn apart, letting brilliant sunlight pour through the gaps. What? Nightbringer couldn't comprehend the situation for a moment. The veil of darkness that covered the sky was crafted from the darkness beneath the Lake Kingdom. It was an evil, repulsive darkness imbued with the will of those outer gods. To achieve his goal, Nightbringer even used the darkness he loathed. The reason was simple. That darkness was powerful. The darkness scattered under the lake by the outer gods was different from ordinary darkness, filled with malice that dragged all living beings into despair. Since the world became the playground of the outer gods, no mortal had ever overcome that darkness. Thus, he trusted the darkness even more than himself. And yet, arg! The brilliant dawn light poured down like spear tips. Nightbringer's massive body began to melt incessantly under the indiscriminate sunlight. Before landing in this world, He had covered the sky with a veil of darkness to deepen the night, and merged his body with that darkness to gain transcendent power beyond his original form. To destroy the world this time, he used the reverse heaven art to turn day into night, overturning the natural order to come this far. Don't be ridiculous. It was collapsing, as the veil of darkness was torn apart and the dawn that should rightfully come spread over the world. His body and plans crumbled like twilight before dawn. You think I'll give up with just this? Nightbringer glared at the sky, activating the dark, evil eye. Boom! With the transcendent evil will of the dragon, the torn veil of darkness began to stitch itself together, reaching out its tendrils to seal the rips. Sunlight was once again blocked one by one through the patched veil of darkness. Nightbringer exerted all his strength to reclaim his night. It was then. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of several legs lightly tapping the ground was heard. Nightbringer flinched and looked down towards the source. There it was, with no eyes, nose, ears, or mouth, with 6 legs and 6 tails. Another one of his sons, more lizard-like than dragon-like. Nightbringer trembled as he called out his son's name. Perkian. Perkian, the black dragon's claw, slowly lowered his stance. And then, vroom, a sound like a mechanical engine echoed from his core, spreading a red hue through his cracked body. Don't interfere, you worm. Nightbringer roared and unleashed dark magic wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Perkian's entire body exploded under the direct hit of the magic. Nightbringer thought his child was crushed, but he was not. As the thick smoke cleared, Perkian had transformed into another form. When his stamina drops below half, Perkian enters the next phase, revealing his true form. This form was so difficult to deal with that Ash used mind control tactics to capture Perkian without letting him pass the phase. Vroom! With his outer shell peeled off, Perkian transformed into an even sharper and sleeker form than before. If he was a lizard before, now he looked like a fox wearing armor. Vroom! The unique engine sound echoed once more, and red flames burst from the joints of Perkian's 6 legs simultaneously. Boom! Kicking off the ground, Perkian sprinted at an unbelievable speed. His 6 trailing tails also emitted red flames from their ends, resembling a living rocket and further boosting his speed. The fastest dragon. Among the members of the Black Dragon Legion, no, among all the dragons that ever existed in history, the fastest being. That was Perkian, the black dragon's claw, and even the almighty Nightbringer momentarily lost track of his speed. In an instant, Perkian reached right in front of Nightbringer. However, Perkian was also a being that originated from Nightbringer. No matter how fast you are, Nightbringer's golden eyes glinted menacingly. You think I can't catch you? Forged Night descended. It was a precisely aimed attack without any gaps, and Perkian was hit directly. Crash! With a sound like shattering glass, Perkian exploded once more. And then, what? From beneath Perkian's shattered shell emerged an unexpected final phase, a third form. Smaller, sleeker, more agile, having shed even the armor in the shape of a fox. This form, unseen by even Nightbringer, was the result of using Scalian's second dragon orb on Perkian. The dragon orb is a tool that elevates the essence of a being. With this, Perkian forcibly broke through his limits, reaching the pinnacle of latent talent, and Perkian wasn't the only one who used a dragon orb and surpassed his limits. Whoa. Inside Perkian's shell, hidden, was the illusionist, Violet, who clung to Perkian's neck with trembling arms. It's okay, Perkian spoke then. Without a mouth, the voice resonated from within his chest, sounding metallic yet gentle. Violet's eyes widened in surprise at the unfamiliar yet kind voice. Perkian spoke once more. Let's go. Ah, yes. Boom. Perkian rocketed upwards like a missile. In his third form, Perkian scaled Nightbringer's body with blinding speed. So fast that even Nightbringer couldn't react, Perkian swiftly climbed up to Nightbringer's neck and approached his head, signaling. Now, Violet. Ooh-ah. Despite trembling in fear before the world's strongest monster, Uara. Violet kicked off Perkian's back, leaping up, and placed both hands on Nightbringer's head. Violet was merely a petty thief, just a scammer of a human, but she wanted to become great. So Scalian gifted her his dragon orb, using it to elevate her essence right before this battle. Thus, her illusion magic, which was only used to swindle money from villagers in a backwater gambling den, Flash, gained enough power to be used against the world's worst black dragon. Violet's ultimate skill, Daydream, exploded. For the first time, Nightbringer felt his mind shaken, roaring in pain all around. Roar! The dragon roar tore through the air, slashing in all directions. Even as Violet fell after using her illusion, the dragon roar descended upon her. Violet sensed her impending death. Ha! But why? She wasn't as scared as she thought she'd be. Instead, she felt relieved. Perhaps it was because she had achieved something she had never even dreamed of in her life. See that? World, Violet closed her eyes with a bright smile. I got you back. The blade-like dragon roar crashed towards her. Violet couldn't avoid it. Crash. Gasp. Gasp. Nightbringer bent over, gasping for breath. His mental strength was formidable. He wasn't weak enough to be caught by mere human illusions. But he was shaken. He didn't fall for the illusion, but his mind was undoubtedly shaken. Nightbringer felt his chest boiling with unprecedented agitation. It's because of the sunlight, the sudden burst of sunlight. Rip, rip, his concentration faltered, and the veil of darkness that covered the sky like dark clouds began to tear apart again. More and more sunlight pierced through the darkness. The darkness that was fused with Nightbringer's body also began to evaporate, as Nightbringer gasped for breath and lifted his head. He saw a wavering image of a woman like a mirage before his eyes, from a distant past, at the end of that now-forgotten mythic era. The red-haired woman who had looked down at him with sorrowful eyes as she killed him, truly like a daytime dream. Your story ends here, Nightbringer. With her long red hair flowing, the woman smiled sadly. Wait, I'll follow soon. Ugh! Nightbringer shook his head violently, and when he looked ahead again, the woman from his memories was gone. Instead, amidst the flickering ashen haze, a battered man in a black chain coat, holding a raised banner, was walking toward him. Step, step. In the now silent battlefield, only the man's footsteps echoed softly. Was it an illusion? In the shadow of this degraded, diluted, and tainted descendant, with no trace of the great ancestor dragon. What's wrong, Black Dragon? Why did he smell so strongly of her? Why? Ash approached the trembling Nightbringer with a bloody smile. Did I dig up some painful memories? Without answering, Nightbringer roared violently and charged at Ash. With his gleaming golden eyes, Ash also charged head-on. The final battle, determining the world's fate, was now reaching its climax. Chapter 700 Boom! Nightbringer unleashed a colossal magic bombardment, and Ash countered with a magical barrier. The clash of the two transcendents sent out a massive shockwave, and a thick cloud of dust rose. Within the dust cloud, Ash's clones scattered in all directions in a dizzying array. Normally, the original Nightbringer would have easily identified which were clones and which was the real one. Ka! His mind was in turmoil. The illusion of the red-haired woman kept blending in with the swirling clones of Ash and the dust cloud. Nightbringer attempted to blow everything away with a burst breath. Screech! A sudden whistle sound intensified the illusion of the red-haired woman, further obstructing Nightbringer's vision. There was only one person who could cause such a disturbance from the root of a nightmare. Nightbringer roared furiously as he turned to look. Crown, you wretch! Through the swirling dust cloud, the figure of Crown appeared, casually playing a flute with his right half torn off. Crown laughed from behind the blood-soaked white mask. If the flute of a lowly jester can shake the heart of a king, then it is indeed an honor. Nightbringer reached out to tear the remaining half of Crown apart. Ho-ho, you should charge carefully. But Crown remained relaxed. When you hear the sound of the flute, you're not the only one who gets excited, right? Within the dust cloud, Yermangander's yellow eyes snapped open. The world serpent, who had been lying dormant, gathering its last strength, sprang up. The serpent clung to Nightbringer's upper body, biting down with powerful jaws on his arm. An attack that would have been insignificant to Nightbringer fused with the night, but under the pouring sunlight, he had already shrunk and weakened. Crunch! The scales at the bitten area shattered, spraying blood everywhere. An enraged Nightbringer opened his mouth wide, preparing his breath attack. Yermangander, I traverse the world. In Yermangander's bright yellow eyes, terrifying magic power swirled like flames. I mix the world. As Nightbringer's breath attack struck Yermangander directly, a massive earthquake generated by Yermangander shook the area. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the area was engulfed in a thick cloud of dust. Nightbringer, having torn Yermangander from his body, frantically scanned his surroundings. The smoke and dust severely obscured his vision, and from within the dust cloud, Ash's clones rushed at Nightbringer from all directions. Kyra! Nightbringer expelled a dragon roar, clearing the smoke while unleashing dark magic and feather bombardments, shredding Ash's clones. It was then. Among the bursting clones, Ash approached at lightning speed. Wearing the King of Flies armor and holding White Knight's staff, it was unmistakably Ash. Player! Nightbringer immediately loaded Forged Knight. With dawn breaking, the usable knight was almost gone. Moreover, Forged Knight was a technique that consumed immense resources, but it was fine. Once this place was cleared, he could patch the sky curtain again and recreate a world covered in night. I can completely destroy this world, this stage. To do that, he had to completely eliminate this tenacious adversary first. He finished aiming and used Forged Knight. Slash. The rushing knight shredded Ash's entire body. The chain coat Ash was wearing turned to dust, and the staff was broken in two. But it was a fake. The one wearing that equipment was not the real Ash, but a clone. Nightbringer was aghast. A fake? Then the real one is Tyr, directly in front. The real Ash had already reached right in front of Nightbringer. Nightbringer shivered and his golden eyes flashed. Using the last of all his night, I will tear you apart so you can never stand again. He spat out the night forged from hatred. Slash. Ash couldn't evade. Before the overwhelming darkness, and the shredding filled with intense hatred, Ash couldn't withstand and was torn to pieces from head to toe. Nightbringer confirmed that the opponent had died without leaving a trace. Suddenly, a deep silence fell. Nightbringer slowly looked around the now quiet battlefield. After a long silence, the black dragon muttered hollowly, "Is it really over now?" "Player," the answer came from behind. "How many times do I have to tell you?" When Nightbringer turned his long neck back, his eyes wide open. From the beginning, on Nightbringer's back, Ash, wrapped in ancient cursed bandages, having finished his resurrection, was smiling wanly, was already in pieces. "You!" Ash had no equipment left, but he calmly extended his right hand to the side. At that moment, the gap in the sky where the curtain of darkness had been lifted revealed the full rising sun from the east. Flash! From the dazzling dawn sun to Ash's hand, a pillar of light descended. No, it wasn't just a pillar, it was a staff. Boom! The staff made of light was grasped in Ash's hand. Holding the hot and heavy staff, Ash slowly looked downward. Only then did Nightbringer realize where Ash was standing. It was the point where the black dragon's back and neck connected. Due to Nightbringer's fusion with the night and his gigantification, a gap had formed between the protruding vertebrae and the scarred scales. After 30,000 resolute warriors charged at that gap, all fighting and dying. I have no name to give you, you salamander bastard. It was the place where a nameless human soldier had barely managed to leave a scar. The determined wound had never healed, remaining as a scar, and there, Scalia lay dying, absorbed into it. "Here." Ash, covered in blood and dying, Scalia smiled faintly. "Stab here." Ash nodded silently and raised the staff high. Then, he struck down with all his might. The staff of light pierced through Scalian's heart and touched the black dragon's scale that the nameless soldier had shattered. As his heart was pierced, Scalian smiled. "To the people of the world, I ask, what is reason that it allows right and wrong to coexist? In a world made of reversed scales, Scalian was cast out for being born with straight scales. Conversely, if he had been born in a world of straight scales, how would he have lived? Would he have watched other reversed scales being rejected and cast out without any thought? Scalian pondered endlessly. Throughout his long life, he pondered, what is straight and what is reversed? Who decided the criteria for this distinction from the moment of birth? But just because I was born this way doesn't mean I have to live this way. So, among all the people on this front line, the one least fitting to be a hero, the one born as a petty thief, if she succumbed to the logic of the world, if she submitted to her predetermined fate, he too would accept the logic of the world and stop fighting. Even if the only thing I can show the world is an illusion, it doesn't mean my entire life is a lie. She did not give up fighting. I want to become great. No, it wasn't just her. I want to save the world again. Everyone on this front line was actually an ordinary person, not extraordinary in any way. Yet what kept them fighting? What makes a person great? Just because you were born this way doesn't mean you have to live this way. Just because you fell once doesn't mean you can't become great again. Coughing up blood, Scalian muttered softly. He realized, whether straight or reversed, it was merely someone else's standard. Neither the logic set by his father nor the logic imposed by the world's eyes needed to be his own standard. The most important thing was his own heart. I will decide my fate. He decided not to care about the criteria that divided straight from reversed based on birth direction. He would simply live purely as he wished, facing the direction he wanted to point. He resolved to become the true essence of straight scales. Now, can I say that I've walked a little of the same path as you all? With the staff plunged into Scalion's heart, Ash smiled bitterly. Of course, my friend. Whether you're born with straight scales or reversed scales, whether you're a human or a dragon, the choice is yours. Becoming something is your decision. Living is your decision. A satisfied smile formed on Scalion's lips. We are all masters of our own destinies. We are players, not mere pieces. Hee. I enjoyed joining your adventure, Ash. Scalion's body began to glow white. I said I liked bad endings back then, but actually, I prefer predictable happy endings much more. So, Ash, please, show me the most splendid ending of all. Of course, Scalion, Ash nodded with conviction. I am a player. If there is a true ending, I will reach it, for I am the one who conquers this world. With a relieved laugh, Scalion's long body began to shine brilliantly and quickly condensed. Eventually, it gathered into a small, tiny scale, the only weakness of a reversed scale dragon. Scalion resolved to become such a pure scale, and he became a non-existent weak point for Nightbringer. The pure scale had already merged with Nightbringer's body. The staff of light in Ash's hand accurately pierced through the scale and drove inward. Flash! The staff of light that pierced through the pure scale burned indiscriminately inside the black dragon's body. Nightbringer, being an entity fundamentally derived from the night, could not withstand the sunlight that penetrated his body. Faced with unimaginable, enormous pain, Nightbringer did not scream. Even as the light flames turned his insides to ash, he clenched his teeth and suppressed his screams. Even in this moment, he was seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The curtain of darkness covering the sky rippled in response to his will. But if you destroy everything to the end of the world, again, her illusion disrupted his sight and mind. My descendants and I will start over again on that ruin. Nightbringer missed his last chance for a counterattack. Flash, flash, flash. The curtain of darkness covering the sky split open one after another, and dozens, hundreds of beams of light poured down through the gaps. The dawn light descended like a bombardment, using the staff of light planted by Ash as a marker, as if imbued with intention. The flames of dawn rained down like a storm, striking and burning Nightbringer's entire body as they pierced through him. Player! Under the now completely clear sky, the black dragon desperately tried to pull out the staff of light while coughing up blood. But Ash held the hot and heavy staff firmly and endured. He endured without flinching, despite the burning pain in his hands and the crushing pain in his shoulders. It was a pain he had endured since the first battle he experienced in this world. It was a pain he had carried with him ever since that day. Ash held the pillar of light with his burning hands and focused his consciousness. Then the light burned more fiercely, scattering dazzling flashes in all directions. It seemed like a giant flag was fluttering. Finally, the curtain of darkness covering the sky shattered completely, and in the now brightly lit world, Pook, the tip of the staff, which had been burning and digging into the black dragon's body, finally reached his heart. Nightbringer's dragon heart was protected by the dark blood magic of the Black Dragon Legion and primordial darkness. No matter how much the essence of dawn light was used to pierce it, the darkness was too deep to penetrate, but it wasn't a problem for Ash. This is why I absorbed your blood into my body. Ash was also a being with black dragon blood. Through the staff, Ash's consciousness intricately and swiftly dismantled all the magic and darkness. Then, with all his might, Ash thrust the light beam into the wide-open gap in the seal. Poog! The light beam, like the tip of a spear, pierced through Nightbringer's heart and shot forward. To the black dragon, who looked back with eyes filled with disbelief, Ash, with his blood-soaked and haggard face, managed to smile. Good morning. The staff of light that pierced through the black dragon's heart touched the chest wound that Nameless had inscribed earlier. Immediately, an enormous pillar of light exploded outward, engulfing everything on the southern plains. Chapter 701. I was standing in an empty, pure white space. Having become familiar with the pattern by now, I muttered calmly. So, this is your mental world. I turned my head and soon found what I was looking for in the very center of this white space. There was only one lonely throne. Right in front of the throne, with a pool of ink-black energy spread beneath him, Nightbringer lay collapsed in human form, dying. I walked toward him, making a steady sound with my footsteps. Nightbringer, who was continually coughing up black blood, looked at me. The light had already faded from his golden eyes. Play, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. No, now I should call you Dawnbringer. Persistent, strong, and above all, so tenacious that it's almost annoying. You really are just like your great ancestor, Nightbringer murmured in a more relaxed voice, having closed his eyes tightly. I've lost. You're admitting it rather coolly. Given that I had come back to life and attacked him repeatedly, I thought he'd grumble. I can't accept this outcome. Unexpectedly, Nightbringer accepted his defeat calmly. We both used all the means at our disposal, and in the end I fell. I have no choice but to admit it. Nightbringer, struggling to breathe, lifted his head to look at the sky. I'm not upset about losing to you. What upsets me is, I also looked up at the sky, following his gaze, that I couldn't ruin their cycle of tragedies, their game of destruction. Sir, the white ceiling of his mental world turned transparent, revealing the sky of the real world. They're there. Now that you've gained divinity, you should be able to see them. Nightbringer glared at the sky and growled. Face their malice, watching my death and your futile struggle for amusement. In the dazzling morning sunlight, amidst the darkness that was now completely dispersing, I saw them clearly, countless eyes floating in the darkness. The enormous eyes of the outer gods, which had become almost familiar, were looking down on us, observing the world's destruction, finding joy in the tragedy. Nightbringer pronounced each word with seething hatred. The observing foreign gods, the watching constellations, the tragedy enthusiasts, the watchers. I called out their name. The watchers. Yes, they are the ones who turned this land into a world on a chessboard, enjoying our struggles with fate, the architects of the game of destruction. From within the fading darkness, the countless enormous eyes stared desperately at Nightbringer and me. Behold, the one who has newly gained the right to sit on the throne. The patched-together divinity. Nightbringer, having accepted his defeat, seemed determined to persuade me. Look at this world that has become nothing more than a plaything. Can you truly be content with a world where you are a clown being mocked? A world where, regardless of your will, you are endlessly toyed with by others. Wouldn't it be better if such a world were to disappear? Nightbringer's logic was consistent. From the moment we first met until now, or perhaps since he was born in that distant mythological age until now, he seemed to have been driven by a single goal. In the end, we are mere actors dancing on the stage they have set, according to the story they have written. What a meaningless, futile, and vain life this is. I sought to rebel against this fate. That is why I tried to close this world. So, Dawnbringer, if you have realized the truth of this world, it is not too late. In this world, which is merely a playground for the foreign gods rather than living as their toy, he would rather destroy the world with his own hands and end this game of destruction. Rather than be mocked, he would choose self-destruction. That was the consistent will that had brought him here. That was Nightbringer. You can bring an end to this contradictory world, Dawnbringer. But I looked up at the sky again. I met the eyes that were staring desperately in this direction, perhaps because I had gained divinity and the right to stand on the same level as them. I felt like I could understand those foreign gods a little. Without a doubt, in their eyes there was pure malice, like the gaze of a child looking down at an anthill. But why? To me, those gazes felt familiar. Immediately, I realized. Of course they were familiar. The way those foreigners looked at this world at me was exactly like the viewer's gaze when Retroaddict was broadcasting, filled with malice. Yet there was also a hint of goodwill mixed in. I could definitely feel it. For some reason, I felt like laughing. I couldn't help but smile, and then I spoke. What's wrong with becoming a source of amusement? What? Nightbringer looked puzzled. I continued. What's wrong with being a clown and being mocked? What are you talking about now? My main personality was composed of that of Retroaddict, that streamer who loved games, that clown who danced for amusement. If my life isn't shameful, then what's wrong with being a clown with being amusement? If someone found joy in my antics, if they laughed at my clowning, that wouldn't be so bad. What? What are you talking about? Nightbringer stammered, genuinely not understanding. I straightened my shoulders and looked up at the sky. Even if my entire life is a meaningless story shouted by a nameless actor on stage, it doesn't matter. Even if life is nothing more than a foolish dance performed by a nameless clown on stage, it's fine, because that is also undoubtedly a life. No matter what kind of life I live, because there was someone who acknowledged that my life was beautiful from its very core. Don't you dare arbitrarily judge that just because I was born as a clown mocked on stage, that my life is meaningless, that my life will be unhappy. I lowered my gaze from the sky and looked at Nightbringer. The only one who can define my life is me. With my hand on my chest, feeling the warm pulse inside, I spoke with conviction. And this is beautiful. Nightbringer's face, which had been in a daze, was now filled with anger. You, Dawnbringer, so you agree with their play of destruction and amusement. That's not it. I shook my head. The play of destruction, which views only tragedy while destroying the world, was flawed from its very conception. Then why? But your decision to destroy the stage just because the play is flawed is even more wrong. I smirked. You have a small mind, Nightbringer. Nightbringer stammered, perhaps unable to follow the sudden shift in conversation. What? I will not destroy the stage. I raised one hand, stopping it in midair, then clenched it into a fist. I will destroy the system of the play of destruction itself. Nightbringer's golden eyes widened in shock. I continued. I will rebel against that enormous will that repeats all these tragedies, against this entire universe. I touched the leather necklace around my neck, the one I received after clearing stage 0. Necklace of the rebel, the necklace of a player who rebels against fate. I now truly understood the meaning of why a player rebels against fate. Both I and Nightbringer were rebels. We were all players who wanted to defy the fate of destruction, but our directions were different. He tried to destroy the world that was the stage to ruin the play of destruction. I will destroy the play of destruction itself. So, although we may be the same actors, the same rebels, the same players, I can say that I am slightly more magnanimous than you. Nightbringer, who had been looking at me in a daze with his mouth slightly open, stammered, How exactly? Do you plan to destroy the play of destruction? How exactly will you rebel against this universe? It's a pity that I can't show you that, Nightbringer. At my words, Nightbringer flinched. His limbs began to turn into black powder and disappear, and the speed was accelerating rapidly. Nightbringer's end was near. We were able to have a brief conversation before dying due to the resonance between the draconian species. But it seems it's the end now. Nightbringer, who had calmly accepted his death, looked at me with trembling eyes. Dawnbringer, if you truly intend to carry out such a great rebellion, if you intend to walk the path of a true prince to establish a new dynasty. He placed his hand on his chest, drew out a black flame, and handed it to me. Take my flame as well. If your will is true, my blood and my soul will aid you. I stared at the flame Nightbringer handed over. He is my enemy. He killed my people, destroyed my city, sought to bring about the world's end. I will never forgive him. But I extended my hand and slowly accepted his flame, because I knew I would need this flame for the path I was about to walk. I took his flame as my spoils of war. The black dragon's flame did not get absorbed into my body, but instead orbited around me as if it were revolving, then combined with the necklace of the rebel around my neck. One last thing to tell you. After absorbing his essence, I dryly spat out. Go to hell, wicked dragon, Nightbringer, bursting into a hearty laugh, bitterly murmured. There's nowhere else for me to go anyway. Even though you must despise me, thank you for talking to me until the end. No need to thank me, I whispered to him coldly, and with a faint hint of blurred sympathy, because it was to remain human, and to gain even a little more clues to conquer this world. That's why I talked with you. Nightbringer burst into hearty laughter once more. I have no regrets in life, but not being able to see the end of your rebellious path is unfortunate. Already, most of his body had turned into black particles, and he murmured with a dazed expression as if dreaming. By the way, it's a strange thing. His golden eyes, now turned black, slowly closed. The woman who said she'd follow soon, until I died and revived once again. I haven't seen her. Every last piece of Nightbringer turned into black powder and vanished. In the empty white space, the royal scepter he had carried lay alone before the throne. The royal scepter symbolizing the kingship of the Lake Kingdom and the rights held by the Nightmare King of Kings. After picking it up, I slowly raised my head. The shroud of darkness in the sky had almost completely disappeared. Within the last remaining fragments of the shroud, the eyes briefly flashed one last time. Watch closely from there. With clenched teeth, a smile tugging at my lips. I will show you the greatest rebellion in the universe. With that declaration, I turned my back on the throne and began to walk to leave this lonely space. I was about to exit the mental world. At the edge of this collapsing white space, someone stood. I slowly approached him. His entire body was shattered like broken pottery, with the empty interior clearly visible. White ash scattered from his body. Despite the cracks and holes in his face, he still held an inexplicable, relaxed smile. The man who had burned to white ash, I called his name. Born Hater. Then, the real Ash smiled. I instinctively knew. It was time to say goodbye. Chapter 702, Born Hater. When I called out, the real Ash smiled and called me back. Dawn Bringer. I rubbed my arm as I got goosebumps for a moment, and then I murmured cautiously, no, something about calling each other by titles feels a bit weird. It was like when people who knew each other online met offline for the first time and called each other by their online nicknames. Excuse me, are you Black Prince King Supreme? Ah, so you're my wife Serenade. Isn't this exactly how it feels? Gah, so what? Is there a better way to distinguish us than by middle names? But the real Ash seemed completely unconcerned. A natural-born fantasy man must have a different perception. I awkwardly called his middle name again. Yeah, Born Hater, you've been through a lot. You too, Dawnbringer. Born Hater smiled with a face like broken pottery. You've done well so far, so I'm sure you'll do well in the upcoming battles too. I have only one request, and Born Hater said this. Be happy. After hesitating for a moment, I cautiously asked, are you talking about Serenade? You should of course make Serenade happy. That's obvious and doesn't need to be said. I rested my chin on my hand and hummed. Then other people. That's your duty as a king. And what I want to ask is, Born Hater reached out and pressed my chest with his fingertip. You yourself. Looking at me, who was dumbfounded as if I'd been hit on the back of my head, Born Hater smiled with his lips slightly bitten. There will be many hardships ahead, but I hope you find peace at the end of it. All the hatred, all the sorrow, all the wounds I was born with, I will take them with me when I disappear, so please, sincerely, with blessings. He said this. Be happy, me. And then Born Hater turned around and walked toward the edge of the collapsing white space. I urgently asked, where are you going? Born Hater, it's time to disappear. His voice was calm as he walked. As you inherited all the legacy from Dusk Bringer, you are no longer just a secondary personality. You have become a complete soul with a spirit. Born Hater shrugged his shoulders as if saying, who would have thought that the pawn that fell to the bottom would truly return as a queen? Although I'm still in pieces, you're in much better shape than me. So, baton touch, I've handed over the flag to you, and now it's time for me to disappear. His entire body started to break and scatter. Don't worry, I've left everything you need. All the memories of strategies, combat experiences, they'll all remain within you. You'll still be able to summon doppelgangers or build walls as much as you want. Thanks to that, I can finally rest easy. Ha ha, really? His voice, turning into white powder and scattering, was relieved and just a bit sorrowful. It was a long and exhausting fight. Then, goodbye, I'm going to take a little nap now, staring blankly at his back as he walked away. Born Hater, I rushed and grabbed his shoulder. Just grabbing him made white ashes scatter and turn my body white. But I didn't mind at all, and I said to him, who looked back in surprise, let's go together. What? Until the end, let's go together. I nodded seriously. Towards the true ending, no, beyond that to life. Together. Born Hater, stuttering as if he was at a loss for words, let out a hollow laugh. Hey, Dawnbringer, my past is uglier than you think. Even in this round, I got regression amnesia, made people die who didn't have to die, and committed all sorts of heinous acts. Born Hater tightly clenched his trembling hands. It's not just this round. Under the pretext of saving the world for countless, innumerable times, I pushed countless people into the pits of hell. You, who will open the new era, Dawnbringer, don't deserve such a dirty burden. Born Hater should die as Born Hater for the sake of us all. It's still okay, I spoke with conviction. It's okay, so let's go together. Will you even accept someone like me? Born Hater's voice trembled. Will you even become someone like me? I was the same. I recalled the guilt that remained at my core. In all 742 of those games, I always threw my characters to their deaths. For the efficient completion of the entire game, I threw countless subordinates to their deaths without a shred of remorse. I never questioned those actions. I was a monster obsessed with efficiency, knowing nothing but strategy, seeing people not as people, but as mere pawns. Your sins are my sins too. Facing Born Hater's bewildered face, I grinned, and my sins are your sins too. We are the same. I won't arbitrarily forgive the ugliness you committed, but I slowly spread my arms wide. We will regret it together. We will suffer together, and we will think together about how to correct those wrongs. So, let's go together. Born Hater. There is no such thing as a purely beautiful life. Everyone has an ugly side. I don't want to pretend it doesn't exist or ignore it. I want to acknowledge my ugliness and move forward to the next step. So, let's go together, my Born Hater. From his heavily cracked face down his shattered cheeks like an empty vase, white ash flowed and fell. Really? Then with that broken face, he smiled brightly, unbelievably brilliantly, and with open arms he approached me. No backing out later, okay? I chuckled. That's obvious. We hugged. Born Hater's entire body shattered like a sandcastle, and the white ash poured over me. Eventually, all those white particles shone brilliantly and were absorbed into my soul. Finally, Born Hater's voice echoed faintly. All right, let's go, to the end of this path, together. When I blinked once, he was no longer there, but I knew. The real and the fake, Born Hater and Dawnbringer, had finally become one. Feeling a bit awkward, I looked down at my body with a strange feeling, and I muttered, I've literally become ash. And in the next moment, I returned to the real world from the mental realm. I realized that I was standing on the corpse of the black dragon, and that I still held the flag of light in my hand. The warm sunlight was falling on my head. Finally, the darkness had lifted, and the whole world, having regained its colors, was emitting countless hues like a prism. In this world, though hideously destroyed, more beautiful than any landscape I had ever seen. Your Highness! People were running towards me. Heroes were pouring out of La Mancha, which had made an emergency landing on the other side of the field, and people were running from the collapsed walls of Crossroad to the end of this field. Everyone was crying. While weeping and sobbing, they were running with open arms as if to embrace me. The snow that had been pouring from the sky stopped, melted under the sunlight, and scattered brilliantly in the air. Under those beams of light, I smiled. It was the most devastating defeat, yet the most exhilarating victory ever. Stage 40 clear. Stage MVP Ash X. Level up characters. Ash X. And 168 others expand list deceased characters. Duskbringer SSR. Nobody SR. 188 others expand list injured characters. Evangeline SSR. And 254 others expand list deceased and injured captured monsters. Scalian SSR captured monster. Deceased 30 others expand list items acquired. Lake Kingdom Royal Scepter X. 1 Black Dragon Heart X. 1 Black Dragon Magic Core SSR. 8 others. Calculating stage clear rewards have been given. Please check your inventory. X grade reward box. 1 SSR grade reward box. 8 get ready for the next stage. Lake Kingdom. Violet slowly opened her trembling eyes. Ha! South field of Crossroad. Lying sprawled on the dirt ground. Violet slowly wriggled her fingers and toes. She was intact. Ha! Ha! Violet hurriedly raised her hand and checked her body. Sure enough, she was completely uninjured. Ha! What is this? Violet, confused, realized that bright sunlight was touching her face. Shocked, she sprung up like a spring. The sky was clear. The world was bright. Morning had returned. Nightbringer had fallen. The World Guardian Front had protected the world once again. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Violet let out a laugh mixed with joy and confusion in a silly voice. So, how was she still alive? She had been thrown into the air. A Nightbringer's dragon-like roar had been right in front of her. How could she still be alive? Her limbs intact. Ha! The answer was right beside her. Violet noticed the dragon lying next to her and shouted urgently. Paekian, the black dragon's claw Paekian, was torn to shreds and dying. Only then did Violet remember why she was unharmed. She recalled the last moment before losing consciousness. Paekian had caught her falling through the air, taken the dragon raw for her, and then crashed to the ground. As a result, Violet was safe, but Paekian had sustained fatal injuries. Why? For someone like me, Violet knew, if Paekian had abandoned her, he would have been safe. Paekian's mission was only to take Violet to Nightbringer's head. If he had used his speed to escape at that moment, He could have gotten away safely, but Perkian had thrown himself to save Violet, and now he was dying. "Are you okay, Violet?" Then, from Perkian's shattered chest, his usual mechanical voice flowed out faintly. "I can no longer detect magic. I can't check your condition. Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, you idiot lizard." Violet crawled on her knees to Perkian's side, tears streaming down her face. "Why? Why did you save me? If you hadn't saved me, you would be alive." "You showed me." Perkian's answer was unexpected. "That night, you showed me the stars." "What? It wasn't just the stars. You showed me this world, so it was worth risking my life for you." Violet shook her head in disbelief. "Everything I showed you was an illusion. You fool, it was just a lie that seemed real. It doesn't matter." Was it her imagination? Violet felt like Perkian's mechanical voice had a slight smile. "Because I loved that lie. Perkian. My life was always in total darkness. I had no eyes, no ears, no nose, no mouth. I spent endless time in a darkness where nothing was visible." Violet placed her hand on Perkian's unmoving body. With a faint, mechanical hum, Perkian's blue magic gathered where her hand touched. It felt like they were holding hands, Violet thought. "But you were the first to bring light to my world. In my world, which was entirely black, you brought color. Like holding a palette full of paint, you came into my heart and painted my world with countless colors." Perkian's mechanical voice grew fainter, and at the same time, it contained a faint warmth. "The starry sky that night was the most beautiful scene I had ever seen in my life. So, I have enough reasons to die for you." Wiping her tear-streaked face with her sleeve, Violet slowly moved her hand to Perkian's shattered head, and she showed him one last illusion. The view of this world bathed in brilliant sunlight. "Ah!" Like paint spreading on a white canvas. Various emotions blossomed in Perkian's fading, empty voice. "Look, Violet, the night is lifting from the sky." With a voice that seemed satisfied, happy, Perkian softly whispered, "It's as beautiful as you, a lovely lavender hue." Then, the blue light slowly faded from the dragon's body. Violet gently embraced Perkian's lifeless body. She cried loudly, holding him for a long time, until the completely brightened sunlight drove away even the dawn, turning into a dazzling noon. Continuously, Chapter 703, among the gathered heroes and soldiers and the kings, we all cried and laughed, celebrating victory and survival. At the same time, we mourned the death of our comrades and the damage sustained at the front. Under the sunlight that dawned once more, we wanted to stay drunk on the joy of victory, but the damage to be restored was too great. The city was destroyed. The walls had collapsed and people had died. I gathered those who could move immediately and ordered the cleanup. "We will do it. No, please let us do it." Relatively less injured regular soldiers stepped forward eagerly. Especially the soldiers of the Aryan kingdom were the most active at the forefront. They were sad in front of the destroyed city, but they couldn't help but be happy at the thought that their country far in the north had been saved. The survivors were a mix of those who were mourning and those who were rejoicing, because this battle was both a glorious defeat and a devastating victory. It was not strange for each to feel differently, seeing the faces of people in different shades. I thought it was fortunate. It's fortunate to be able to be sad and happy. The world continues like this. First, let's clean up the city. After the most urgent restoration orders were given, I spoke while watching the people busily moving in the morning sunlight. When the evacuated people return and reinforcements come from each country, we must also retrieve the bodies of the 30,000 warriors who died fighting the Black Dragon in the south. Most of the casualties from this battle were concentrated there. We must retrieve them. Of course, we will, Crown Prince. Valen, the head of the city-state alliance, who was receiving and conveying my orders along with the other kings, nodded. Valen, who was said to have been swept away by the first breath attack, had his cherished mustache completely burned off. His entire body, wrapped in bandages from burns, was standing beside me now. "Are you all right, Lord Valen?" I asked carefully, and Valen, habitually trying to touch his mustache, realized it was burnt off, awkwardly lowered his hand, and answered, "Who here is truly all right? But just because we're not all right doesn't mean life stops, does it? We have work to do." He had already been broken in spirit during the King of Flies wave. In this battle, he had sustained such injuries. He was a man who could leave at any time without it being strange, but instead of fleeing, he was trying to finish the work he could do to the end. Even running away requires courage. When I carefully asked the reason, Valen answered like this: I was born a coward, afraid of being cursed behind my back, so I intend to finish all the work I can show off and then run away. He spoke frankly and laughed awkwardly. I laughed with him. It is because of people like him that the world still holds together. Many died and were injured this time too. No, more died and were injured than ever before. As I murmured, looking at the south wall that had been restored only to be devastated again, Valen spoke in a stern voice. Victory is victory, even if we are covered in wounds. Crown Prince, your Highness has achieved a truly mythical feat. So, leave the remaining cleanup to us and go rest for a while. He patted my back and sent me inside the city. There are many people you need to comfort. Your Highness. I gratefully accepted his consideration. All the crucial orders had already been given. Standing outside the city wall, I slowly walked inside. My destination was the temple. Everyone must need care right now. The heroes who were injured, but more so, the heroes who had once embraced darkness needed to be restored. To put it in game terms, it's like their dark attribute tendency had maxed out. It was useful in this battle given the circumstances, but the side effects were severe. As I walked, pondering how to neutralize this darkness, I saw Celebi from afar. The old dwarf blacksmith was quietly looking up at the sturdy superstition attached to the front of La Mancha, which had made an emergency landing. Instead of a face full of regret or sorrow, his face was calm and peaceful. Without speaking to him, I headed into the city. Inside the south gate of Crossroad, Verdandi was there. She was carefully watering the sprout that had grown from the stump left where her younger sister Skuld had died. Surprisingly, the sprout, which had been harshly left without sunlight in the snowstorm, was still alive, and it sparkled with a tender green as it received the water Verdandi was giving it. I didn't speak to Verdandi either. I walked through the half-ruined city, but filled with people. There was Diarmuid joining the surviving wizards, hugging and crying together, and there was Cuilan, meeting with the beastmen, forming a circle and shouting something loudly with their shoulders linked. At the entrance of the temple, Torkel was arguing with a young acolyte over a broom, insisting he should sweep, while the acolyte pleaded for him to rest. I did not try to comfort them. I did not force them to stand up or pull them out of the darkness. It seemed they already knew where they needed to look. On a bench outside the temple, Lucas, who had received emergency treatment, was sitting with a contemplative look. I quietly approached and sat next to him. Lord! Lucas seemed to have many things he wanted to say, but he soon closed his mouth. We sat silently on the bench for a while, basking in the sunlight. I had many things to say to Lucas too. There were things to scold and things to praise. Stories about the real Ash, and about the fake me, so many things, but those stories could be shared openly later. For now, just simply, you've worked hard, I said. I reached out and patted Lucas on the shoulder, then I smiled broadly. You did well. Then Lucas began to tremble. You were a... Ha! He started to cry. You were a... As he let out a sorrowful bear-like cry, I couldn't help but laugh, though it's a bit inappropriate for a superior to laugh while their subordinate is crying. Beside Lucas, who was crying with all sorts of emotions, I patted his shoulder for a while. Just because you've stepped into a dark swamp doesn't mean life is over. It's not just the darkness, is it? During the long journey of life, stepping in all sorts of filth will be a common occurrence. There is no need to be frustrated or give up for that reason. Brush off your muddy shoes, and then just keep walking on the next path. So I decided to wait for people to pull themselves out of the swamp, believing that they all could see their destinations clearly. Senior, Crown Prince, Your Highness, at that moment. The rest of the main party members, having finished their emergency treatment inside the temple, Evangeline, Damien, and Junior came rushing out. There was so much to say to everyone, but first we shared a hug each. Everyone, let's sunbathe together, Lucas, pointing to the bench, said. Everyone looked confused but followed my order to sit on the bench, and soon their faces relaxed. Wow, the sunlight. Is it always this warm and bright? Should we just rest like this for a while, doing nothing? The children, gathered around Lucas, sat quietly basking in the sunlight, comforting Lucas in silence. Lucas, sniffing, stifled his tears. Seeing the main party members like that, I chuckled and entered the temple. I went around the temple meeting the injured soldiers. However, those with severe injuries could not be met. Chain was one of them, and so was King Poseidon, who had returned by himself through the teleport gate. There were many things to discuss with these two, and above all my father, Emperor Traha, peacemaker, ever black. The emperor, who had personally piloted the airship La Mancha, had sustained greater injuries than any heroes. He had been transporting to the temple without a moment to celebrate the victory, and was still in surgery. Looking at the tightly closed door inside the temple, I suddenly realized, after this battle, so much would change. After finishing my round inside the temple and stepping outside, I saw that the main party members, exhausted from the fierce battle, were dozing off in the sunlight. Even Lucas, who had been sniffing, seemed to have exhausted his strength from crying, as he was now snoring softly, having fallen into a nap. Watching the children huddled together, sleeping soundly with their heads resting on each other's shoulders, I covered my mouth and laughed. Torkel quietly brought a blanket, and I covered the children's laps with it. I'll wake them when enough time has passed. Thank you, Torkel. I gently patted Torkel's shoulder. You worked hard. Torkel gave a faint laugh without saying anything and bowed to me. As I left the temple and stepped onto the main street, a carriage came to a stop in front of me. Your Highness. It was a carriage from the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, driven by Elias, with Serenade seated inside. Considering you have many places to visit today, we quickly prepared a carriage. Serenade asked with a bright smile as she opened the door. Where shall we take you? Taking a deep breath, I turned my gaze northward. To the north gate. Placing my hand over my chest, feeling the warmth within, I spoke firmly. To the military camp of the Bringer Duchy. The military camp of the Bringer Duchy was quiet. The unharmed soldiers were all involved in the city's restoration, and the injured soldiers were in the temple, and as if they had expected me, the Dragonblood Knights were waiting for me with calm expressions. Welcome, Crown Prince. The previous formidable vigor of these knights, who had lost their dragon blood, was no longer felt. Instead, a serene, resilient will, like a dry tree standing against a snowstorm, emanated from their eyes. The Dragonblood Knights, reduced from 4 to 3 and noticeably aged, saluted me and got straight to the point. How is Her Excellency? Instead of answering, I extended my hand and ignited a red flame in my palm. The faces of the Dragonblood Knights, who understood the meaning of this flame, crumbled. The childlike sorrow spread across their stoic faces. Ah! As they collapsed to the ground, I declared calmly, former Duchess Duskbringer has entrusted me with his flame. And he has entered eternal rest. I have preserved his body with magic. Trying to keep my voice steady, I spoke to the 3 Dragonblood Knights who were now wailing on the ground. As soon as Mampar returns to this city, I will retrieve the bodies of all the fallen as quickly as possible. The Duchess's body will also be retrieved then and given a state funeral according to the traditions of the Bringer Duchy. The Dragonblood Knights, sobbing uncontrollably, asked in tearful voices, Then now, Your Highness? Yes, I nodded. I am now the rightful successor of the Bringer Duchy, Dawn Bringer. The 3 Dragonblood Knights, wiping their tear-streaked faces and standing up to compose themselves. Loyalty, they shouted in unison, kneeling on one knee before me. We greet the new Duke of Bringer. We greet the Duke. We greet the Duke. What did it mean to these knights that I, the Crown Prince of the Everblack Empire, had become the Duke of the Bringer Duchy? What would it mean to the citizens of Bringer, to the people of the Empire, and to the people of the world? I still did not know, but the Dragonblood Knights swore their allegiance to me without hesitation. Please carry on the great will of the former Duchess. I will, certainly I will. I smiled warmly and spoke with conviction. I am her son, after all. At those words, a wave of relief crossed the faces of the Dragonblood Knights, and they bowed deeply to me. Yes, this world is full of uncertainties, but some things are certain. The fact that the flame of Duskbringer, her will, flows within me. Love, Ash. Recalling her last words, I closed my eyes tightly. I will do so, Duchess, just as you did, just like that. Chapter 704 time passed. People who had evacuated began to return, and others from around the world were mobilized and flocked to Crossroad. The kings who fought here directly now felt in their bones that this place was, quite literally, the land where the fate of the world would be decided. Wagons loaded with supplies from various countries poured in endlessly. The north suffered terrible damage from the heavy snowfall, but just when they were on the brink of death, the sky cleared and the snow stopped. The previously passive people of the Aryan Kingdom were now at the forefront, helping to restore the city. Especially King Miller Aryan, who, despite losing an arm, personally carried a shovel and pickaxe to the restoration site, making me want to stop him. It's a bit bewildering when a character changes 180 degrees like this. I understand he doesn't want to be disliked, though, as I watched the gradually recovering city, I fell into deep thought. The entire world is now cooperative with our front line. This is fortunate. But the death of 30,000 was by no means fortunate. It was the death of 30,000 elite troops gathered from all over the world. Not only that, but the entire air fleet was annihilated, and many heroes and soldiers under my command also died. Human resources and supplies would be easily replenished, but reinforcing troops was a distant prospect. Nightbringer was practically a final boss-level monster. Compared to the sleepless Lake Princess, it was on the same level, or perhaps even more destructive. It was such a formidable foe that perhaps this much damage was inevitable. But the problem was that he was a final boss-level adversary, but not the final boss. The monster invasions will continue, and we have suffered devastating damage to our defenses and troop situation. The next defense battle starts in a month. The start date of Stage 41 is about a month from now. For 3 months, without rest, from Stage 41 to Stage 50, the final 10-round defense game will continue. Can Crossroad and the world withstand this harsh wave of monsters? A week after the battle ended, a funeral was held in the west of Crossroad. In a hurry, we dispatched personnel to the south to retrieve the bodies, but recovering all 30,000 bodies within a week was impossible. Moreover, the battle with the Black Dragon was so fierce that the bodies were severely damaged. However, delaying the funeral indefinitely was not respectful to the dead, so we decided to hold it first. I looked up at the newly erected gigantic monument. It was a new communal tombstone erected next to the communal tombstone for those who died in the tutorial stage. In front of the tombstone, covered with white flowers left by mourners, a blue sacred flame flickered, a memorial for all the heroes whose bodies were not found. I clenched my fists tightly in front of it. I have no regrets. Without their sacrifice, we would not have been able to defeat Nightbringer. It was an enemy that everyone on this front barely managed to defeat by pouring out everything from the depths of their souls, knowing that they died to protect the world, for a noble cause. However, no matter what reasons are given, no matter what rationality is assigned to their deaths, the pain they felt in their moments of death and the sorrow their families will feel will not disappear. Clenching my teeth, I tried to calm my mind in front of the monument, then turned my gaze away. Beyond the communal tombstone, people were crying in front of the many newly added grave. I approached one of the closer grave, one of which I was the chief mourner, Duskbringer's grave. The people of the Bringer Duchy gathered around the grave like clouds, bowing their heads. As I stood by the grave for a moment, the Dragonblood Knights appeared, carrying Duskbringer's coffin. Behind them, the soldiers of the duchy marched with flags at half-mast. I, along with the Dragonblood Knights, placed the coffin in the ground and sprinkled earth over it. Amidst the people drenched in tears, I tried to appear calm, but my eyes kept welling up. After holy water was sprinkled and the afterlife of the deceased was blessed, the soldiers of the duchy gathered and sang a military song. It was a song to honor their fallen comrade. Duskbringer was the commander-in-chief and a frontline fighting dragon lady, so she was a soldier and their comrade. Even after the soldiers' mournful song ended, I quietly stared at Duskbringer's grave, now covered in white flowers. Just like the other kings who were buried here before, a temporary funeral was held here first, and they will be reburied after all the wars are over. The state funeral of the Bringer Duchy will be held then. After all the wars are over, the 3rd year, the final winter. Originally, it should still be late autumn. However, the night summoned by Nightbringer covered the world in snow, causing winter to arrive much earlier than usual. Now, when this winter ends, the war with the monsters will also be decided. It will be decided then whether those who were buried here first can return to their homeland, whether the world ends or continues, whether we can reach the true ending or not. In this last season, everything will be decided, until your real funeral is held in your country. I bowed deeply toward Duskbringer's grave. I will hold back my tears until then, Duchess. After the funeral for Duskbringer was concluded, I entrusted the role of chief mourner to the Dragonblood Knights and decided to visit the other grave. As the lord and commander, it was naturally my duty to look after the other bereaved families. As I moved from grave to grave, offering condolences to the bereaved families, I stopped. I saw the dark mage Chain sitting in a wheelchair. He was lost in thought in front of the grave of the Blacklist heroes. Chain. Ah, your highness. Chain turned around, his entire body wrapped not in his usual chains, but in bandages. His injuries were severe. During the night closing operation, he had taken all the attacks aimed at the airship La Mancha with his body. His body was badly wounded, and by overexerting himself to absorb the darkness, all his magic circuits were contaminated and burned out. He could never fight again, effectively making his retirement certain. It might sound strange, but I feel relieved. He could no longer use dark magic, appearing as an ordinary middle-aged man. He was neither his usual very young self nor the old self when his life force was exhausted. Somewhere in the middle, Chain was carefully examining the grave of his fallen comrades. I fought without regrets. These guys probably felt the same. To save an infant, to save the city, and to save the world. I also examined the grave. A defensive mage and a gunslinger who died saving Sid, a golem mage who burned her life to protect the city, and a blind swordsman who cut through the darkness with his life's last swing. They were all buried here side by side. Who would have thought that gambling addicts like us could fight and die for something valuable? I couldn't say anything. Chain pulled something from his pocket and flicked it forward with his fingers. Ping, it was a casino chip. Chain skillfully flicked it, placing one in front of each comrade's grave. The last chip spun before falling flat in front of nobody's grave. As he clenched and unclenched his empty hand, I cautiously asked, "Are you quitting gambling?" "Yes, I plan to. I have no friends to play with and it's no longer fun." "What will you do from now on?" "I'll think about it while recuperating," Chain murmured bitterly. "A black mage who can't fight. A gambler who's tired of gambling. I'm not sure what I can do in the future." After a few more words, I carefully patted Chain's back and left the spot. As I walked away, I looked back and saw Chain covering his face with both hands, clenching his teeth and bowing his head. Instead of offering empty comfort to his silent sobbing, I quietly walked away again. Sub-party. Blacklist. 5 high-grade heroes I wanted to recruit from the first year while planning the casino construction. Their end was thus lonely and sorrowful. Among the newly established grave, there were also those of non-humans, captured monsters. Though they were monsters, Scalian and Paekian made significant contributions in this battle. Therefore, they were given respectful funerals, cremated, and buried here in the cemetery. Ah! Violet was squatting and sniffing in front of their grave. Somehow, a scale piece was placed in front of Scalian's grave, and a claw piece in front of Paekian's grave. Violet sniffled and tapped the pieces with her fingers, while the other members of the Gamblers Club tried to console her. "It feels like a dream." Scarlet blew Violet's nose as she sighed deeply. With a honk, Violet cleared her nose and spoke in a nasal voice. "Spending time with these dragons and fighting such a great battle together, it all feels like a dream." The other Gamblers Club members massaged Violet's shoulders and offered her warm tea, trying to comfort her. I watched this scene from behind with a bitter smile. Then it happened. SSSS suddenly, a snake's hissing sound followed by a long, thin tongue licking Violet's chin. "Eek!" Violet jumped up in fright, turned around and screamed. "Kaya, it's here again." A huge silver-grey snake had approached and stuck close to Violet. SSSS. The sound seemed to indicate it was pleased, none other than Yermangander. "Ah, there you are." Watching Yermangander coiling around Violet, I spoke calmly. This world serpent was cut in two and even took a direct hit from Nightbringer's breath at the end. I thought it would surely die, but it didn't. Perhaps to heal. It continued to shed its skin repeatedly, becoming significantly smaller, but it survived. Even though it's smaller, it's still as big as a huge python, about the size of an anaconda on Earth, maybe even bigger. It lost its enormous size and divinity, and it seemed to have lost the ability to speak, but it survived and quietly remained on our front line. It's now my captured monster, and now it's attached to Violet. Why am I so popular with monsters, especially reptiles? Why do they act like this? Violet, constantly being licked by Yermangander's tongue, yelled tearfully. I laughed heartily. "Maybe that's just your nature." "I hate it now." "Ugh." The Gamblers Club members, excited, started petting Yermangander's smooth scales around the sniffling Violet, who now began crying for a different reason. After watching this scene for a while, I turned my gaze south. toward the direction of the Black Lake. Along with Yermangander, there was Crown, the Pied Piper, who helped us. Crown, who died in battle, turned into black smoke and disappeared. Originally, the immortals from the Lake Kingdom would turn into black smoke upon death and resurrect at a predetermined location. Crown was supposed to resurrect at his base within the Lake Kingdom. We had agreed in advance. If Crown died in battle, he would find me again after resurrection. We needed to discuss our promise and how to save Nameless. But Crown hadn't reappeared after a week. I tried to enter the Lake Kingdom to find him, and Nameless, but all teleport gates were blocked, making entry impossible. This situation continues to this day. What is happening down there? As I felt a vague sense of foreboding, I suddenly noticed the main party members waving at me from a distance. Senior, speech, speech. Oh, is it already that time? Since I can't enter the Lake Kingdom right now, there's nothing I can do. Let's focus on what I can do here. Taking a deep breath, I walked toward where the main party members were. Many people were waiting for me below the podium. Chapter 705. Before long, it was afternoon. In the late autumn weather, which had become as cold as winter, the sunshine was clear today. The people gathered like clouds welcomed this sunshine and stood under the podium, looking up at me. There were kings, soldiers, heroes, and citizens. I carefully observed each of their faces. The monster we faced this time, the Black Dragon. I hadn't specifically prepared a speech, but the words came out naturally. Was an opponent we couldn't originally defeat, coldly, honestly, and objectively speaking. Originally, the world should have been destroyed by now. Nightbringer was an enemy capable of annihilating us and ending the world. But we are now alive and standing under the sun. We split the night, defeated the evil dragon, and are breathing here. I looked around the audience. Why do you think that is? Everyone looked up at me silently, waiting for my next words. I smiled and continued. Because every warrior buried here, and every warrior who returned from the battlefield, didn't think we couldn't win, I emphasized again. Because they foolishly believed that we could win, that we could protect this world. I'm not advocating mental fortitude or perseverance. In the first place, it wasn't an opponent that could be defeated by such things alone. In short, this is the basics, the hardest basics to maintain, the spirit of not giving up, the strong will to not lose the courage to fight in any desperate situation. If even one of those who participated in this battle had given up the fight and laid down their weapons a bit earlier. I looked at the grave filled in the western plains. If we lacked even one attack to scar the evil dragon, one defense to somehow block its breath, and one act of courage to jump into harm's way to protect our allies. Clenching my fist and taking a breath, I looked at the audience again and continued. We would have been defeated. By now, the whole world would have quietly met its end, covered in snow and darkness. My voice grew stronger. Every single attack we barely fended off, every small wound we inflicted on the enemy. People gritted their teeth, clenched their fists, and tightly closed their eyes. The sacrifice of all those who fell and the determination of all of us who survived, piled up layer by layer. All of it together protected the world. With conviction, once more, every action we took had meaning. As I paused, a moment of silence filled the cemetery. It might be an illusion, but it felt as if even the dead buried here were listening to my words. I lowered my eyes and slowly quoted part of a philosopher's writings from Earth. The world is deep, the sorrow of the world is deep, but joy is deeper than that pain. Looking up again and making eye contact with the people, I smiled. The night is deep, and the darkness is deeper, but the human desire for sunlight is deeper than that. Under the clear sunlight that we finally reclaimed, I nodded slowly. Remember with what heart you fought in this battle. Remember the courage that allowed you to fight against an undefeatable enemy without giving up. While longing for the sunlight, even fighting under the darkness without it, as long as each of your hearts continues to remain. If we have that courage, we can overcome any future wars and the life beyond. No matter what adversity comes, we can live in the direction we hope for. Afterwards, I slowly turned around and bowed respectfully towards all the grave in the west. To everyone who overcame yet another great challenge, and to all the comrades buried here, thank you. Turning back around and looking at the audience, I spoke sincerely. Truly, thank you. In front of the faces of people with various complex emotions, I took a deep breath and slowly prepared the elegy for this funeral. In fact, I had long decided what to recite. Don Quixote, the most famous knight on earth, treated as a clown for his ridiculous actions, but ultimately became a legendary human because of his convictions. I recited the lyrics made from that story, thinking that everyone buried beneath the grave here and everyone standing before me listening to my speech are just like that man from La Mancha. To dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, to run where the brave dare not go, to right the unrightable wrong, to be better far than you are, to try when your arms are too weary to reach the unreachable star. This is my quest, to follow that star no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to be willing to give, when there's no more to give, to be willing to die so that honor and justice may live. And I know if I only be true to this glorious quest, that my heart will lie peaceful and calm when I'm laid to my rest, and the world will be better for this, that one man, scorned and covered with scars, still strove with his last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable star after the funeral. There were a few more events I was scheduled to attend, but they were urgently cancelled. This was because a more pressing matter arose that required my attention as the crown prince of the empire. Your Highness, the Emperor has regained consciousness. Upon the soldier's report, I immediately rushed to the temple. Inside the temple, high-ranking priests from the order, including the head priestess Rosetta, were hurriedly coming out. I urgently asked, "How is His Majesty?" "His condition is stable." Rosetta, nodding, made way for me. "Please go in." "Thank you." I carefully passed the priests and stood in front of the innermost sick room. "Father, it is I, your son." After a light knock and inquiry, the Emperor's reply came immediately. "Come in." Entering the room, I was about to make a light-hearted remark to ease the atmosphere, but I had to shut my mouth immediately. The Emperor lying on the bed was in a dreadful state. His left arm and left leg were missing, and his right eye was bandaged. During the night-closing operation, he personally controlled La Mancha's flight and continued to steer the ship, fending off attacks from the darkness even when other heroes were incapacitated. In the process, unable to actively protect his own body, he sustained such severe injuries. "Don't make such a face." The Emperor tried to sit up but lost balance, and I quickly approached and helped him sit up straight on the bed. Looking at his empty left arm and smacking his lips bitterly, the Emperor spoke. "If I can see the morning sun again, losing a limb or two isn't too high a price to pay." "Oh, I suppose I should add an eye as well." The Emperor seemed to be making a joke, but I couldn't laugh. As I stood silently, unable to say anything, the Emperor clicked his tongue and gestured with his right hand. An emperor should speak of the future to move forward, not dwell on the lost past. Put aside my irreparable injuries and tell me about the situation on the front lines. "Yes, father." I explained in detail how the battle with the Black Dragon concluded and how we managed the front lines over the past week. After hearing the entire report with his mouth tightly shut, the Emperor sighed softly. "Indeed, you are now the successor of the Bringer Duchy, following the Duchess Dusk Bringer. You have become Dawn Bringer." "Yes, and at the same time, you are the crown prince of the Empire and my only son by blood." The Emperor's wrinkled lips curled into a smile. "The lands of the Bringer Duchy, long separated from the Empire, will finally return to the Empire." I blinked quietly. "Do you intend to annex the Bringer Duchy into the Empire?" "Of course. Wouldn't that be the natural course?" The Bringer Duchy was originally just a western fortress of the Everblack Empire. The Emperor calmly explained the history from hundreds of years ago. It was similar to this place, Crossroad, a fortress built to fend off attacks from neighboring countries. The progenitor, Duchess Bringer, who became the guardian dragon of the empire, was appointed as the lord of that place. Villages and cities formed around the fortress, eventually taking its current shape. Originally, the progenitor dragon Dusk Bringer had no desire for human territories, so, although she received the title of Duchess, she did not receive rights to the land. She was appointed as the administrative head to oversee the military facilities and surrounding areas in the west, and since then, the descendants of Duchess Bringer have traditionally governed the land. Consequently, and in practical terms, the form of the principality governed by the Duchess was accepted by the world. Legally, however, it was entirely the territory of the Empire, as explained by the Emperor. And now that I inherited the blood of the Duchess, the Emperor had gained the justification to absorb and merge the Bringer Duchy into the Empire. The Emperor burst into hearty laughter as he saw my silence. "It seems you don't wish for this." The Emperor picked up the cane next to the bed and, staggering, stood up. "I will assist you." It's fine, I must adapt. The emperor refused my help and, stumbling, walked alone to the window. The emperor quietly looked down at the brightly lit crossroad of the afternoon for a while before suddenly asking, "Have you found the answer to the trial I set for you?" The trial set by the emperor. It was a question of how far I would embrace the darkness of this world. "My son, you once said you would slay monsters and save people. And I asked you then, what is your definition of the people you want to protect? And you answered that question by founding the World Guardian Front. You said that all beings who try to communicate and understand each other are the people you want to save. Then let me ask you one more time. If those beings who try to communicate and understand have an irredeemable evil within them, will you still embrace them? Will you protect even such beings? I decided to protect people, and people are beings who try to communicate and understand. Here, the Emperor took it a step further, reminding me that those I seek to protect will never be entirely good. Petty, narrow-minded, insignificant, evil, such are the people I aim to protect, close to darkness. Now that you have become Duke Bringer, you must reflect on the shameful and brutal history of the Bringer Duchy. As I remained silent, the Emperor continued unabashedly. Having directly inherited the Duchess's flame, you must have also glimpsed it. The history of the Bringer Duchy and the life of the Duchess were far from beautiful. The history of the flame is also a history of ashes and soot. Moreover, as the future Emperor of the Everblack Empire, you will inevitably inherit the blood-stained legacy of the Everblack Empire as well. The Emperor, standing with his back to the window, turned towards me. As always, bathed in backlight, the Emperor was smiling. "I assure you, the darkness of this country is deeper and thicker than you can imagine, and you must inherit this darkness. Now answer me, new bringer, successor to me, the next Everblack. Even with no sanctity, missing an arm, a leg, and an eye, the Emperor still pressured me with his overwhelming charisma. What will you do about the darkness of this world? Do you still possess the same youthful folly and recklessness to embrace all of this? Or have you, as I suggested before, leaned towards the idea of cutting away and selecting only the palatable parts to swallow? Come, answer me, Crown Prince, what is your answer to the trial I set?" As I listened quietly, I couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, my answer had long been decided. But the only reason I hesitated to answer now was that I wanted to wait until the Emperor had fully recovered. The reason being, "Are you sure you will be okay with this?" "Father," the answer I was about to give would utterly overturn the Emperor's expectations. I looked steadily at the Emperor and smiled. Perhaps flustered by my unknown resolve, the Emperor shuddered. "The answer from the son you placed on the Crown Prince's seat, the view of the Emperor I have chosen," with my eyes narrowing, I whispered softly, "might completely destroy the Everblack Empire." Chapter 706. Whoever the opponent is, no matter what dark past they hold, I will embrace them, I declared. No matter what darkness or ugliness they committed in the past. As long as they look in the same direction under my banner, I will strive to converse with, understand, and embrace them. I continued speaking to the Emperor, who was silently watching me, but that does not mean granting them absolution. And I will remember clearly their darkness, their ugliness, their faults, just as they are. The Emperor frowned as if he didn't quite understand. "Remember, for example, Father." I gazed steadily at the Emperor. "Father, you are now looking in the same direction as I am. You are my supporter, my helper, and my benefactor." The Emperor gestured for me to continue. I smirked, curling up the corners of my mouth. "But Father, in the name of protecting the Empire, you have killed countless people, even within the Empire. You have slaughtered, offered sacrifices, and burned people without batting an eye for your goals. Indeed. So what?" After taking a breath, I broached the main point. "I will record all that history, and I will make it public." "What?" "I will inscribe the names of the innocent people you killed in the history books, one by one." The Emperor gave me a bewildered look. I was unflinching. "The atrocities you committed, the brutal tyranny in the name of protecting the Empire. I will record it all without embellishment, as long as human history continues. Even 1,000 years from now, 10,000 years from now, the world will remember clearly," I whispered softly. "As long as human history continues, you will be criticized. This is the punishment you will receive." "Ah, how absurd," the Emperor scoffed. "Such a thing is no punishment at all. leaving my atrocities in history and having future generations throw stones at my grave. Is that all? I will spend the rest of my life on the throne, living comfortably without any guilt. What kind of punishment is that to me personally? Indeed, perhaps this is the weakest punishment. I narrowed my eyes. But it is also the strongest punishment. The emperor gritted his teeth silently. You! It's not just father. I raised my voice. I will unearth and reveal all the hidden and concealed atrocities of every previous emperor and all neighboring countries, not the neatly edited history as it is now, but the shameful and uncomfortable truths, in broad daylight, for the whole world to see. As my intentions became clearer, the emperor clenched his one remaining fist and trembled. You're going to expose the flaws of your father and the ancestors for generations, staining this country's reputation with your own hands. Is that your goal? Yes. You are the next emperor. You will ultimately have to bear all those flaws. The entire world will curse you, and they will demand retribution for past grievances. I am prepared for it. Such foolishness, like a naive child who knows nothing of the world and politics. No, to advocate such a futile ideal knowing full well it's sheer madness. The emperor pointed a finger at me. For an emperor to reveal his own weaknesses and beg to be stabbed. The whole world will come at you with swords drawn. You and this country will be torn apart and destroyed. I nodded. If this country is one that deserves destruction just by acknowledging past wrongdoings, then it should be destroyed. What? I did not back down, and a clear emotion flashed across the emperor's face. It was fear. The realization that the son he intended to hand the throne to was genuinely a madman who, if it meant upholding his beliefs, could destroy his own country. Such fear. I will acknowledge all the wrongs this country has committed. If there are apologies to be made, I will apologize. If there is compensation to be given, I will compensate, and then I will move forward. No, I smiled brightly. Only then will a truly new era begin. Ash, this is my vision of an emperor. I will embrace them, whoever the opponent is, no matter what wrong they have committed, as long as they look in the same direction under my banner. If there is a willingness to understand and communicate with each other, I will embrace them. But, however, that does not mean issuing an absolution. I will explicitly state all of their wrongdoings and sins. I will never settle their sins on their behalf. Forgiveness, revenge, neither of these are my roles. I am not a god. Such matters are not for me to handle. I will simply remember. I will never forget. And I will continue to write and carry on. History, because I believe that continuity is the most powerful weapon that humans can wield in a human world. This is the fundamental principle I will lay down as an emperor. I face it directly. From the world, from the past, from the future. I do not avert my eyes. I do not turn away. I do not conceal. I will embrace them along with their pain. If necessary, I will mete out punishment without compromise. To rectify the twisted history of this empire that has massacred its citizens, trampled neighboring countries, and burned other races like kindling, and the world that has condoned such barbarity. This must be done first to move on to the next stage. Only then can we genuinely move forward to the next era with the people of this country, the people of other countries, and even those of different races. To that end, I intend to reflect deeply on all the wrongs and atrocities committed by this country. Well, it's not like I'm just going to stand there and take the hits. While it's true that the Everblack Empire, as the world's leading hegemonic nation, has committed the most atrocities, other countries have not been innocent either, nor have other races. When the Empire's wrongs are uncovered, the intertwined wrongdoings of other countries will inevitably come to light as well. In the reckoning, there will be mutual wrongs that can be mitigated, and even if there are final dues to be paid, they can be settled with future cooperative agreements and treaties. The focus of my point is not on such petty political matters. What the Emperor fears is not the calculable financial losses of such reckoning. Prestige, the loss of the grandeur of the Everblack Empire, which has dominated the world with its power as the continent's hegemon. The Emperor is concerned because my declaration of revealing weaknesses to the world, even before taking the throne, seems like political suicide. How much effort have I put into making you an emperor without flaws? The strength left the Emperor's voice. And now you want to be an emperor who exposes your own weaknesses and asks to be stoned. A scarred emperor. Yes. Admit all those wrongs, all that ugly past, all that darkness, and bear it all, this country, you. Yes, I affirmed. I will not hide, even if it is painful. I will face it. I will face the darkness of the people I love, the ugliness of the country I must govern, the history stained with the disgrace of this world. I will embrace it all and look straight at it. The Emperor looked at me with trembling eyes. I nodded. The continuing history of humankind, both its bright and dark sides, all of it. Silence flowed. After a long pause, the Emperor, standing by the window with the afternoon sunlight at his back, finally spoke after catching his breath. I tried to cut off the world covered in dust and soot and feed only on the edible parts. His voice was old and weary. Yet you want to stuff the entire world into your mouth, even if it gives you indigestion, and try to digest it all. I cannot tell if you are broad-minded or simply reckless. You know better than anyone else how weak your ideals are. The world is far more cruel than you think, and everyone is waiting to tear you apart like wolves. The Emperor shook his head. No matter how pure and clean a flag you carry, the moment you cross the battlefield, that flag will be smeared with blood and ashes. You must already know this well. Yes, you must be aware of it, yet still wish to tread that path. As I stood resolutely, the Emperor let out a long sigh. History belongs to the victors. It can never be whole. If you have seen the historical records left in the Empire, you would know there is hardly anything that disparages the Empire. All of it praises the imperial family and extols their achievements. You seek to write history from an impartial perspective, but in the end, you are the son of the Emperor. You were born with everything. The history you seek to write anew will inevitably be from the victor's perspective. I understand, but I can still strive to be fair. Perfection does not exist, but the effort to reach for perfection does. As it happens, I have the perfect candidate for this. Candidate? The Emperor raised his eyebrows in surprise. I continued. The only imperial soldier who defied father, the one who made the Empire officially acknowledge the massacre committed by the imperial army for the first time. My former Thunder Mage, who served as the captain of the 2nd Battalion of the Imperial Mage Corps. Jupiter, she has an adopted daughter. Jupiter Junior, you mean? Yes, Junior is an Imperial, but she is also from the Camilla Kingdom. She lost her family and hometown to the Empire's bombing, but grew up as an Imperial citizen. She is still grappling with her identity. I knew that Junior had a deep interest in history and that she kept a diary, documenting her life every day. Perhaps it was because she had a terminal illness, or maybe for other reasons. I had always intended for her to lead this project from the beginning. We will establish a foundation with her at the center, gathering scholars from around the world to examine the world's history from as neutral a perspective as possible. The first project will be the history of the fallen Camilla Kingdom, and it would also be the history of the Empire's invasion of the Camilla Kingdom. A foundation that cross-checks events from different perspectives and records the most neutral truths possible without any embellishment. The name of this foundation, taking the name of the first officer in the Empire's history who defied the Emperor, I will name it the Jupiter Foundation. After overcoming the global crisis of the monster invasion, to move forward together into a new era. This will be the first undertaking I pursue as Emperor, the World History Compilation and Historian Training Project. Perhaps dizzy from my teabagging, the Emperor tightly closed his eyes. So, Father, consider this a warning. I will tarnish the face of every previous Emperor. As I have repeatedly stated, you are no exception. If you cannot bear such a future, then dethrone me from the Crown Prince position immediately, or pray that I die in one of the remaining 10 defensive battles. At that, the Emperor let out a truly deep sigh, as if the ground were collapsing beneath him. How could I do that, you damned son? The Emperor muttered weakly, wiping his face repeatedly with his only remaining hand. Before you were born, I received a prophecy from the guardian tree of Everblack. Half of it is sure to come true. Shaking his head, the Emperor lamented. I can only pray the other half does too. I was curious about the content of that prophecy, but I decided not to ask. It didn't matter. I had already resolved to walk the path I had chosen in the way I wanted. Well, that's all for later. Despite my lofty ideals mixed with arrogance, this was all for after surviving the final battle with the last remaining monster. But if, when this winter ends, the world does not end, and I live to become emperor, many things that will surprise the world will unfold. After coming back from the brink of death, is there anything I cannot do? Even to realize the exciting ancestor-insulting troll show of the true rogue crown prince. I want to win the upcoming battles against the monsters. No, I absolutely will. Chapter 707, Crossroad, inside the ruined city. Ouch! Junior groaned in front of the wreckage of the inn building, Etty's Honey. It's completely collapsed. My goodness! During Nightbringer's first breath, the inn, Etty's Honey, which was swept within the breath's range, completely collapsed. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but Junior lost the lodging she had used for over 2 years. Naturally, all her belongings inside were also completely destroyed. Ah, my books! Junior, who found her belongings amidst the wreckage, let out a strange mix of cheers and screams, then urgently rushed in to clear away the debris. The price of one of these books. I'd feel so wronged if I lost them all. Between the collapsed bricks and sand, Junior's fallen bookshelf was overturned. Junior hurriedly retrieved her books. Although they were dented and torn, she managed to salvage as much as she could. As she dug through, other belongings began to emerge. Treasured magical items, the diary she wrote in daily since arriving here, and the one she had forgotten in the cupboard, unable to bring herself to eat. Kek, the 100-year ginseng, the gift from her mother. It was the root of the 100-year ginseng, which she had found among Jupiter's belongings and intended to mail to herself. The dishes and cups in the cupboard were all shattered, but the 100-year ginseng, stored in a mere paper bag, was miraculously intact. Junior chuckled at the sight of this old herb root. Wow, it survived. I almost wasted it by saving it for too long. I should consume it quickly. Junior recalled the method and benefits of consuming the 100-year ginseng. Boil it with honey and drink it like tea. Its effects are nourishing, revitalizing, and calming. Junior then let out an ah. She thought of someone who needed the herb's effects more urgently than herself. Would Mom want me to have it all to myself? After a brief hesitation. No, that's not it. Mom would prefer me to have more friends. Believing her decision would be supported either way, Junior exhaled through her nose and gripped the 100-year ginseng. Barracks. Junior carefully carried a teapot of the brewed 100-year ginseng tea, a jar of honey, and cookies as she headed cautiously to the front room. She hesitated for a moment. Eek! Summoning her courage, she knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Hecate, are you there? Junior waited anxiously for a response, but the room remained silent. Clearing her throat again, Junior knocked once more. Hecate, it's Junior. Let's have a little break together. I brought some healthy tea and cookies. Please join me, okay? Although there was no response, Junior sensed a presence beyond the door. Junior waited calmly. Then, creak, the door opened slightly. Through the gap in the dark room, Hecate's dry, cracked eyes could be seen. Her eyes, from which the red curse had completely drained, had turned a deep brown. Junior. Hello. Hecate, Junior waved the teapot in her hand. The tea's getting cold. May I come in? Hesitant, Hecate slowly stepped back and opened the door. Junior cautiously entered the room. The room, with its drawn curtains, felt lifeless, as if someone had been lying still on the bed for days. Junior first drew back the curtains and opened the window to ventilate the room. As the cold air penetrated the room, Hecate, who was wearing only thin clothes, shivered and clutched her shoulders. Oh, I'm sorry. Not wanting to stop the ventilation, the flustered Junior draped her outer garment over Hecate's shoulders. Hecate did not refuse and remained still. Junior suddenly recalled a similar situation from before. In the sunlight streaming through the open curtains, Hecate was in a terrible state. Her beige hair was tangled, dark circles under her eyes, lips parched, and her complexion was pale. Junior had heard the gist of it. Duskbringer had retrieved all the curses from the Glory Knights. Along with the curse, Hecate lost all her magic power, rendering her unable to fight as she used to. Lucas visited a few times to comfort her afterward, but she kept avoiding him. Junior understood the feeling of not wanting to show such a state to the man she liked. Hecate stood blankly in place with empty eyes. Junior, at a loss, hesitantly guided Hecate to the table. Come, let's have some warm tea and chat. This tea is brewed with a herb called 100-year ginseng. It's really good for you. Junior hastily wiped the dust off the table and set up the tea set and cookies. Seated across from her, Hecate watched Junior's actions in silence. Junior, feeling awkward, set up the teacup she brought and poured tea into both Hecate's cup and her own. I don't know a thing about tea ceremonies. The saving grace was that Hecate wasn't in a state to care about such details. Warm tea, steaming gently, filled their cups. Junior added honey to her cup and placed cookies on a plate. All right, let's give it a try, shall we? Hecate stared blankly at her cup. Junior, sweating nervously, carefully took her cup and brought it to her lips. Nourishing, revitalizing, calming. Hoping it would have the desired effect, she took a sip, PHHBT, and spat it out. Gah! Cough, what is this taste? It was overwhelmingly bitter with a complex flavor. It might be good for the body, but it tasted awful. Mom, this is really 100-year ginseng, right? It's really good for you, right? You didn't get scammed, right? Since Jupiter had bought it from Nameless under the Lake Kingdom, it was undoubtedly genuine. However, due to the excessively high magic concentration in the Lake Kingdom, the ginseng's potency and taste were far more concentrated than those of earthly ginseng. As Junior gagged and spat, she looked up to see Hecate staring at her with wide eyes. Junior muttered desperately, It's a joke, a joke. Following her previous coughing up blood, now it was coughing up tea, Junior was truly doing a number of things. Then Hecate, with blank eyes, looked at the teacup in front of her, cautiously picked it up, and brought it to her lips. Wait, hold on, I'll add more honey. It's extremely bitter. Junior hurriedly opened the honey jar, but Hecate had already taken a sip of the tea, and she swallowed it without issue. Junior blinked in surprise. Ah, come to think of it. Hecate had said she couldn't taste anything since being cursed. Hecate slowly removed the cup from her lips, then, turning her haggard face slightly to the side, PHHBT, she spat it out. Junior stared blankly at the tea splattering on the floor beside her, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Hecate gestured weakly. It's extremely bitter. Please pass the honey jar. Ha, you can taste it. Since the curse was lifted, I can taste it now. Junior almost said, thank goodness, but stopped herself. The lifting of the curse didn't seem to be a joyful event for Hecate. Anyway, the 100-year ginseng tea was terribly bitter and unpalatable, and the two women struggled through their cups by adding copious amounts of honey and eating sweet cookies alongside. Despite the awful taste, they stubbornly drank every last drop, driven by some strange determination. The teapot was emptied, the honey jar was scraped clean, and all the cookies were gone. The two women were enveloped in an awkward silence. Junior sweated nervously. She had come to check on Hecate out of concern, but now that they were face to face, she didn't know what to say. I mean, I shouldn't be so bad at communication. Why am I stammering like this? She had only come to foster some camaraderie, just relax and have a conversation. You can do this. Jupiter Junior, go, go. With a determined inner pep talk, Junior clenched her fists and looked at Hecate, who suddenly spoke. Junior, do you not dislike me? Absolutely not, Junior blurted out instinctively, then quickly lowered her tone with an R. I mean, there's no reason for me to dislike you, Hecate. Hecate averted her gaze from the hesitant Junior and looked out at the open door, which was left ajar for ventilation. Just outside was Junior's room. After the collapse of Etty's honey, the two were assigned rooms opposite each other in the barracks as well. To be honest, Junior, do you know why I was assigned the room next to yours? Ha! Junior blinked at the unexpected question. Did the room assignments have a meaning? Wasn't it just a coincidence? And then Hecate revealed the cold truth. As the captain of the Emperor's personal guard, I judged that the most dangerous element while His Majesty is here was you, Junior. That's why, to keep an eye on you, I was assigned a room as close to yours as possible. Junior's mouth fell slightly open. Dangerous? Why? Why me? You come from the Camilla Kingdom and achieved the level of an archmage at a young age. It was impossible not to be cautious. The Empire had thoroughly investigated Junior's background from the Camilla Kingdom and her magical accomplishments. Before coming to Crossroad from the Imperial capital, Hecate had received all this information. Hecate added in a somewhat apologetic tone, the war between the Camilla Kingdom and the Everblack Empire was personally led by His Majesty. It was also the last conquest war fought by the Everblack Empire. As such, the resentment runs deep. There are still terrorist acts occurring. There have been several attempts to assassinate His Majesty. So, naturally, the Glory Knights had to be wary of you. Even after the war ended, guerrillas from the Camilla Kingdom persistently resisted, taking years to be fully subdued. Jupiter's exposé revealed the massacres of civilians during this war, drawing global condemnation upon the Empire, even within the Empire itself. It was a war with more losses than gains in many respects. Therefore, the Empire shifted from direct conquest wars to political and religious expansion through the spread of the goddess's faith. The Camilla Kingdom became the last country the Empire absorbed. Almost 20 long years had passed since the war ended, but it could also be seen as merely 20 short years. Junior, being a prominent figure from the Camilla Kingdom and a powerful mage, naturally aroused the caution of the Emperor's personal guard, the Glory Knights. Of course, I know, you directly assisted His Majesty in the imperial capital. I heard you played a significant role in dismantling the shutdown protocol. You have the great trust of Prince Ash, and you also made remarkable contributions in the recent battle. I was just doing my job as a member of the personal guard, so I was wary of you. Hecate's voice trembled as she continued her disjointed confession, covering her face with both hands. No, I admit it, I dislike the people of the Camilla Kingdom. Ha! Junior's jaw dropped. The conversation kept taking unexpected turns. My parents were soldiers, but they got caught in an accident and passed away. I mentioned that before. Yes, in truth, they both died in a guerrilla ambush by the Camilla Kingdom. Junior's fingertips stiffened, still covering her face. Hecate continued her disjointed speech. I know, from the perspective of the Camilla Kingdom, any imperial soldier would be seen as an invader. Even the supply officers and medical officers dispatched after the war to stabilize the region could be targets of hatred. But as someone who lost my parents at a young age, I couldn't help but hate the Camilla Kingdom and its people, so I was even more wary of you. Watching Hecate's trembling shoulders, Junior felt it. Ah, a sense of a chasm, thinly veiled between the two of them, being revealed. A chasm that seemed to deepen and widen, creating more distance between them. I grew up in the facility run by the Imperial family for the children of war veterans, as I told you. Yes, the name of that facility is White Blossom. Hecate's overly elaborate surname was actually the name of that orphanage. All the children who grow up there are trained to throw their lives away for His Majesty, to die with worth for the country, and to have white flowers bloom in abundance on their grave. That's what the new surname signifies. I, too, was raised to die in battle. Hecate's dry voice gradually became more intense. I became a soldier to eradicate all enemies of the Empire, to eliminate the terrorists threatening the safety of the Empire, to annihilate the vicious rebels from the Camilla Kingdom who kill innocent people. But now the Empire is at peace, and it's allied with every country it once fought against. Fine, that's okay. I'm the one who's outdated. After all, a knight is just a cog that follows the command of their lord. Hecate looked at Junior with trembling eyes. But what if I'm no longer even a knight? If I've lost the curse, lost my strength, and can no longer go to the battlefield, then what do I have left? My life now has no purpose or value. What have I lived for all this time? In the war between humans, she inherited hatred and intended to fight and die as a knight. In this peaceful era where humanity is united, she lost everything as a knight. Her purpose, her means, all gone. The only thing the world hasn't taken from me is my hatred for the Camilla Kingdom that killed my parents. Junior, I don't want to hate you, but having you close to me, it makes me suffer. Hecate staggered as she stood up from her chair, taking off the coat and handing it back to Junior. She shivered in the cold air, dressed only in thin clothes, but she gritted her teeth and held out the coat. Thank you for the tea, and thank you for your concern, but please, don't come to see me again. Don't worry, I'll disappear quietly in a few days so you won't be too uncomfortable. After all, I'm no longer needed at this front line. Junior wanted to say something, but no suitable words came to mind. In the end, she quietly accepted the coat, gathered the teacups and teapot, and left Hecate's room. Thud, the door closed. Junior, staggering, leaned against the closed door and took a deep breath. It's bitter. The taste of the tea lingering in her mouth was astringent. With her head hung low, Junior muttered softly, "It's too bitter." Mom, chapter 708. That evening, the Lord's office. I was lost in thought, twirling a fountain pen in my hand. The recovery of the bodies and the reconstruction of the city. It's happening unbelievably fast. As the imminent destruction disappeared, people from all over the world, realizing the gravity of the frontline's work, volunteered in droves. Thanks to this, we have an abundance of manpower, and it's expected to increase further. The scale of the volunteer army is also rapidly expanding, but the elite forces gathered from various countries are virtually annihilated. Volunteers and workers will leave tomorrow morning to retrieve the bodies of those elite soldiers. I steadied my aching heart and began to assess the current state of the front line. First, the troops. The 30,000-strong unit of elites from the World Guardian Front is annihilated. The airship fleet is similarly wiped out. The only operational airship is La Mancha. Even that needs significant repairs due to the strain from the night closing operation. If there's a silver lining, it's that the soldiers who were originally part of Crossroad are still here. Specialists in monster battles who have fought alongside me in this hell since the first year. The main force of the monster front, who grew from a ragtag bunch of rookies to master monster hunters. Additionally, the Ever-Black Empire infantry have also maintained their strength. The allied units of other races have also maintained their strength, though they were never numerous to begin with. Living under oppression in their autonomous regions, they couldn't amass large forces. However, their quality of troops is high. There are also several remaining units. And finally, the Volunteer Army. The Volunteer Army began to integrate into Crossroad during the Autumn Festival. Their numbers are quite large, and they've been undergoing solid training since then, but they're still unpolished. Especially against the current enemy, the Black Dragon, they couldn't be deployed at the front line. Their morale is high. Can they really be deployed in battles against monsters? Even if they are, can they fight properly against the dreadful monsters of the late third year? After organizing the remaining units and small units from various regions into documents, I placed my pen on new papers to handle the next issue. Next, the defense facilities. It's awkward to say this myself, but Crossroad has become very proficient in demolishing and rebuilding. All sorts of facilities and collapsed structures within the city can be quickly restored. The problem, as always, the city walls. They were completely destroyed by the body slam and subsequent self-destruction of the King of Flies, and when we finally rebuilt them, they were torn apart again by the Night Bringer's breath and darkness. The southern wall has always had a hard time. We need to restore it. Yes, we need to. But how are we going to do this? Structures like city walls naturally require years of construction time. During the last reconstruction, we were able to drastically shorten the construction period, thanks to magical construction technology from the Lake Kingdom and wall parts airlifted from the imperial capital of New Terra. But this time, we can't rely on such luck. The broken wall, the wrecked forward base. With my hand on my forehead, I let out a deep sigh. There's really a lot of work to be done. No immediate solution is in sight. At least the wall parts brought from New Terra were assembled in a modular fashion, so the undamaged parts are still standing firm. We'll have to focus on restoring from there and devise some kind of strategy as we proceed. City walls, forward bases, barracks, supply depots. After reviewing the list of damaged facilities and outlining a rough restoration plan, I looked down at the next stack of documents. And lastly, the equipment. The equipment of the heroes fighting the nightmare monsters at the front lines is even more crucial than ordinary military supplies. And that vital equipment. Wow, this is insane. As I flipped through the documents listing the damaged equipment, my jaw dropped lower and lower. Damn, how much did we wear out? Starting with my own equipment. Great Commander's banner. Lost. I couldn't help but cough violently, hastily grabbing my coffee cup and drinking it like water. Hoo. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Damn it all. Ugh. You damn black dragon bastard. How dare you destroy my personal equipment? Do you have any idea how much I went through to get that? I gathered the pieces that were split into 5 through Gacha. If it weren't for the blessing of the SSR god, I wouldn't have been able to gather them all. Remembering the days I painstakingly collected those flag pieces, tears welled up in my eyes. This is so damn unfair. Sigh. Still, thanks to my fusion, or merging, or jogress, with Super Ash, I can still use most of the functions that were on the flag, though I'm still pissed off that my personal equipment got destroyed. Sigh. Fine. At least some of the functions were preserved. Let's move on to the next equipment. Lord of the High Tower, repairable. Light and Shadow, repairable. The armor made from the King of Flies, Lord of the High Tower, was almost reduced to dust, but since its concept is decomposition and recombination, it's fortunately repairable. The flagpole made from White Knight, Light and Shadow. I used it as bait, and this piece of equipment managed to avoid severe damage by disassembling itself into a sheath and a ceremonial sword in a critical moment. Its survival instinct is just like its original. The rest of my equipment was neatly stored in the inventory. That's some relief. At least. Next, Evangeline. This is another big issue. I opened the equipment damage report of our Frontier Margrave's heir. The Cross family's spear, the Cross family's shield destroyed. Oh my God. You bastard, my painstakingly upgraded spirit-infused personal equipment. I mean, Evangeline's personal equipment is. Damn Nightbringer. You bastard, change your name right now to Personal Equipment Breaker. You claim to destroy the world, but only break personal equipment. Die, die again, even though you're already dead. Grinding my teeth, I cursed vehemently. The only consolation is that according to Calliope, although the exterior of the equipment is destroyed, the core is intact, so there's a chance to salvage it. Sigh, everyone went through hell. Yeah, let's think positively. At least she's alive, and only the equipment is lost. Celebi might perform some magic. Evangeline's armor, Snow White, was also significantly damaged, but since it's a self-repairing magical armor, it's fortunately being repaired. Next, the Nightmare Slayers. The Slayer of the Full Moon that was attached to Quillan has been separated again. Quillan himself has lost all the curses of the wolf and returned to being a normal human male character. He says he's gained some sort of enlightenment and that his martial arts skills have improved. It was really great to have double-layered equipment. To be honest, his specs are downgraded now. The negative trait, Glass Body, has returned. He no longer gets buffs and debuffs depending on the phases of the moon. Instead, the Slayer of the Full Moon has been purified. This purified leather cloak now provides Quillan with various significant buffs. While wearing this equipment, he's immune to all kinds of curses. It seems to also consider Glass Body as a curse as long as he's wearing it. He's sturdy Quillan. I'll have him wear it 24/7. What about in the summer? I don't care. I'll think about it after this winter. Anyway, the purified Slayer of the Full Moon provides Quillan with several buffs, mostly focused on speed. Having lost the curse of the wolf, Quillan's durability has significantly decreased. His character concept seems to be shifting towards an evasive tank. I hope he can endure it. Hang in there, Beast King. But all the wolf curses are gone. Does that mean he's still a beastman? Considering the divine blessing still resides in him, it seems the tribal god still sees Quillan as an avatar. Whatever next. Additionally, all the Nightmare Slayers in our possession have been purified. Each equipment user overcame the darkness in their hearts with strong will and awakened. Besides the equipment made from the magic cores of Nightmare Legion commanders, various new equipment forged from dragon hearts also underwent purification. And with the ordeal overcome, all their specs have dramatically improved. Among them, Lucas's equipment is particularly noteworthy. Wait, Excalibur could be purified. The cursed sword Excalibur has transformed into the holy sword Excalibur. If we examine the details closely, it's actually the opposite. It seems that the holy sword Excalibur had fallen and become the cursed sword Excalibur, and now it has regained its original form. That sword that used to tremble and beg for fresh food was a holy sword. The result was so unexpected that I was utterly bewildered. Anyway, the holy sword Excalibur, which has regained its original form, possesses incredible performance. Its base specs are far superior to the bestowed sword that Lucas originally used. The attached special abilities are also at an insane level. Looking at it this way, it wasn't all bad. As I reviewed the list of purified equipment, I sighed. Objectively speaking, it's a blessing in disguise. In terms of equipment, we actually gained more. More than anything, we obtained a lot. It's not just the purified equipment. We defeated that damned. No, more than damned, the most wretched monster in history, the Black Dragon, so the rewards were also enormous. First of all, we harvested a massive amount of materials from Nightbringer's corpse. I didn't manage to get an intact corpse since I burned it all with the bombardment of light at the end, but I still managed to gather a lot. A dragon's entire body is made of top-grade equipment materials. A mountain of these materials is piled up right in front of the city. Scales, bones, horns, claws, all sorts of parts were swept into the forge. Without exaggeration, it's enough to outfit all the soldiers on the front line with weapons and armor. The equipment of the entire front line will be able to level up. The materials to watch out for are, of course, the magic cores and the dragon heart. Nightbringer had a structure with the dragon heart, the core of the magic power, and another magic core assigned to each of its 7 heads. So, there should be 1 dragon heart and 7 magic cores. We got 1 dragon heart and 8 magic cores. At first, I wondered why this was, but upon examining the recovered magic cores, I found the reason. 1 magic core belonged to Scalia, who had been absorbed by Nightbringer at the last moment. Although his body was lost, the magic core wasn't fully absorbed and thus remained. I could tell because it had the mark of my flag, which had pierced Scalia's heart. What should I do with this? Should I make equipment out of it, or, pondering, I reviewed the rest of the list. Besides the intact 7 magic cores, actually, 6 auxiliary heads were eaten by Yermangander, so we recovered them from Yermangander's severed body. And similarly, the dragon heart with the mark of my flag. As much as you destroyed our equipment, you shall become our equipment, Nightbringer. Since the forge is extremely busy right now, I'll make the equipment request when things settle down a bit. I looked up at the pile of golden and white boxes stacked in a corner of the office. These are the stage clear rewards. Besides the X-grade boxes, I also obtained 8 SSR boxes. In the game, I could barely get 10 in one round. It seems I got close to 20 SSR boxes during this 3-year campaign. Why is the game being so generous? Did Ada pull some strings? Or, looking back, they did provide some weirdly complete set items. They are pretty generous with items. Despite the hellish difficulty of the game, at least there's a minimal sense of fairness. Thinking this, I reached out to the boxes. I intended to open them all right here. But then, thud 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 thud, I heard someone running down the corridor, and bang, the office door was flung open. Startled, I looked towards the door. It was Lucas who burst in. Catching his breath, Lucas shouted, "It's an emergency. My lord, what's going on?" Lucas panicking like this. What on earth happened? An enemy raid, or internal strife, a construction site collapse, a defection of an allied nation. Which one? All sorts of thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant. Evangeline, Evangeline, Evangeline. Hearing the name of our melee commander made me even more flustered. What about Evangeline? Is she hurt? Did she have an accident? Did she run away? Did she get PTSD and splash pink paint all over the construction site? Damn, which one is it? Then Lucas delivered the answer I never could have imagined. She got a confession of love. For a moment, I was so confused that I stood there blankly. Then, without realizing it, I screamed, "Don't lie to me!" Chapter 709, just a moment ago, a cafeteria in Crossroad City, a place Evangeline frequents, where new terror food is served with a southern twist. The Crossroad Women's Heroes and Mercenaries Rights Committee, shortened to CWHMRC, are a regular meeting that we've lost count of. Heroes affiliated with the front lines were gathered together. Evangeline, who had shouted loudly, spread her hand to the side. "To our female heroes who have graced us with their presence today." Wah! The female heroes gathered around the table cheered half-heartedly. In addition to this, we have special guests. Quillan, Chain, Hannibal and Zennies. Applause. Clap, 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 clap. At this, the atmosphere among the women brightened up, and they all clapped with happy faces. Quillan, Chain, and Zennies didn't look too pleased, but Hannibal, sitting between them, was grinning naively and beaming. "Ah, so cute," the female heroes shivered in front of Hannibal's pure smile. Their faces melted like ice cream on a summer day. Watching these external enemies, Zennies narrowed his eyes. "I brought Hannibal because he wanted to attend, but remember, he's still a minor. No alcohol, no scary stories, no obscene jokes, and no overly sweet things. So many prohibitions. When are you going to stop babying him? Our Hannibal is almost an adult now." "Who said our Hannibal? Keep your eyes off my son, everyone." "Back off." Not paying much attention to his father's fuss, Hannibal happily munched on the snacks laid on the table. The female heroes kept repeating, "Ah, so cute." More importantly, we've been having more mixed meetings with men lately. Elise, quietly sipping her drink in a corner, carefully asked, "Isn't it time to drop the women from the meeting name?" "Yes, we could just call it CHMRC and have it be a gender-neutral gathering." Some female members, hoping to expand male membership, watched cautiously, but Evangeline was resolute. "No, CWHMRC must remain as it is." "Why? Because the name sounds more fierce." "No, it must remain a women's meeting so that when we plan encounters with other male groups in the future, everyone will participate actively." Realizing Evangeline's deep intention, the women were moved, as expected of Miss Evangeline, the eternal president of CWHMRC. Let's stick together. Go. Group dating. While the women bonded strongly, the male guests are all listening. This is incredibly uncomfortable. Kuelan and Chain each threw in a word. Of course, the women didn't pay much attention. Men with partners. Leave. Kuelan, go to Yun, and Chain, go home with gifts. Your wife must be waiting. Kuelan was even more surprised at this. What? Chain, you're married. Didn't I say? I even have a grandchild now. Chain said calmly, reaching out to grab a snack. His movements, no longer bound by chains, felt awkward. Wait, you had a wife, kids, and a grandchild. I had no idea. Hold on. Then why haven't you gone home even once? Because I was kicked out. No one would look kindly on a black mage who neglected home, gambled, and fought. Chain confessed his unfortunate reality calmly, resting his chin on his hand with a small sigh. Well, at least I exchange letters sometimes since I got a decent job here. It's a relief. Ha! I'm on the verge of retiring from this job too, though. Heh! The Lord will take good care of you. You can go back with a hefty retirement fund. I wonder if they'll be happy if I return. Maybe I'll just hand over the money and wander again. Chain laughed bitterly right after. Well, it's a luxury problem. Now that nobody fellow is in the grave, I'm still alive. The atmosphere rapidly grew somber. They had held a funeral earlier today, and this meeting was an extension of that memorial. Evangeline silently placed an empty glass in the middle of the table and poured a drink. It was a drink for comrades who could no longer be with them. Come on, let's keep the mourning to the funeral. Evangeline tried to lift the mood. We didn't gather to be gloomy. Those who have gone wouldn't want us to be sad. Evangeline then energetically raised her glass. We've got a long road of hardships ahead. Let's eat, drink, and keep our spirits up. Ooh. Following the president's words, people started eating and drinking. As usual with such gatherings, each table had its own conversation topics, filled with trivial, idle chatter and laughter. After a few rounds of toasts, those with low alcohol tolerance began to get tipsy and wobbly. Yuan, a thoroughly drunk Kuelan sniffled. It's morning, wake up. No, it's evening now. I brought steamed potatoes, but why can't you eat them? Somehow, I felt lucky today. Kuelan cried while eating the potato gnocchi that was served as a side dish. Chain, sitting next to him, got irritated. Who poured him so much alcohol? He drank it all by himself. When the president said she'd cover the tab, he just kept going. Hoo-hoo-hoo, you-woo-one. He looks like a bandit chief, but his alcohol tolerance is weak. Get off me. Yun, who had briefly regained consciousness using the sacred relic of the Aryan kingdom, was still in a coma. Kuelan visited the Aryan kingdom's military camp daily to check on Yun, but her condition showed no improvement. The female heroes clicked their tongues as they watched the sniffling Kuelan. See, you should have accepted her feelings when she first confessed. You kept rejecting Yun's advances, but now that she's unconscious, you regret it. That's why relationships are hard. The timing and place have to be right. But I still like seeing someone realize their feelings a bit late and then take care of their partner with such dedication. This kind of coupling is sweet. Just nurse her for the same amount of time she courted you. Then Princess Yun will be touched by your devotion and wake up with a sparkle. They laughed, scolded, and cheered Kuelan's romance. Junior, who had been watching, slowly sipped her wine. Noticing Junior's dark expression, Evangeline asked cautiously, Are you okay? Junior, Junior gave a bitter smile. It's just not easy. Junior let out a long sigh and twirled the wine glass in her hand. Relationships and just the world in general. It's not easy. Really, why is it so difficult? Evangeline and Junior exchanged wry smiles, seeing the snacks on the table running low. Evangeline picked up the menu and raised her hand. Shall we order more? Excuse me. A young waiter, who had been watching Evangeline, quickly approached. Evangeline looked at the menu and pondered. What should we get? What haven't we tried today? At that moment, the young waiter, swallowing nervously, cautiously spoke. Miss Evangeline. Evangeline looked up at the waiter with curiosity. What's the matter? Is there something unavailable on the menu today? Well, actually, The stammering waiter closed his eyes tightly, and I like you. Without any warning, he confessed suddenly. The cafeteria fell into silence. Startled, Evangeline stammered. You like, what? The menu. I like it too, it's delicious. No, not that. Miss Evangeline, the waiter, face flushed red, stuttered, but realizing there was no turning back, shouted again. During the last battle, I stayed in this city and almost died. At that time, I decided if I survived, I would confess my feelings, so I'm just honestly telling you how I feel. So you mean? Yes, I really, like you, the waiter, eyes tightly shut, shouted once more, as a flustered Evangeline stood frozen. The female heroes around them screamed excitedly. Kairara, it's a confession, a confession. Oh my goodness, this is my first time witnessing a live confession, to see this in this desolate fortress city. Get the popcorn. Quick, hurry. It's right there on the table in front. Just pick it up. As the members of the CWHMRC frantically tossed popcorn around and surrounded the two, Evangeline calmly maintained her composure. Excuse me, but do we know each other? No, but, the waiter fidgeted. You come to this place often. Evangeline sighed softly. Well, it was true that she frequented this restaurant the most in Crossroad. Now that I think about it, it does seem familiar. I did eat here recently. It was when Hecate came with her hair cut short, and when Lucas, that clueless old man, reacted without any tact. Then she remembered the face of this waiter, who had always served her eagerly whenever she visited. Suddenly, Evangeline clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh, wait, so those 5 extra dishes you kept giving me was that?" "Yes, I wanted to make a good impression on you." The rest of the CWHMRC members broke into a cold sweat. Seriously, if you got 5 extra dishes as a service, you should have realized something was up, President. I just thought they were giving away leftovers. Evangeline laughed awkwardly. Thanks to this, the atmosphere at the drinking table heated up. But even though the waiter fidgeting in front of her wasn't particularly unpleasant, there was no reason to accept a confession from someone who was practically a stranger. How should she gently turn this down? Ah, at that moment, Evangeline had an epiphany. In this restaurant, when Lucas saw Hecate's new hairstyle and made a tactless comment back then, a knight's hairstyle should be functional. It looks great now, but how about cutting it even shorter next time? If you want, I can shave it for you myself. At the time, she thought Lucas was incredibly insensitive. But now, faced with having to reject someone's feelings herself, she realized he was indirectly turning her down, telling her not to come any closer, that he wanted to remain friends. Lucas had drawn a line with Hecate as tactfully as possible, while feigning cluelessness. Lost in thought, Evangeline didn't notice the CWHMRC heroes had now targeted the waiter, shaking him up. "Hey, young man, you've got some guts, hitting on our president, who practically runs this city. Yeah, you've got to have that kind of courage when you're young, but you can't get close to the president without getting through us first. Tell us, what do you like about our president? Speak up quickly, and maybe we'll clear a path for you." The flustered waiter answered cautiously under their pressing demands. "Well, she eats everything so deliciously. I found it nice to watch, and as I kept seeing it, everyone was shocked by the unexpected answer, fell for her, because she eats well." I, Evangeline, who had been frozen, murmured softly, "Do I really eat that much?" Everyone at the table simultaneously thought, "Yes." Chapter 710, after revealing the reason why the waiter fell for her, the atmosphere around them descended further into chaos. What? He likes her because she eats a lot. They say those who will be successful can make it with any reason, but to receive a confession for such a reason. "Hey, I eat well too. Confess to me too," the people at the drinking party shouted, and the rumor that a public confession had been made spread rapidly in all directions. Heroes and soldiers from the front lines hurriedly ran over, not wanting to miss this unprecedented spectacle. "Popcorn available. Enjoy the show with some popcorn." The cafeteria owner hurriedly started selling freshly popped popcorn and beer at the entrance of the store. "So, what's going to happen? Miss Evangeline, give us a bold answer." Everyone munched on popcorn, their eyes sparkling as they waited to see the outcome of this happening. "Ugh!" The waiter, seeming to regret his impulsive confession and sensing rejection, covered his flushed face with both hands, trembling. Just as Evangeline, who had internally decided on her rejection, took a deep breath. "Don't be ridiculous." Ash and Lucas rushed into the cafeteria. Panting from their hurried run, Ash pointed a finger at the waiter. "You dare to confess to the future lord of my city? No, my SSR tanker. No, my sister. No, is there no appropriate term?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Ash roared while pointing. Anyway, do you think I'd let you have the glutton under my command? Senior, how do you even see me? Evangeline let out a hollow laugh and suddenly made eye contact with Lucas, entering the cafeteria nonchalantly and receiving a bag of popcorn from the owner. Lucas stuffed his mouth full with an impudent look on his face. Why, though, the moment Evangeline saw Lucas's indifferent face, she felt her temper rising, so she changed the response she was about to give. Waiter. Yes. Why, yes. Evangeline responded to the waiter, who looked as if he were awaiting a death sentence, with tears welling up. Actually, I don't really know you at all, and you don't know me well either, right? Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, I was completely impulsive. So why don't we take some time to get to know each other? What? The surprised waiter looked up with wide eyes. Everyone gasped and looked at Evangeline. Evangeline spoke again. After getting to know each other a bit, let's decide whether to accept the confession, or to date, or even to become friends. What do you think? Evangeline smiled brightly. The surprised waiter was frozen, unable to answer, while the surrounding heroes and soldiers shouted indistinguishable cries of surprise and excitement. In the now chaotic center of the cafeteria, Evangeline glanced slightly at Lucas. Lucas, still with a sullen face, just kept munching on his popcorn. Feeling even more irritated, Evangeline bit her lip lightly with her canine teeth, curling her lips into a smirk. And in the middle of this confused clamor, "This is tampering. It's invalid. Invalid." Ash collapsed on the floor, continued to yell like a baseball team manager. How much effort I put into raising my SSR. Oh, just kill me and take her, you scoundrel, after I forcibly dispersed. The chaotic drinking party. Our main party of 5 naturally gathered in the drawing room at the Lord's mansion. Hey, Evangeline. I pointed a finger at Evangeline, who was pouting in front of me. If a stranger tells you they'll buy you delicious food, you should refuse. Why would you even consider it? Is that what I taught you? When did you ever teach me anything? Evangeline, as if it were absurd, let out a sigh and scratched her chin with a sound. But it was the first time someone confessed to me. Isn't it okay to at least talk a bit more? What? What? Hey, it was practically the first time you met, and he approached you out of the blue. That's a classic multi-level marketing scam tactic. They're all trying to deceive you, despite my desperate persuasion. Evangeline just snorted. Oh dear, senior, are you jealous because I've become popular? What did you say? At the last bloom of my teenage years. Finally, it's time for my youth to blossom. Don't be jealous. Cheer for me. Ah, no. Evangeline was already intoxicated by the fact that she was now a popular person who even received a confession. Look at that. She's got such an annoying face. Just look at that arrogant expression. How her nose is in the air. Now there's no turning back. This is not what we wanted to see. As I despaired and clutched my head, Evangeline laughed, brushing her finger under her nose. And I will be careful with my love life. You don't have to worry too much. Ah, really? You'll be careful. You won't fall for some multi-level marketing scam. I won't. I won't. I'm almost an adult. I can handle my own love life. I flinched and stopped. What? An adult? You? Yes, my birthday is soon. I'll be 19 then, right? My jaw dropped. Come to think of it, that's right. She was 16 at the beginning of the first year. Now it's already the late part of the third year. When her upcoming birthday arrives, Evangeline will be 19 years old. Legally a full adult. A foolish sound escaped my mouth. This doesn't make sense. It's something that can't happen in this world. I always thought of her as a 16-year-old kid. Suddenly, she's grown up and is about to become an adult. Ha ha ha. Soon I'll really have the qualifications to sit in the Margrave's seat. Evangeline, still with an impish laugh, crossed her arms arrogantly. Now that I'm an adult, I'll date freely, spend money as I please, and redecorate this mansion with flowers and frills. I'll even take 3 husbands. Nonsense. Faced with an unbearable future, I screamed and spun around, then unfairly directed my frustration at Lucas, who was standing behind me. Why do you look so calm, Lucas? Yes, I pointed at Lucas, who was standing there expressionless. Is it okay with you that a girl like your sister is swooning over a stranger's confession? Aren't you going to stop her? Sister, then Lucas sneered. Evangeline, my sister, that can't be. You heartless bastard. My loyalty lies solely with my lord. You're a loyalty and chivalry-only dandy. While Evangeline's overly proactive pursuit of youth was a problem, this tall knight behind me had his own severe issues in a different direction. Come to think of it, Why are you so disinterested in romance? It's one thing not to care about others' love lives, but shouldn't you at least care about your own? More specifically, pay attention to Hecate. She's liked you since the academy. She's in bad shape, so do something about it. You clueless guy. Then Lucas lowered his gaze slightly. As for my love life, I think it can wait a bit longer. There are more important matters than my personal happiness right now. Hey, if you keep saying studies are important, competitions are important, employment is important, and keep postponing, you'll end up a clueless bachelor like those in that other world. Why do I feel hurt by my own words? Anyway, since the topic came up, I was about to urge Lucas further about Hecate. Pardon me for the late hour, Your Highness. With a knock, a woman with short beige hair entered the drawing room. I have something to tell you. Speak of the devil, it was Hecate. The people in the drawing room exchanged quick glances, Lucas's indifferent gaze, Junior's bewildered gaze, Evangeline's complex gaze, all collided briefly with Hecate's gaze, and then dispersed. Unable to follow this subtle change in the atmosphere, I just blinked, and next to me, Damien was also smiling warmly. What's going on here? Someone explain this to me. Was I the clueless one all along? Excuse me. I see everyone is gathered. Hecate lightly greeted with her eyes, stood in front of me in a formal posture and got straight to the point. Your Highness, I and the entire Glory Knights are leaving Crossroad. I was shocked. What? Why? We, the Glory Knights, have lost our ability to perform in battle. We can no longer be of help to Crossroad. In fact, our presence here might even be detrimental. I saw Junior's shoulders tremble slightly, without even glancing in that direction. Hecate nodded. The people needed on this front are those who can contribute to the great battles fought here. The Glory Knights are no longer among them. Therefore, I request our retirement. I will await your permission. Your Highness, then. Hecate briefly stated her piece, bowed to me, and then turned around and left. Hey, what? As I turned around, flustered, Lucas, Junior, and Evangeline, all three were lost in thought, immersed in a strangely subdued atmosphere. Holding my breath, I whispered to Damien beside me. Why is the atmosphere like this? What's wrong with everyone today? Damien smiled brightly and whispered back. Well, everyone is young. After all. No, you're pretty young too. Why are you smiling like an old man who's lived his entire life and seen his grandchildren? Feeling a headache coming on, I rubbed my temples and nudged Damien in the side with my elbow. Hey, Damien, don't you have anything? No interesting romantic developments? Hee hee. My memories of the past are precious, so I'm not thinking about romance for now. Damien then gazed distantly towards the temple, and right now, I have a precious being to protect. Gasp. Who, a precious being to protect? Who on earth could it be? Our Podong. She's almost 3 years old now, so she's quite frail. She needs care. Oh, that one. Well, considering a hamster's lifespan is about 2 - 3 years on average, it does make sense to take good care of her. Sighing softly while observing the complex and subtle atmosphere, I muttered, Goodness, they say people will find love even amidst war, and old sayings aren't wrong. Then everyone turned to look at me blankly. I broke out in a cold sweat. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Ha, of course. I do have something going on with Serenade. Kind of, in a romantic sense. Ahem. Anyway, the monster front is not a place for matchmaking. Of course, if you do end up falling in love, getting married, having kids, and so on, I'm fully prepared to give my wholehearted support. Watching the intertwined lines of everyone's hearts, I groaned. The monster front is love-struck. I have no idea how it will all end up, being a clueless bachelor myself, but still, be happy in the end, kids. I sincerely wished for it. Chapter 711, Crossroads Square. Although restoration was progressing rapidly, there were still more ruins than anything else. Zennies and Hannibal were walking side by side on the main street. Hee, everyone seems so youthful. Zennies, who had been talking about what had happened at the gathering, chuckled and then looked at Hannibal. By the way, Hannibal, don't you have any romantic relationships? What? I bet there are a lot of people who like you. Any good news? Zennies laughed mischievously. Hannibal scratched the back of his head awkwardly. In fact, Hannibal had a very colorful dating history for his young age. He was popular even within the mixed-race community, and the number of lovers who had passed by his side easily reached double digits. He just hadn't found the right person since coming to Crossroad. Hannibal felt awkward about revealing this, so he redirected the topic instead. What about you, father? Me. Any good news? Hannibal asked with a sly smile, causing Zennies to become flustered. Well, there's no such news for me. I've been a priest all my life. But priests of the goddess's order aren't restricted from marriage. Right, and now I'm excommunicated. Doesn't that make you even more free? Um, um, Hannibal cautiously asked Zennies, who was at a loss for words. What about Priestess Rosetta? You seem close with her. How is that? Kark. Zennies coughed loudly in surprise and waved his hand. Rosetta and I are not like that. Really? Yeah, we're like siblings. Rosetta saved my life when I was young. We're connected on a much deeper, spiritual level than just a man and a woman. Hannibal, acting as if nothing was out of the ordinary, interjected as Zennies tried to explain further. Father? What? I think it would be nice if I had a mother. Kark, trying to pry into his son's romantic situation only to get a blowback, left Zennies sweating coldly and barely able to reply. I'll try. Though it wasn't something that could be achieved just by trying, Hannibal, satisfied, quickly ran ahead while Zennies folded his arms and groaned. Romance? Me? I've become a commoner now, but at this point, suddenly he recalled what Ash had once said. From now on, today is the youngest we'll ever be. He also remembered what his son had said to him before. Father, how do you want to live from now on? You can do anything now. A faint smile tugged at Zenny's stiff lips. Yes, today is the youngest we'll ever be, and we can do anything in the future. If there's a good match, there's no reason not to. A good match, if there is one. This was the hardest part. Zennies, with a bitter smile, quickly followed his son, who had run ahead, crossroad, back alley. Hey, Huilan, get a grip. Why did you drink so much when you can't even handle your alcohol? Chain was supporting a heavily intoxicated Huilan as they made their way back to their lodgings. It was a nightmare, trying to bring along a drunkard when Huilan's injuries hadn't even healed yet, making it hard for him to move. Chain gritted his teeth and practically dragged Huilan. After hours of struggle, they finally reached the barracks and managed to get Huilan into his room. Wow, I almost died. You owe me a meal later, got it? Chain pointed a finger at Huilan, who was slumped on the bed, then turned to leave. It was then that Huilan, heavily drunk, mumbled from within his pillow. Chain, I should go home. It's not my place to say, having lived a shorter life than you, but it's best to be with the ones you love. Chain clenched his lips. Huilan's voice grew increasingly drowsy. They're all waiting for you, so before it's too late, tell them how you feel. Soon, Huilan was snoring loudly. Sighing, Chain closed the door and returned to his own quarters. The barracks room he shared with nobody was completely empty. Leaning on his crutch, Chain entered the room and collapsed onto his bed. Chain pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and unfolded it. It was a letter from his wife, received a few days ago. Kate safely gave birth. It's a healthy boy. Kate was the name of Chain's daughter. The letter informed him that his daughter had given birth to a son, making Chain a grandfather. A smile crept across Chain's face as he read, but it slowly froze at the next line. Just in case. Don't think about coming back. Don't show up now and disturb our lives. This level of occasional correspondence is enough. Chain's face darkened further. It's been 10 years since you left us. We've gotten used to living without you. Don't disrupt our peace. I hope you live well. Wherever you are, the letter ended there. I was a shameful husband and an inadequate father. After carefully folding the letter and putting it back in his pocket, Chain sighed softly. He missed his daughter. He wanted to see his son-in-law, whom he had never met, and his new grandson, but most of all he missed his wife's face. But he had no face to show. Where do I go now? Chain asked the empty room, running a hand over his face. What should I do? Nobody. Crossroad. Lord's mansion. Having chatted with the main party members for quite a while in the reception room, night had fallen. It was an awkward time to send them back, so everyone decided to stay at the Lord's mansion. In fact, Lucas and Evangeline already lived here, so they just needed to give Junior and Damien one guest room each. After tucking everyone into their rooms, I returned to my office. People's hearts are the hardest thing in the world to understand, just as difficult as strategizing against monsters, if not more so, grumbling to myself as I entered the office. I saw a familiar grey-haired man sitting on the guest sofa. Startled, I called his name. Ada. Ah, my lord. The director, whom I hadn't seen in a while, waved leisurely. Welcome back. Hey, you, where the hell have you been hiding, showing up just now? I shouted urgently, then froze. In Ada's hands was the royal scepter of the Lake Kingdom, the last item I had planned to examine from the loot check. This scepter, and Ada, examining the scepter, suddenly made a strange comment with a sheepish expression. It reminded me of my unrequited love. I got lost in memories. What? Unrequited love. Even you too. Everyone's caught up in monster frontier love. Fine, everyone. Just fall in love. The whole world is coupling up, Gar. A while later, unrequited love. I brought 2 cups of warm tea and handed one to Ada, asking, "So, is the object of your affection nameless?" Ada, accepting the teacup, smiled faintly. "No comment for now." "Come on, after all this time, still no comment. We're in the endgame now. Just spill the beans already. How long are you going to keep it under wraps? My dull love story will become clear soon enough. What's more important right now?" Ada lightly waved the scepter he held. "Is this?" I looked at the scepter, then back at Ada. He began to explain. This scepter originally symbolized the royal authority of the Lake Kingdom. It was a beautiful staff with a pure white body and blue gem decorations on top. Now, the scepter's gems were all blackened, and dark veins like blood vessels spread through its body. It's amazing it still maintains its dignity in this state. After the nightmare engulfed the Lake Kingdom, the Demon King imbued his power into this scepter. Since he frequently left to explore the nightmare, he needed someone to act in his stead. So this scepter, yes, it can be said to symbolize the deputy authority of the Demon King. Ada levitated the scepter in the air, placing his hands over it. It has several functions, but its primary role relates to our ongoing game, Doom Reverie. It designates the stage timing, the monster legions to be dispatched, and the dark events. Crackle, crackle, from Ada's fingertips, a complex spell-like formula appeared, penetrating into the scepter. System windows like those in the game popped up and vanished around the scepter. Ada's fingers moved like he was typing on a virtual keyboard. Crack! In an instant, all the system windows were absorbed into the scepter. The gem on top seemed to clear slightly, though it might have been my imagination. "Here, it's yours." Ada offered the scepter to me respectfully with both hands. I accepted it, bewildered. "Ha, you're giving this to me?" "Of course, it's yours. It's your loot," Ada nodded. "Regardless of the process, you've taken the symbol of the enemy commander. You deserve the advantage it brings. So, I can use the scepter's functions to designate the stage timing, the monster legions, and the dark events. For now, yes," Ada continued. "The Demon King is not currently present. He's still exploring the nightmare. While he's away, you can use the scepter to customize the stages as you see fit. So, I can schedule the stages at convenient times, select the weakest monster legions, and apply the least threatening dark events to make the stages easier. But when the Demon King returns and reclaims his authority, the scepter will lose its power and revert to a mere staff." Ada smiled bitterly. "It will become a faded, powerless staff, symbolizing a fallen kingdom's lost royalty. So, while the scepter still holds power, use it to make your battles easier before the Demon King returns." I focused my mind on the scepter. The familiar system interface of the nightmare's attack appeared before me. Stage 41, immunity period. 3 weeks penalty if violated. Select Monster Legion list of dark events. I've made it user-friendly, like a game. Sometimes you really do seem like a director. Quickly reviewing the content, I pondered for a moment and then asked, "What if I don't designate any monsters? If I skip the stage, what happens?" Ada shook his head slightly. "Don't forget who this game, Doom Reverie, is for. This world is fundamentally a playground for the outer gods, the Watchers. Without convincing them, you can't do that. If you try to skip stages without reason, or if the stages are too easy, they will intervene directly." "Intervene directly? What do you mean?" Ada gestured at me. "Remember stage 3 a long time ago, the dark event?" Of course, I remember, early in the first year. Stage 3. The time remaining for the stage suddenly decreased, and the monsters staged a diversion. It was chaos. Evangeline almost died. That dark event was direct intervention by the Watchers. Check the old records. Now that you've gained divinity, you should be able to see it. I hurriedly opened the system logs and checked the dark event tracker, reviewing the old logs. There it was. Intervenes in the game. This log message, full of question marks, which I couldn't read before. For some reason, now I could read it. The will of the Watchers intervenes in the game. Chills ran down my spine, and goosebumps rose all over my body. So, the malice I had sensed all this time was, do you see it clearly now? As I gritted my teeth and reviewed the records, Ada's faint smile widened. The will of this world, this universe, to destroy us, chapter 712, so it's like this. After hearing a few more explanations from Ada, I summarized. The Demon King is hosting this game, Doom Reverie, and you were the opposing player. Now, having run out of power, you've handed over the role to me, the proxy player. Yes, and these external gods watching us, the Watchers, mostly just observe, but they have occasionally intervened in the game without us knowing. That's correct. And both the Demon King and you have been endlessly resetting this game for your own reasons. You, to reach the true ending. And the Demon King, for reasons yet to be revealed. Ada nodded, and I rubbed my chin. In simple terms, the Demon King is also stuck in an endless loop, like a hardcore gamer trying to clear a deathmatch challenge, with occasional viewer participation events like votes or roulettes. What? What should the dark event for this stage be? Let's start a viewer poll. The watchers cast their votes and decide. Which monster legion will invade this stage? Place your channel points for the roulette. The watchers bet their points on the roulette. The more points they bet, the higher the chances. Isn't that right? Correct. Ada's face went blank for a moment as I spouted game streaming jargon. But fundamentally, isn't it the same thing? Somehow, I'm starting to get a clearer picture. Like an earthling gamer playing to entertain viewers, the Demon King is conducting Doom Reverie to satisfy the watchers. So, essentially, our principles of action are quite similar. And, just like how viewers enjoy the endless resetting of games, despite their frustrations, to challenge themselves repeatedly, taking on this hardship to reach the one desired ending, it's similar to me. So, what is the Demon King trying to achieve? What is he seeking through this countless repetition of doom reverie? Trying to grasp the intentions of my enemy, I gripped the scepter in my hand tightly. Anyway, this is the last game. Both Ada as the Demon King's opponent, and I can no longer continue the game. This is the last run. One way or another, the ending will be decided. There will be no more resets. I have no room to consider my enemy's circumstances. We must do our best to achieve the best possible outcome on our side. I will deliberately advance the stage. I connected my consciousness to the scepter, examining the tower offense interface as I spoke. I will deliberately violate the immunity period. This will cause penalties for the attacking side. A smile appeared on Ada's lips, as if he had expected this. We will likely face weakened enemies. I quickly confirmed the timing. Monster Legion and Dark Event, then tapped the scepter on the ground with its end. The gems at the head of the scepter flickered with a sinister black light, and then the system message appeared. Stage 41 has been confirmed. Both players. Prepare for attack and defense. Both players, huh? I'm doing both roles right now. I smirked. Demon King, whatever your goal is in endlessly resetting the game, whatever you're seeking in the nightmare, that's none of my concern. While you're away, I'll set things up to be as advantageous for us as possible. We're not in a relaxed situation ourselves. Hey, Ada. As I planned out the upcoming stages, I suddenly spoke to Ada. Come to think of it, you've never really told me what to do about the true ending. Are you really okay with that? It had always puzzled me that, despite claiming to aim for the true ending, he left me to my own devices. I never needed to. Ada smiled gently, giving an answer similar to one he'd given before. Because you've done very well so far, and you'll continue to do well. I'm grateful for the trust, but now I'm even more curious. What exactly is the true ending? Where are we heading? I asked Ada a few more questions about the Demon King's purpose, identity, and the current situation inside the inaccessible Lake Kingdom, but Ada evaded my questions with a vague, "You'll find out soon enough." This cryptic director guy, he's definitely on my side, but he's stingy with spoilers. Well, it's late, so I'll be going now. Rest well, my lord. Hey, you're not going to disappear suddenly again, are you? Don't worry too much if you can't see me. I have my own preparations to make. Ada bowed respectfully and slowly exited the office. See you again, my lord. Ada disappeared. After staring at the closed door for a while, I turned my gaze back to the scepter and gripped it tightly. No matter what, being able to configure the stages at my discretion is practically a cheat. I'll exploit it to the fullest. The next defense battle will be held in a week. The next day, in the Lord's Mansion reception room, I gathered all the top-tier heroes and announced. Everyone was surprised. What? But my lord, didn't you say the next defense battle is in 3 weeks? Lucas asked, bewildered, and I nodded. That was the original plan, but I advanced it at my discretion because it's more advantageous. I briefly explained the functions of the Lake Kingdom's royal scepter, showing it to them. The ability to specify the type of invading monsters, the invasion time, and even the dark event made the heroes' expressions varied. Indeed, if that's the case, we can strategically exploit this. If we can deliberately choose only the easiest enemies to fight. But our army is not in normal condition. Isn't this too hasty given our current situation after allowing them to voice their opinions for a moment? I spoke again. Sure, the World Guardian front is in a tough spot. The walls are not fully intact, and our troops are in poor condition. Even our key heroes have not recovered from their injuries. And beyond these physical scars, everyone also bore mental wounds and accumulated fatigue. We had just faced the King of Flies and the Black Dragon consecutively. The city was almost destroyed, and our allies' lives were constantly at risk. Though they were standing strong, their inner selves must be battered. However, despite this, I judged that it's better to engage in rapid battles now. I would prefer if the Demon King doesn't return until the end, but that's unlikely. This isn't a merciful game, and those watchers won't just stand by. So, while the Demon King is away, I'll force the stage difficulty down as much as possible to prevent the watchers from interfering. The way to do this is by applying penalties. There's a no-attack period rule between stages. I plan to keep violating this rule. By doing so, the monster side will constantly receive penalties. Even if the watchers try to forcibly raise the stage difficulty, the penalties will limit their interference. I will select the monster legions I have thoroughly mastered, apply the least suitable dark events for those legions, and summon them to the battlefield with heavy penalties. Then, our elite forces will sweep away these weakened monster legions cleanly. In short, that's the strategy. When the Demon King returns, the scepter will lose all its authority. We must exploit it to the fullest while it still holds power. After explaining this in a way the heroes could easily understand, I continued. And one more thing, during these rapid battles, we will train the volunteer army. As long as I can control the battlefield with the scepter, the fights will be easier. This is the time to train the volunteer army. Most of the soldiers in the Guardian front are seasoned veterans, but the volunteer army is an exception. They joined after the King of Flies incident, and due to the peculiar situation since then, they haven't had any proper combat experience. Now, when we can adjust the battlefield difficulty easily, is the perfect time to train them. There's no better time than this. My speech has been long, but once we fight the imminent battle, you'll understand how weakened the enemy is, how we should fight. I tapped the blackboard. So, the enemy for the next defense battle. I calmly announced the already confirmed matter. Living armor. What? The veteran heroes were collectively astonished, especially Lucas, Damien, and Lily, who had been with me since stage 1. Were shocked. Well, it's understandable. Living armor was the monster legion we faced in stage 1. But I didn't misspeak. This is the real living armor legion. The monster legion we'll face this time is the strongest among the living armor types. I smiled broadly. The army of the Phantom King, the Phantom Knight, who was the boss monster in stage 1, will now be a regular monster. And leading these Phantom Knights is the Lord of Armors, the Phantom King, the true living armor legion. After explaining about the Phantom King's legion and the tactics to defeat them, the heroes were flustered by the news that the defense battle would be held in just a week, but they quickly started preparing. After all, they were seasoned warriors. Watching the heroes rush to their duties across the city, I turned my head to the side. Hecate and the Glory Knights were standing there. I approached them. Your Highness, Glory Knights, you've all gathered. I nodded at the knights who saluted and declared, I'm sorry, but your retirement is postponed. What? But until I permit it, you will continue to serve on this front line. Currently, they are appointed as the Crown Prince's personal knights. Having lost their curses and magic, they can no longer fight on the front lines, but they need my permission to change their assignment. Hecate had requested retirement. It seemed the Glory Knights had all agreed, but I had no intention of letting them go. Retirement, denied. With all due respect, Your Highness. Hecate, gritting her teeth, drew her sword. Other heroes were startled and tried to rush over, but it wasn't necessary. Hecate's stance was awkward, her arms weak, and her sword trembled and fell to the ground. Panting heavily just from drawing her sword, Hecate spoke in a suppressed voice. "We can no longer wield our swords. After repeating death and resurrection excessively, our bodies are utterly broken. We only maintained our nightly functions by forcibly mending our magic through curses. But now those curses are removed, and we can no longer wield swords." Her beautiful and refined swordsmanship, once praised even above Lucas, was now gone forever. "Staying here is a burden. Even receiving salaries is a waste of the Empire's precious funds. Please let us go. Your Highness, stop making us feel ashamed, I beg of you." But I shook my head. Hecate's face contorted. "Do we seem like we're trying to flee from the front lines? Then cut us down here and now. Denid. Then, let us lead the next battle and die at the forefront. Denid, you will no longer enter the battlefield. Then what in the world? Find it." Hecate's face went blank at my stern voice. "Find out what you can do on this front. What you can do with your broken bodies, how you will live from now on. Find out what you can do in this world without dying." I nodded. "Find it, and tell me your answer. Until then, your retirement is on hold." Hecate and the Glory Knights looked bewildered. Looking at the other heroes around me, especially the young ones whose hearts were tangled, I raised my voice. "All right, the next defense battle is in a week. Everyone, go prepare." Chapter 713. Since I could adjust the stage configuration to my liking, I could have chosen much easier monster legions. Nevertheless, the reason I deliberately chose the named monster, the Phantom King's Legion, was simple: to maximize the benefits. Accumulating benefits now would serve as insurance later. So, while I can exploit this cheat of the royal scepter, I need to squeeze out as much as possible. If I can impose significant penalties to drastically reduce their combat power, facing a well-known, powerful foe would obviously yield greater benefits. The stronger the enemy, the more their abilities are reduced by penalties. Choosing a powerful legion with an established strategy and clear weaknesses to defeat was the way to go. Hence, I chose the Phantom King. They met all the conditions. But it's not without its risks. Our side isn't fully prepared either, especially the walls and equipment. In the remaining week, repairing the walls was out of the question, and fixing damaged equipment wasn't easy either. Replacing completely lost equipment within a week was impossible. So, let's open the chest. I decided to finish opening the stage reward chest I had left unfinished last time. If fully crafted items dropped from here, it would be a huge help for the upcoming stage. This time, the rewards include 1 X-grade chest and 8 SSR grade chests. I decided to start with the SSR grade chests. Should I open them one by one or all at once? After a brief moment of contemplating superstitious practices, I decided to boldly open them all at once. With the chests in front of me, I couldn't help but gulp. 8 golden chests opened simultaneously, a luxury I might never experience again. "My dear SSR God, you know my heart, right? You're my best friend, right? Please, give me something awesome." Praying fervently, I opened all 8 golden chests at once. Did I hit the jackpot? Flash, flash, flash. Golden beams shot up from the chests in a row. Such a beautiful color exists in the world. Rubbing my hands together, I licked my lips in anticipation. What did I get? And the results were as follows. Rewards: Oath of Protection SSR, 2 Oath of Healing SSR, 2 Mountain Spirits Axe SSR, Shell of the Old God SSR, Heavenly Voice SSR, Wait and See SSR. There were a few familiar items I had seen in the game before, and some completely new ones. I blinked. No way, a set of Oath of Protection and Oath of Healing, and 2 of each. Wow, both Oath of Protection and Oath of Healing are bracelets, and their effects can be summarized as follows. Oath of Protection heals a designated ally by the amount of damage you deal to the enemy. Oath of Healing deals damage to the enemy by the amount you heal a designated ally. In other words, they are auxiliary equipment designed to support fighting alongside a designated ally. They are essentially set equipment, but you can have 2 different heroes wear each and support each other. However, the true potential of this equipment is revealed when one person wears both. The equipment effects trigger a chain reaction. So, if you heal an ally by the amount of damage dealt using Oath of Protection, Oath of Healing deals damage to the enemy by the amount healed, and then Oath of Protection heals again by that damage, and Oath of Healing deals damage again. This creates a miraculous infinite loop. In practice, there's a healing cap, so it doesn't create an infinite loop. Once the designated ally reaches full health, there's no more room for healing, and the chain stops. And the damage dealt to the enemy also gradually decreases due to factors like enemy defense or health cap. Still, if used well, it's a very fun piece of equipment. In the game, getting one set meant seeing heroes wreak havoc on the front lines, dealing and healing simultaneously. If there were no range limitations, I would give it to Damien without a second thought. Damien is our front line's strongest dealer and a unique healer who can heal from a distance. Based on the options, this equipment should go straight to Damien. But unfortunately, the equipment's effective range is quite short. According to the description, the effective range is about 10 meters. The ally or enemy must be within 10 meters for healing or damage to occur. This isn't suitable for Damien, who needs to perform long-range sniping duties from a safe distance. Then it should go to Zennies, our frontline healer. Though this equipment can be utilized by non-healers, it will be most effective if a healer initiates with Oath of Healing. Starting with a heal, Oath of Protection deals damage accordingly, then Oath of Healing heals again, creating a beautiful infinite loop. Since Zennies wears holy armor and fights on the front lines, he can initiate the combo effectively. It would suit him well. Wait a minute. I got two sets. So, 2 Oath of Protection and 2 Oath of Healing. That means, hold on, if 2 people wear a set each and designate each other as targets, once one side starts healing or dealing damage to the enemy, both can trigger infinite healing and damage loops. Wait, this is theoretically broken. No, it's beyond broken. Theoretically, it's an insane synergy of infinite loop x infinite loop. Right, if everything falls into place beautifully. Theoretically, an incredible combo chain is possible. I shuddered at the thrilling sensation, like discovering an infinite combo in a fighting game. No way. This could break the game. No patch, no rollback. Really. Then I'll gladly take advantage of it. Zennies. And Rosetta. I'll pull these 2 priests to the front line. Both had sufficient stats to fight on the front line, but were often positioned slightly back due to being precious healers. But if they each wore a set, being on the front line wouldn't be an issue. No, they need to be on the front line to fully utilize this insane infinite combo set. Giggling at the thought of this ridiculously overpowered equipment, I slowly wiped the smile off my face. To give out set items like this all at once. What's the reason? Staring at the sky, trying to guess the intention behind giving out such equipment. Hey, forget it. I decided to stop thinking about it. At least the SSR god has never betrayed me. Let's gratefully use the items given. The other 4 items are all new. What are they? I examined the mountain spirit's axe first. It looked like a small hand axe. The effect was mountain spirit's axe. If lost anywhere, 3 random spirits will appear to retrieve it. You can instantly summon one of the 3 spirits. Once per day. This one is quite amusing. A rather humorous piece of equipment. The attack power as a weapon was mediocre, but the special ability was everything. In short, it allowed a daily random spirit summon, like a mobile game's daily draw reward. It seemed fun to give it to anyone, but the equipment description stated, the summoned spirit's grade is influenced by the user's affinity with spirits. That determines the user. Hannibal, this is for you. Hit the jackpot and summon spirit kings. The probability seems incredibly low, though, after assigning the mountain spirit's axe, I examined the remaining items. What are their effects? Shell of the old god. A crown made from the shell of a dead ancient god. When activated, it transforms the wearer into their prime state for 3 turns. Once per stage, heavenly voice. A mask worn by the celestial choir. Changes the user's voice into a beautiful song, granting various buffs to allies. Buff list wait and see, a boomerang used by a legendary hunter. Wherever thrown, it will always return to the user's hand at the desired moment. Equipment below a certain weight can be attached to the boomerang. What the heck are these quirky items? Items with effects that I couldn't quite grasp how to use effectively. I pondered who to give these items to and then had a sudden thought. Wait a minute. Could these items be used by captured monsters? During the last battle, most of the captured monsters I had collected and those handed over by Jackal were wiped out, but not all were lost. The Kraken, which can be summoned once every 3 stages, is still there, and the newly captured mini version of Yermangander. Moreover, somehow surviving the chaos, the Banshee Legion commander and the Dullahan Legion commander were still in my captured monster space. No, wait, think carefully. These are precious SSR-grade items. Even if captured monsters can wear equipment, is it really the right decision to give these to them? But these options are just. The options fit perfectly, as if these items were allocated specifically for them. My eyebrows twitched as I gathered the items and put them in my inventory. I decided to test them later. All right, this is a great haul. Thank you, SSR God. Of course, the gacha show wasn't over yet. The highlight of the day, the final chest, remained. It's important to express gratitude midway, so the SSR God remains pleased. After fetching a bowl of clear water and offering a thank you, I carefully picked up the last chest, the glowing white X-grade chest. X-grade chest. I think I received one once after clearing the tutorial stage. The item I got back then was the traitor's necklace I'm wearing now. It has functions like an achievement shop. It seems to have other hidden features too. Anyway, the X grade itself signifies something different outside the existing grade system. The item that comes out of this will likely be out of the ordinary. There's a high chance it might not directly aid in combat, but just in case, let's open it with some anticipation. After taking a deep breath, I opened the chest vigorously. SSR God, no, ex-God, please grant me a game-breaking overpowered item. Flash, and then, amidst the dazzling white light, a small ring emerged from the chest. What? I squinted my eyes and examined it closely. Imperial Seal Ring X. Imperial Seal Ring. An Imperial Seal refers to the royal stamp, and this is a ring. Upon closer inspection, a transparent magical pattern on the ring's top shifted shapes constantly. If I stamp this ring somewhere, the pattern will be imprinted. This is called a signet ring, and it's an imperial seal version. So, what's its function? Reading the item description carefully, Imperial Seal Ring X. It allows the wearer to channel the collective will of the organization they represent into power. Ooh, the description sounds impressive. It's a bit abstract, so I'll need to use it to understand fully. But I represent several organizations. Thinking this, I slipped the ring onto my right ring finger. What? The magical pattern on the ring instantly changed. It shifted from the imperial symbol of a sword and rose to the flaming dragon head of the Bringer Duchy, then to the X mark symbol of Crossroad, and several other changes, before finally settling into a plain, flat black pattern, the symbol of the World Guardian front. I focused my consciousness on the ring. Then, I instinctively grasped the ring's usage. My mouth gaped. Wait, it can do this. Although I had been called the guardian deity of humanity and gained divinity, it didn't provide a tangible sense of power, so I hadn't felt it strongly. This ring concretely manifested those aspects. I hadn't realized it until now. Covering my mouth with my ringed right hand, I shed a tear of emotion. Now I might really be a cheat character. After a long time of humiliation and persecution, this was my comeback. How much had I been scorned and self-derided for lacking combat talent? I clenched my right hand, wearing the ring tightly, and I thought to myself, all right, I'll carry this next defense battle. And then, time flew by, and the morning of the 41st stage dawned. Chapter 714, Stage 41 Day. Our forces, having deployed in advance, were camped not far from the Black Lake. There were several reasons for choosing this location to confront the enemy. Firstly, due to the Black Dragon invasion, all the teleport gates in the area were destroyed, leaving only a few functional ones. The lakeside ferry was the only secured passage, making it a strategic point. This was the primary reason. We must defeat them near the Black Lake if possible. Secondly, the valley to the north still held the remains of our fallen soldiers, which were being retrieved. Civilians and volunteers were working there, and the remains needed to be properly recovered. Therefore, we had to annihilate the Phantom King's legion before they reached that area. As a result, we kept pushing the battlefront closer to the lake, where the monsters would emerge. The atmosphere is tense. Gulp. This time, the deployment included heroes, some seasoned soldiers from Crossroad, and volunteers. The volunteers had been continuously trained, but this was their first real battle. Facing the Black Lake's imposing presence, they were rigid with fear. They nervously swallowed dryly, their tension palpable. Even the elite heroes and soldiers were tense, having recently slain the Black Dragon. It was natural to be anxious about facing another monstrous threat. Everyone, with somber eyes, stared at the rippling surface of the Black Lake. I too scrutinized the lake along with the soldiers. Since the last battle, the Black Lake had refused entry to outsiders. All paths from the human world to the Black Lake were blocked. Today marked the first time a monster would emerge from the Black Lake. Any peculiarities needed to be closely observed. "Are you all right?" My lord, Lucas, who was examining the lake beside me, asked cautiously. "We have formed a formation, but the defenses are insufficient. Are we truly prepared to face the monster legion like this?" Lucas always played the role of my brake. He pointed out what I might have missed and helped ensure nothing was overlooked. I had already shared the plan and operational directions for this stage with all the heroes and soldiers deployed here and conducted retreat drills in case of emergencies. Even so, Lucas asked to make sure there was nothing I had missed and whether it was okay to proceed with the plan as the defense battle was about to begin. I nodded. "No problem." "Understood. My lord." Lucas bowed and moved to the forefront of our forces. It was natural for Lucas to be concerned. As he mentioned, there was no wall or barricade in front of us. The volunteer soldiers formed a human wall in the front, with elite troops and heroes preparing their offensive measures behind them. This defense battle was fundamentally different from previous ones, where we had at least a low stone wall or a forward base to rely on. But I had a plan and confidence. That's why I had set up such a seemingly reckless formation. For the volunteers embarking on their first battle, it must have been nerve-wracking. I hope they gain a lot of mental experience from this battle. I had only one order for the volunteers: hold your ground, do not flee under any circumstances. This alone was commanded, and it would be a much harder task than it seemed. Rumble. The surface of the Black Lake began to boil violently. Whoosh. With a tremendous splash, waves surged upward. And then thud, 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 thud from the split lake surface. Shrouded in thick grey fog, the monsters emerged. What is that? It's huge. So huge. Seeing the monstrous form stepping onto the land, the volunteer soldiers were visibly panicked. No wonder, the leading monsters, even as mere rank and file, were enormous. Phantom Knights, massive living armor. In Stage 1, they were the boss monsters, swinging greatswords to cleave crossroads walls. Now, they were mere foot soldiers in the Phantom King's Legion, and there were 100 of them. Thud, 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 thud. The colossal monsters stepped out of the lake one after another, planting their feet on the ground. The Phantom Knight from Stage 1 was a boss monster, slightly larger due to its status. It had stood almost as tall as Crossroads' main wall. These Phantom Knights were smaller in comparison since they were regular monsters. But even so, they were still plenty large and menacing. They seemed bigger than the frost giants we had encountered before. They're huge, and so many of them. Seeing the horde line up, even the heroes and elite soldiers turned pale. Veteran soldiers, in particular, were highly agitated. Those who remembered what the Phantom Knight did in Stage 1 couldn't help but be distressed. It lodged its greatsword into our wall. We barely managed to defeat the Phantom Knight that approached Crossroads' main wall, but before it died, it swung its greatsword in a final fit of rage, damaging the wall significantly. That damage haunted us for a long time afterward. The same Phantom Knights that cleaved our walls alone were now 100 strong. It would be strange not to be anxious. This is why we came out to meet them ahead of time. Indeed, the final and most significant reason we decided to meet the Phantom King's Legion here rather than at a forward base or Crossroads walls was that each of these monsters was essentially a siege weapon. Even if they didn't swing their greatswords, their sheer size would damage the walls by ramming into them. We couldn't afford to see that happen again. Our walls had already been wrecked multiple times by monsters like the King of Flies and the Black Dragon. We couldn't let it happen anymore. The Phantom Knights, having formed up in front of the lake, simultaneously focused their gaze on us and began their advance. Thud, they stamped the ground and started marching in unison. Thud, thud, thud. The massive monsters advanced with clear hostility. The volunteer soldiers couldn't help but let out short cries of fear. But I remained composed, a smile even forming on my lips. Living armor is the worst enemy in the early stages. When they first appeared in Stage 1, it felt like the world was unfairly targeting me. I genuinely felt a giant malice trying to game over me. But not now. I chose these monsters. I deliberately brought my forces to the forefront to fight them. I came here personally to mess with you. The reason living armor is a slaughterer in the early stages is due to their formidable physical defense. Living armor is essentially a ghost in armor. The heavy armor reduces physical damage, and the ghost inside is also resistant to physical attacks. With limited attack options early on, they're incredibly difficult to deal with. However, these creatures have a clear weakness. Their armor is thick but rusty and crudely made. In other words, they have low magical defense. Additionally, the ghost inside is very vulnerable to magic. Living armor's nemesis is essentially a mage. Even in Stage 1, Jupiter alone fried a bunch of them. The Phantom Knight is a composite of these living armors. The characteristics remain the same. In other words, these guys can be defeated with magic. Dear Muidin, I called out, and Dear Muidin, who was ready behind me, nodded firmly. He then turned to his mages and shouted, "Let's go!" As Dear Muidin spread his arms wide, wings of mana sprouted from the mages' backs. It was the area-wide flight effect of Dear Muidin's equipment, Old Phoenix. The mages soared into the sky. Simultaneously, the mana wings on their backs connected, forming a geometric magic circle, a new function of the awakened and purified Old Phoenix, a three-dimensional joint magic circle drawn in the air. They say its performance far surpasses the traditional 2D magic circles drawn on the ground. Foo! At the center of this 3D joint magic circle, Junior closed her eyes and gathered her mana. Living armor is steel-clad ghosts. Their ultimate weakness is lightning element magic. And Junior is the successor who inherited Jupiter's lightning, Flash. With a flash, Junior's eyes opened, and as the airborne, interconnected mages extended their staffs forward, boom! Countless bolts of lightning rained down on the Phantom Knights at the forefront. The Phantom Knights, advancing in the lead, were melted down to unrecognizable forms. I clenched my fist tightly. Living armor is the worst enemy in the early stages. In other words, once you get past the early stages, they aren't hard to deal with anymore. They're only tough because you lack mages early on. Now, with plenty of mages, we can fry them up easily. Overwhelming them with firepower is entirely possible. Turn them into popcorn. At my command, the elite soldiers behind us fired cannons. Boom, boom, boom. Mana cannons and all sorts of magic-capable artifacts were fired simultaneously. Additional bombardments followed the lightning strikes on the battlefield. Krarag, the Phantom Knights, roared in pain. With no decent magic defense, they had only two choices: dodge the magic or rush forward while taking the hits. But how could those huge, cumbersome bodies dodge lightning? Moreover, I applied a dark event tailored just for them. Using the Lake Kingdom's royal scepter, I had applied the cowering dark event to them. Its effect was to drastically increase physical defense while significantly reducing movement speed, making the already slow-moving monsters even slower. Physical defense. Increase it all you want. We're just going to bombard you with magic. Flash, flash, flash. Boom, boom, boom. The massive Phantom Knights melted away just like the ordinary living armors did in Stage 1. Seeing this spectacle, the initially terrified volunteer soldiers gradually filled with relief and joy. I smiled with satisfaction. Yes, no matter the adversity we face, we can and have overcome it. I hope you new soldiers learn that certainty. But then, it happened. Krarag, from the thick smoke, a half-melted Phantom Knight burst out. Driven by unyielding will, fueled by hatred for humans, it dragged its shattered body through the bombardment to charge at us. Gasp, it's coming. Arog, what do we do? Still, hold your ground, the volunteer soldiers screamed, and their formation wavered. But despite their tearful faces and raised arms, they did not turn and flee. Hold your ground, the one order I had given them, because I told them multiple times that only by not fleeing could we win this war. Good. Watching these admirable new soldiers, I snapped my fingers. Well done holding your ground. Whoosh. A magical wall I had summoned rose in front of the volunteer soldiers. They blinked in surprise at the sudden appearance of this grey wall. I smiled awkwardly. It's not like we'd fight the enemy monster legion without any barricades. Though it's a bit shameless to say myself. Right now, the walls I summon instantly are sturdier than most fortresses. Thud! The charging Phantom Knight crashed into the magical wall, but the layers of my magical wall didn't budge. As the Phantom Knight recoiled in shock, I muttered, "This isn't Stage 1 anymore, and we're not novices. We've fought through 40 stages and 3 years have passed. This living armor legion, just slightly bigger than before, poses no threat to us. I lightly waved my hand, and then, flash, Junior's lightning finished off the Phantom Knight cleanly. Chapter 715. 100 giant Phantom Knights were annihilated in an instant. Apart from the first Phantom Knight that briefly touched our magical wall, none of them managed to approach us. They simply crumbled under our relentless magical bombardment, confirming enemy monster annihilation. On the scorched ground, heated by the fallen magic, all the Phantom Knights were destroyed. A scout surveying the area reported loudly, "No moving monsters in sight." Although there were no more monsters heading towards us, I remained standing with my arms crossed, a serious expression on my face. The other heroes and soldiers also maintained their combat stances, staying alert. These creatures were an upgraded version of the Living Armor Legion from Stage 1. In other words, just as the Living Armors fused to become the boss monster Phantom Knight in Stage 1, clink, clank, the armor fragments of the fallen Phantom Knights began to quiver and swirl, ascending into the sky. Massive amounts of armor fragments swirled above the Black Lake, forming a steel hurricane. At the center, the ghosts that had emerged from the Phantom Knights' bodies fused into one. Clank, clank, clank. A gigantic, intricately designed suit of armor came together in midair. Chainmail wrapped around the ghost's body, forming a shape, and then plate mail pieces were added on top. Finally, a massive helmet was placed on its head, complete with tall horns as helmet decorations. The Lord of Armors, the Phantom King, finished merging in midair and slowly descended to the ground. Boom! The enormous weight caused the area to ripple and shake. Trees around the lake toppled over in rows, and everyone in the vicinity was momentarily lifted off the ground. Unbelievable! I gaped at the sheer weight and size of the Phantom King. Heroes, seasoned soldiers, and even the new volunteer soldiers gawked in shock. The cloak of chains fluttered behind it, a massive flail in one hand and a large round shield in the other. Blue flames flickered inside the helmet, glowing like eyes in the darkness. Raw and incomprehensible, distorted roar echoed from the helmet. The Phantom King was about 5 times the size of a regular Phantom Knight. Its thickness and girth were beyond precise calculation. The King of Flies and the Black Dragon, both colossal monsters we had faced recently, were incomprehensible in their enormity, but this steel giant was equally formidable. It was colossal. It's not right to say this about a monster, but, standing behind me, Kellerby muttered softly, "It's pretty cool, isn't it?" Right, the fusion was pretty impressive. Moreover, it wasn't just any fusion. The Phantom Knight, a fusion of living armors, had now fused further to become the Phantom King, a fusion of fusions. In other words, it's the result of a great fusion. Whoa, several heroes muttered in awe. Beside me, Evangeline was exasperated. Is now the time to be admiring the enemy monster? Well, the enemy is the enemy, but we can still appreciate the aesthetics. And more importantly, we have the confidence to defeat it. All right, don't be scared. It's the same as the Phantom Knights earlier. We'll bombard it with magical attacks. The Phantom King boasts near immunity to physical attacks, but its magical defense is still weak. This is an inherent weakness of the living armor lineage. Normally, its massive health would allow it to withstand magical attacks to some extent. But, Junior, we have the ultimate debuffer on our side. Use elemental disassembly. Geez, I'm really working hard today, huh? That's what mages do. Now give it a big shot. Despite grumbling, Junior effortlessly unleashed her ultimate skill, elemental disassembly. Boom! A sound like shattering space echoed, and in the next moment, the Phantom King's magical defense was torn apart. It was already weak against magic, and now its resistance was reduced to practically nothing. What happens when you hit it with magical attacks in this state? It hurts a lot. At my shout, the mages and various artifacts began bombarding the Phantom King. Boom, boom, boom. The body of the enormous steel giant began to crumble in places. The Phantom King, despite its colossal size, moved incredibly slowly. Coupled with the cowering dark event I had applied, its speed was further reduced. Moreover, I had instructed the initial attacks to target its legs. Boom, crack, crash. The sound of metal breaking echoed as the Phantom King's leg armor shattered. Good, if we can bring it down. If the giant falls, we can pummel it relentlessly until it recovers its stance. However, the Phantom King didn't let its legs be destroyed so easily. Roar! It let out a long roar and began disassembling armor from other parts of its body to reinforce its leg armor. Clank, clank, clank. The upper body armor shrank in real time, transforming and reinforcing the leg armor. The massive Phantom King, which had been staggering under the magical onslaught, regained its balance. Thud, thud, thud. Despite being pummeled by magical attacks, it continued to march toward us, one slow step at a time. Tougher than I thought. Watching it steadily approach, I pondered. We could theoretically maintain a safe distance and hunt it slowly. However, the Phantom King could repair its damaged parts given enough time, prolonging the battle. But there's no need for that. We have many prepared measures. I nodded and turned around. I saw 3 heroes and 3 captured monsters, all equipped with new gear. All right, let's test the new equipment. Zenith and Rosetta, equipped with Oath of Protection and Oath of Healing. Hannibal, equipped with Mountain Spirit's Axe. Yermangander, equipped with Shell of the Old God. The Banshee Legion Commander, equipped with Heavenly Voice. The Dullahan Legion Commander, equipped with Wait and See. But how exactly are we supposed to fight with these? The Banshee Legion Commander sang in a beautiful soprano tone. Since wearing the Heavenly Voice mask, her voice had changed. She used to cry mournfully all the time, but now she sang sweetly. While it was pleasant to the ears, her already gloomy expression became even more melancholic. It seemed her identity as a crying monster, the Banshee, was somewhat shaken. I appreciate the equipment, but what am I supposed to do with this boomerang? The Dullahan Legion commander stuttered in confusion. He couldn't see the connection between himself and a boomerang. I have it all figured out. You'll understand once we get into the real battle. While pondering which equipment to test first, Hannibal eagerly raised his hand. Let me go first, Your Highness. Oh, I like your enthusiasm, Hannibal. In fact, while the other pieces of equipment needed to be used directly in combat, Hannibal's Mountain Spirit's axe could be tested without any risk. It was the right choice to test it first. With a slightly flushed face, Hannibal unbuckled the small hand axe from his belt, removing the leather sheath from its blade. Here I go. He lightly tossed the hand axe into a prepared bucket of water. Splash! The hand axe sank to the bottom of the bucket. The activation condition for Mountain Spirit's axe was to drop the item somewhere. 3 random spirits would appear to retrieve it, and one of the 3 could be summoned into reality. It could be done once a day, with the duration of the summon depending on the spirit. A daily random draw, I love it. No gamer dislikes a free draw, with high expectations. Hannibal and I eagerly peered into the bucket. So what kind of spirit will appear? Flash, a dazzling light shot up from the bucket. First, it was purple, an SR-grade spirit. That means a high-grade spirit. This is a good start. Flash, next came a golden light. Holy moly, an SSR-grade spirit, a top-tier spirit. This first draw is a jackpot. Flash, and then an even thicker, gigantic pillar of rainbow light shot up. What the? I had never seen this color before, could it be? This spirit is. Hannibal gasped in shock. Swoosh, 3 spirits rose from the bucket. First, a high-grade water spirit, then a top-tier wind spirit, and he, laughing behind a veil made of ice, an ice dancer. Everyone was stunned by the overwhelming presence of this spirit. Hannibal, in particular, looked close to fainting. The dancer handed the hand axe back to Hannibal with a graceful motion. Hannibal, trembling, took the axe and spoke the spirit's name. I, Spirit King. I thought it was just a legend. No way. Is it really a Spirit King? Did Hannibal just draw a limited character on the first day? Hey, Hannibal, don't use up all your luck on the first day. Be careful of accidents today. While I was thinking like a gamer, the Ice Spirit King gently sent the other 2 spirits back and circled around Hannibal once. Terrified, Hannibal looked at me and shouted, "What do I do, Your Highness?" "What do you mean, what do you do?" I pointed toward the slowly approaching Phantom King. "Ask her to beat up that guy." "Ah, got it," Hannibal nervously gestured and explained to the Ice Spirit King. "Fly over there, to that armored monster, and give it a good beating, possible." Hannibal made punching gestures with his fists. Giggling, the Ice Spirit King nodded and smoothly flew through the air toward the Phantom King. She circled around the Phantom King once lightly and then, huff! She blew a white breath towards the Phantom King's legs. Instantly, the legs of the steel giant froze. Roar! The Phantom King struggled to move, but its enormous legs were stuck to the ground, frozen white. After immobilizing the Phantom King, the Ice Spirit King swam through the air back to Hannibal. She kissed Hannibal lightly on the forehead, whispered something, and then disappeared into the air. Hannibal, standing there with his mouth slightly open, murmured in a daze, "She's gone. Seems the summon duration for a Spirit King is really short." But she did use an attack skill before leaving. Thanks to that, the Phantom King was immobilized, and our magical bombardment hit it full force. The monster's terrifying roars echoed as its armor shattered. "Well done, Hannibal." Praising Hannibal's amazing luck, I asked, "So, what did the Spirit King whisper to you before leaving? I'm curious." Spirits typically don't speak, but a Spirit King might. I was curious about what she had said to Hannibal. She said, "Call me often," swallowing dryly. Hannibal looked around nervously and whispered to me, "Because soon, by your world's standards, we'll never be able to see each other again." "What?" I opened my eyes wide in surprise. "Never see each other again. The spirit realm is a place detached from the flow of time. The spirits there live in the past, present, and future simultaneously. They know everything that has happened and will happen," Hannibal explained to me, swallowing hard. "But what does she mean by we'll never see each other again?" I pressed my lips together. Spirits know the future, and the Spirit King already knows that, by our world's standards, we won't be able to see each other in the near future. What does this mean? Chapter 716. When the Ice Spirit King froze the Phantom King's legs, it couldn't move, and our side's magic bombardment rained down relentlessly on the Phantom King's body. Gru-Ra! The Phantom King twisted in agony. Witnessing this, Zennies wiped away tears of joy. Sob, "My son is the best." It seems he's proud of Hannibal's achievement. Seeing Zenni's pathetic display, High Priestess Rosetta nodded towards me. "It looks like we don't need to step in, Your Highness." "It seems so." I crossed my arms and observed the Phantom King crumbling on the other side. I wanted to test the remaining equipment, but the Phantom King was already collapsing, and it wasn't exactly the right condition for testing anyway. The Oath series given to Zennies and Rosetta was specialized for chaotic skirmishes, and the equipment given to the captured beasts was somewhat ambiguous for use against colossal monsters like the Phantom King. Yermangander's equipment would be quite useful, though it would probably not leave much around it intact. The equipment given to Yermangander, Shell of the Old God, can transform it into its prime form for 3 turns. In other words, it could revert this tiny Yermangander back to its enormous form for 10 minutes. It would make for a good size match with the Phantom King, but such a large-scale battle would be too close for comfort, and Yermangander's physical charge wouldn't be effective against the Phantom King, who is immune to physical damage. So I decided to postpone the remaining equipment tests and finish off the Phantom King with magic bombardment. Grua! The Phantom King, who had been quietly enduring the magic strikes, suddenly changed its stance. Crack, crack, bright blue cracks suddenly spread across the full body armor that made up its body. I shuddered. "That's not damage we've inflicted." The energy expanding from within its armor seemed ready to burst the entire armor at any moment. The armor started to break from within, emitting blue and pale energy through the cracks. Alarmed, I raised my hand and shouted, "Cease bombardment! Everyone switch to defense mode." The soldiers firing cannons hurriedly abandoned their cannons and retreated, and the mages stopped their attack spells and switched to defensive spells. Evangeline, who had rushed forward with a temporary shield instead of her usual one, shouted, "Sir, then that is—" "Yes, it's its final pattern." I trembled at the unexpected turn of events. "The inner core of the armor is the final strike, releasing all the condensed wraiths at once. Just like the Phantom Knights in Stage 1, the Phantom King releases ghosts from its armor once it's destroyed, while the wraiths released by the Phantom Knights only inflicted mental status ailments. The wraiths released by the Phantom King directly damage the soul of the target, in addition to mental status ailments. I can't believe it's using that itself." Realizing there was no way to overcome the current situation, it decided to destroy its armor and divert all remaining energy to releasing the wraiths. This crazy beast is always pulling stunts like this, now and then. At that moment, Lucas, who was preparing for defense alongside Evangeline, spoke with a strange bravado. "Anyone who has fought in the first defensive battle with our Lord knows this pattern." "Oh, come on, stop showing off, old man," Evangeline grumbled. The two of them were bantering as usual to ease the tension, but there was still an awkward and subtle atmosphere between them. In the past, Evangeline might have lightly hit Lucas a few times, or Lucas might have played more pranks on Evangeline, but now they were keeping a distance, not even making eye contact. I wonder if they'll be all right. No, this isn't the time to worry about such tender sentiments. Let them solve their problems on their own. Boom! With a terrifying sound, the Phantom King's full body armor shattered as if a bomb had gone off inside. Amid the fragments scattered like fireworks, a mass of blue and pale wraiths surged out with a deafening wail. It was truly a storm of wraiths. Eek! Ah! It was a terrifying sight. The seasoned soldiers, who had seen worse, remained calm and maintained their defensive stance, but the volunteer soldiers were in complete disarray. Many dropped their equipment and fell to the ground. Even with unyielding commander applied, they look like this, as expected of the Phantom King, and since it's a sort of suicide attack, its momentum felt even more intense. Mental status ailments can be nullified by me, and I have prepared a defense system against soul attacks from the wraiths. But the sheer force of the wraiths pouring in was daunting. Although I believed we could withstand it, there was a chance we could suffer more damage than expected. Shall I test my new equipment? Stepping forward, I took a deep breath. I glanced down at my new equipment, Imperial Seal Ring, on my right ring finger. As the commander of the World Guardian Front, I slowly began the incantation. I represent everyone on this front. The ring, which bore no markings, filled with a symbol-less black color, the emblem of the World Guardian Front. Therefore, all responsibility lies with me. The buck stops here. I echoed the words, then clenched my fist, striking the air in front of me. Flash! It was as if an imperial seal had been stamped in the air. And the next moment, whoosh! Transparent white energy began to swirl around the symbol imprinted in the air. This white energy was converging from Crossroad and from every person gathered on this battlefield. The volunteer soldiers, who had been trembling, were bewildered as streams of white energy rose from their bodies and flew towards me. This was the function of the Imperial Seal Ring. Imperial Seal Ring X can manifest the will of the members of the organization you represent into power. I can gather the will of those under my command and use their collective strength. Currently, I am the racial god of humanity, but while I have gained divinity, I actually struggle to exercise that power. During the decisive battle with the Black Dragon, all humanity desperately wished for morning, so I could use sunlight to end Nightbringer. But usually, the will of humanity doesn't easily unite, as we are a species that advances through conflict and divergence. Despite the grand name, racial god, it actually doesn't hold much power. This Imperial Seal Ring assists me in this regard. It narrows the scope of people I represent and concretely unifies their clear will into my power. Gazing at the symbol of the World Guardian Front imprinted in the air, I murmured, as the representative of the World Guardian Front, I wish. And what everyone gathered here fervently wished for was just one thing, that this horde of nightmares does not invade our world. Whoosh, the white, transparent energy in the air began to transform rapidly. The white energy transformed into something like tetrapods used as breakwaters on a beach and lined up in front of my magical wall. And over that the phantom tide crashed down. Boom! It was like a stormy beach. The waves of wraiths crashing down couldn't penetrate the breakwater made of human will and shattered into pieces. Screech. Breathing in, I looked at the disintegrating mass of wraiths. If what is pouring towards us is the will of monsters and nightmares to destroy this world, then I represent the will of the people of this world. The will to live in this world, even for just one more day. From here on, it is the realm of humans, I declared. Begone. Monsters, the wraiths released by the Phantom King kept crashing against the breakwater. My wall wavered several times, but it ultimately withstood. When the seemingly endless storm finally subsided and people began to lift their heads, the wraiths that had been surging towards us had vanished without a trace, and the bright sunlight was shining down from the clear sky. The memories of Stage 1 flashed before my eyes. Caught in an inexplicable sentiment, I surveyed the battlefield now devoid of enemies. Turning around with the sunlight at my back, I looked down at my soldiers. Everyone was looking up at me. Clearing my throat, I shouted. For the past 3 years, we have defended against all sorts of legendary monsters. On this front made of Grav, we are still alive and breathing, and this winter will be our last time to stop this storm. The long journey of 3 years was finally coming to an end. This is our final season. Once this winter passes, this war will end in one way or another. In one way or another, we will complete our mission. I spoke with resolve. And since it will end anyway, I want to win. I want to seize victory after giving our best effort until the very end. For all our comrades who have sacrificed their lives for this war, I want to grasp a happy ending, I shouted. What about you all? Thud. The heroes and veteran soldiers simultaneously struck the ground with their weapons. I looked at the volunteer soldiers and asked again, what about you? The volunteer soldiers, hastily standing up and adjusting their gear, also struck the ground with their weapons. Thud. It was a bit clumsy, but a sufficient response. Now, my people, clenching my fist, I raised one arm. Will you fight with me till the end? Thud. Will you live with me till the end? Thud. Looking around at my soldiers now in perfect unison, I smiled broadly. Good. Let's go to the final battlefield. The first of the final 10 battles against colossal monsters. It started with a complete victory. Together, till the end. Stage 41 clear. Stage MVP Jupiter Jr. SSR. Level up characters. Hannibal, N, and 10 others expand list deceased and injured characters. None items acquired. Phantom King's Magic Core SSR. 1 Phantom Knight's Magic Core SR. 100 stage clear rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. SR grade reward box. 10. Get ready for the next stage. Lake Kingdom 2. At the same time, atop the walls of Crossroad, Hecate, squatting, stared blankly towards the south. The creaking sound of crutches echoed from behind. Hecate glanced back. A black magician, Chain, approached with an unsteady gait. Hecate turned her gaze forward again. Chain stumbled closer and stood behind Hecate. The two, who could no longer stand on the battlefield, quietly stood there side by side. After a long silence, Hecate cautiously muttered, by now, our comrades must be fighting a fierce battle in front of the Black Lake. Now that I'm of no use, unable to step onto the battlefield, what is the point of me staying here on this front? Chain, who had been silent, asked. If you leave, do you have a place to go? No, after a brief contemplation. Hecate replied, no. Then where were you planning to go? Hecate bit her lip and glanced sideways. And you, Chain, do you have a place to go? I do. Chain sighed deeply. I just don't know if they will accept me there. As cheers of victory echoed from the south in front of the Black Lake, the two retirees, unable to fight anymore, fell into a silent and uncertain contemplation about where to go and what to do. Chapter 717. After that, the battle could be easily handled for a while using the royal scepter. We designated enemy legions that we could snipe the weaknesses of based on our current situation, applied the dark event to amplify those weaknesses, and then took them down one by one using appropriate strategies. Stage 42. The designated Nightmare Monster Legion was the Earth Shadow Legion, a kind of ghost-type monster similar to the Phantom King Legion. It has the ability to hide within shadows. In other words, it's weak to light and also, it's particularly vulnerable to holy power. This means that the Zennies and Rosetta duo, equipped with the Oath set, would play a significant role in this battle. Is that why you threw us to the front lines, Your Highness? Rosetta shouted in a sharp voice, and Zennies swung his holy spear, floundering. Wait, is this okay? How can this even be? Although the two were surrounded by shadows, they were utterly annihilating the encroaching shadows, showcasing an overwhelming display of power. The Shadow Legion, each individual was weak, relying on numbers to overwhelm. Each individual had low stamina and not very strong attack power. Rosetta's iron whip tore through a shadow, and the Oath of Protection healed Zennies' minor injuries by the same amount as the damage inflicted. The Oath of Healing then unleashed that healed amount as damage to attack another shadow. Zennies' spear pierced through a shadow, repeating the same process. Rosetta and Zennies each unleashed this infinite chain reaction on their own. From the bracelets on their wrists, beams of holy light continuously shot out, burning the shadows. Shadows exploded around them, and nearly half of the Shadow Legion was burned away by the duo's efforts. We could easily finish off the remaining half. Even so, please refrain from putting us on the front lines in the future, Your Highness, the priest duo, drenched in cold sweat, returned. Rosetta muttered with a pale face. No matter how great the Oath set's effect was, being surrounded by a monster horde was not a pleasant experience. I nodded, patting their shoulders. This battle was special, and I'll place you according to the time and situation. This battle was set up to test the limits and effects of the oath set. Just then, Hannibal popped in between the two weary priests, leading them off to let's have dinner together, and walked toward the crossroad town. Hannibal had a very shrewd look in his eyes. Well, whatever. Anyway, one more down. Stage 42. Cleared. Stage 43. The designated Nightmare Monster Legion was the Iron Horse Legion, a literal legion of horses made of steel, with the boss unit, the Iron Horse King, being a monster that looked like some sort of train. This train-like creature could only run on designated rail tracks, which the regular iron horses around it would transform into with their bodies. Once the Iron Horse King passed over these tracks, the iron horses would revert to horse form and follow the group. This odd way of advancing made the monster group incredibly fast. They could cover the distance from the Black Lake to the crossroad in a day and a half. What kind of ancient era did this world have? What kind of monsters are these? It's ridiculous. Junior, standing next to me, added an explanation. There are records in the history books. Apparently they were magical creatures developed as transportation in one of the ancient magical kingdoms. After that kingdom perished, they went rogue and became monsters. A magical civilization's terminator, robots are scary. We were currently aboard the airship La Mancha. The Iron Horse Legion, having just left the Black Lake, immediately started laying tracks and began running, with La Mancha in the air ready to chase them. We'll follow the plan I explained earlier. I looked back. There, standing awkwardly, was my captured monster, the Dullahan Legion commander, fidgeting with the boomerang in his hand. Having lost his body, he was currently using parts of armor we obtained from Stage 41, attaching his head to it to function as his body. Go. Dullahan, do you really think this will work? It absolutely will. Now go. The Dullahan looked reluctant, but eventually did as I said. Pop. He detached his head and attached it to the boomerang, with the top of his head on the boomerang and his neck facing the air. Watching this bizarre scene, the surrounding people had strange expressions. They also looked at me, who had ordered this plan, with incredulous looks. Hey, don't look at me like that. Just call it thinking big. Let me explain the plan one more time. I crossed my arms and explained. When you throw this head boomerang at those iron horses, Damien will time his shot to decapitate an iron horse. Then you will attach your head to the empty neck. Once you switch heads, you can use your special ability to take control of the monster's body. After that, you'll actively hinder their advance. Can you do it? The Dullahan's head on the boomerang shut its eyes tightly. I'll try. You can do it, Dullahan. The commander believes in you. Let's show them what we can do. The Dullahan, standing awkwardly, threw the boomerang with his head attached high into the air. Whoosh! The boomerang spun as it flew toward the Iron Horse Legion. The Dullahan's head also spun, shouting, I'm getting dizzy. Damien. Yes, Damien, who had been on standby, observed the target through the sniper scope. Bang! He fired a shot. The bullet narrowly missed the boomerang, then flew ahead and precisely decapitated an iron horse at the front. As the iron horse, made of steel, lost its head and began to stumble, the boomerang with the Dullahan's head attached flew in and snapped onto the empty neck. Click. Take this, horsehead man. It's a new head for you. As I made an incomprehensible quip, the strange looks around me deepened. But isn't the result all that matters? The Dullahan roared, having taken control of the iron horse's body. With a human head on a horse's body, he kicked back and struck another iron horse running behind. Crash! The struck iron horse rolled on the ground, causing others to trip and fall, eventually getting crushed by the Iron Horse King coming from behind. Well done! As I shouted in delight, the Iron Horse King moved. This rampaging train, with a giant horse head decoration, quickly accelerated and caught up to the Dullahan Iron Horse from behind. That's enough. Call for retreat, I shouted, looking to the side, and the waiting Banshee commander began singing in a high-pitched voice. Thanks to heavenly voice. It was a very beautiful voice. Come back to the airship. Oh, what a lovely song. The retreat signal echoed, and the Dullahan manipulated his head-attached boomerang to separate from the iron horse's body and soar into the air. Boomerang, wait and see special ability. It always returns to the user's hand. The boomerang, spinning, returned to the airship, and the moment the Dullahan's head detached, the Iron Horse King crushed the betrayed Iron Horse's body underfoot. Perfect timing. Seeing the successful retrieval of the Dullahan's head, I gave a thumbs up. The Banshee and the Dullahan seemed noticeably depressed. But isn't this a good thing? Your Highness, the front of the Iron Horse King, the horse head decoration. Then Damien suggested, I think I can shoot and destroy it. If we attach the Dullahan there, we might be able to take control of it. I looked sharply at Junior. Junior nodded reluctantly. Normally, destroying the head decoration wouldn't be enough to stop the monster, but the Dullahan has the ability to take over headless bodies. Theoretically, it's possible. I gave a thumbs up to Damien this time. Nice idea. Damien, you get the Think Big title. Ha! Oh, thank you. Damien tilted his head, but he smiled, knowing it was a compliment. Originally, we planned to continue wearing them down with the same method, but Damien's suggestion changed the strategy. Bang! Damien's shot destroyed the horsehead decoration on the Iron Horse King's body, and the Dullahan's boomerang with his head flew in and snapped into place. Is it a success? I shouted, and at the same time, Yuo, the Dullahan, having taken control of the Iron Horse King, roared and turned the rampaging train's path sharply. Crash, smash. The iron horses caught in this derailment screamed as they were destroyed. Well done, little train Dullahan. The enraged iron horses then charged at the Iron Horse King. Nightmare legions are particularly intolerant of traitors. The monsters roared, desperately trying to kill each other. Hang in there, hang in there. The Banshee commander hummed a strangely weak-sounding support song, and I clapped my hands and shook my shoulders in time with the tune. I love it when monsters fight each other. This is called monster infighting in game terms, and I really enjoy situations where they turn on each other. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Anyway, we solved it, I protested under the surrounding sullen gazes. The Iron Horse King, having stopped without more tracks, was rolling on the ground. The other iron horses stomped and kicked it violently. We watched the monsters fight each other until they were exhausted, then dispatched our preserved troops to easily finish them off. Stage 43. Cleared Stage 44. The designated Nightmare Monster Legion was the Kun Legion, a giant fish said to come from the eastern continent, which transforms into a gigantic bird called Peng. There is a fish in the northern sea whose name is Kun. The size of this fish is unknown, several thousand li in size. Kun transforms into a bird called Peng. The back of this bird is also unknown in size, several thousand li. When it exerts all its strength to fly, its wings spread wide like clouds covering the sky. A famous opening passage from the Zhuangzi's wandering on the way. Why does such a creature actually exist? Of course, it's not as absurdly large as in the legend, but it's still an ultra-giant monster that changes from a fish to a bird. It's best to defeat it when it's in the fish state before it transforms into Peng. The problem is that it transforms into Peng as soon as it comes out of the Black Lake. So, we prepared something simple. Bubbling. The surface of the Black Lake began to boil. Splash, a gigantic fish, Kun, leaped out. As it began to transform into the enormous bird Peng upon touching the world's air, all its scales shining. Yermangander, I shouted, throwing the underwater serpent with all my might. You transform too. Chapter 718, the Yermangander I hurled with all my might soared into the sky with a swishing sound. Of course, with my usual strength, it would have been impossible, but the serpent sensed my intention and coiled its body, launching itself upward. Simultaneously, flash, Yermangander used Shell of the Old God. The effect of Shell of the Old God is to restore its prime strength for 3 turns. In other words, for the next 10 minutes or so. Boom, boom, boom. Yermangander reverted to its form as the World Serpent, showcasing its true nature as an ultra-giant monster. Having completed its transformation to its prime state, Yermangander immediately attacked the Black Lake. The fish, Kun, just about to transform into the giant bird Peng, was caught off guard and took the full brunt of the attack. Crash, boom, the fish, halfway through its transformation, was pressed down by the serpent and sank back into the lake. Kun Peng, raising massive waves and bubbles. Yermangander and Kun fought fiercely beneath the lake's surface. I swallowed hard as I watched. Can we finish this in 10 minutes? Of course, even if we couldn't finish within 10 minutes, we had other strategies prepared to take it down afterward. The Dark Event and the Goddess's Blessing were both tailored for this battle. It would be great if we could finish it easily without much effort. After about 10 minutes, everyone was on edge, waiting with bated breath. Splash! Breaking the surface first was the giant fish kun. Everyone's shoulders tensed. Did this mean Yermangander was defeated? Swish! But no, Yermangander emerged next, holding the massive fish in its powerful jaws. It lifted its defeated prey like a hunter. Thud! The enormous body of Kun was flung out of the lake. Half of its body had transformed into Peng, suggesting it had desperately tried to transform to escape Yermangander's grasp. Swish! Yermangander exhaled in satisfaction. This serpent had wrapped its long, gigantic body around Kun Peng, squeezing the life out of it. Everyone cheered. I jumped up and shouted, "Well done, Yermangander!" Swish, swish. Yermangander, exhaling contentedly, glared northward with its golden eyes. Now, back to the north. No, where are you going? Come here. As Yermangander, driven by instinct, tried to head north again, the effect of shell of the old god ended, and it reverted to its small, original form. Swish, swish. Yermangander coiled up, looking somewhat sad. Violet and the Gamblers' Club members petted and comforted it. We really got through this easily. I hummed contentedly as I looked down at the fallen Kunpeng, half fish, half bird. Moreover, the flying monster battle, which had to be fought once every 5 stages, was now counted as complete. We had really handled it smoothly. We deliberately violated the insomnia period to incur penalties, customized the dark event and the goddess's blessing for this battle, and even deployed a natural enemy, the serpent. Thanks to the royal scepter, we could handle 4 stages with ease. When the strategies I prepared worked beautifully, there was no greater joy as a conqueror. I indulged in self-satisfaction for a moment. My strategies are excellent, although it seems like cheating with the royal scepter. But your highness. Just then, Junior approached hesitantly. I turned with a questioning sound. That equipment Yermangander is wearing. Shell of the old god. Yes, while Yermangander's use is highly effective. Junior glanced at me furtively. Wouldn't it also be greatly helpful for someone on our side who has lost their strength to use it? For example, who, like Lady Hecate? Junior twisted her hair with her fingers and stammered, guessing who she had in mind. I chuckled. Hecate's power is entangled with ancient curses. Those curses are now subordinated to me. I'm not sure if I can fully restore her power. Ah, and more importantly, I turned my gaze. Junior also looked in that direction. The Gamblers' Club members were putting on an impromptu magic show, and Yermangander, no longer a mythical creature, but just a slightly larger snake, was enjoying itself, swishing around. Even if one could regain their prime for 10 minutes per battle, what then? After the duration ends, they have to return to their current selves, restoring the lost prime form. For some, this effect could be as addictive as a drug. If misused, especially if someone longing for their prime used this equipment, it could be very dangerous. The past is just the past. We have to move forward. It's a harsh truth, but those who have lost must learn to live with their loss. Whether it's a past connection, a lifelong achievement, or anything else, what's gone is gone. There's no other way. Junior, looking sorrowful with her lips tightly pressed together, sighed deeply. I'm worried about Lady Hecate. Me too, I'm worried. I smiled gently at Junior. Let's hope that after this struggle and pain, happiness will come to her, not just Hecate, but everyone here on the front lines who has lost something, big or small. May they accept their loss and rise again. May they have the courage to overcome the harsh challenges. I can only support them. A few days after Stage 44 ended, a modest funeral was held west of the city. It was a joint funeral for those who had died after Stage 40. Some soldiers who were injured during the Nightbringer battle in Stage 41 had succumbed to their wounds. In Stages 42 and 43, a few regular soldiers were killed by the final struggles of the remaining monsters. And in Stage 44, although there were no battle casualties, in the Temple of Crossroad, someone dear to all of us passed away peacefully after living a full life. Ah, ah. On a hill beside the gravesite, Damien was crying, his face a mess of tears and snot. In Damien's cupped hands, a small bundle of fur covered with a white cloth, a hamster lay peacefully. Yes, Podongi had passed away. At 2.5 years old, it had lived a long hamster life. We couldn't hold its funeral with the soldiers who had died fighting, but after the ceremony, those who knew Podongi came to mourn. After respectfully conducting the soldiers' funerals, I finished all the schedules and went to Damien. Ah, Podongi. It was eating sunflower seeds so well until yesterday, but it just went to sleep like this, full and round. You took good care of it. So Podongi was happy too. I feel like I was a lacking owner. Sniff, Damien sniffled and looked toward the temple. I have a flower bed I take care of at the temple. I plan to bury it there. All right, bury it well in a sunny spot. I wondered if burying it so close would just keep making him sad whenever he went there, but it didn't seem to matter. At Damien's feet was a small hamster cage, with another young hamster busily running around inside. Who's this? I asked curiously, and Damien scratched the back of his head sheepishly. A few months ago, I took Podongi to the Crossroad Hamster Club. We call it Crow's Ham. Is that another secret organization I don't know about? How many secret groups are there in this city? Podongi ended up impregnating a female hamster there. So he already had offspring. What a fiery little guy. The babies were born, and they asked me to take care of one. So I've been raising it. Ha! Looks like Damien's hamster master life will continue for a few more years. I looked at the little hamster bustling around in the cage and asked, "What's its name?" Podong 2. I flinched. What? Podong 2, Podong 2. Podong, the name's the same. No, it's completely different. It's Podong 2. Podong I, Podong 2. Damien clenched one fist and extended his index and middle fingers, shaking them while shouting Podong 2. The pronunciation is exactly the same. How is it different? They even look almost identical. I was going to name it Podong Jr., but I thought that might be awkward. Yeah, that would definitely be awkward. Anyway, though not as many as the fallen soldiers, Podongi received quite a bit of mourning as well. Especially the elves, who are somewhat like rodents, and the muscular guys who bathed with it in the sand, showed their sorrow. How many Crow's Ham members are among them? After the cleanup, I headed to the temple with Damien. There were a few other heroes hospitalized there whom I needed to see. Especially the Emperor and the Emperor and the Emperor. He gets very bored in the hospital and keeps calling for me. So I visit the temple at least once a day. Chatting with Damien, we entered the temple entrance. Your Highness, High Priestess Rosetta came running out urgently. I looked at her, puzzled. What's the matter? King Poseidon has regained consciousness. I was startled. King Poseidon had been in a coma since the battle with the Black Dragon. The king of the merfolk had finally woken up. He urgently requests your presence. I'll go right away. Giving Damien a nod, I quickly followed Rosetta into the temple. This way. Thank you. As I carefully stepped into the room Rosetta pointed to, I saw the merfolk king soaking in a tub of holy water and potion. He looked decades older than before. His once muscular body was emaciated, and his beautiful bronze skin was dry and lifeless. King Poseidon, how are you feeling? I approached and asked, and the merfolk king slowly looked at me with weak eyes. It seems we've managed to protect the world. Prince Ash, everyone combined their strength. King Poseidon, you did a great deed as well. Yes, the world is safe, King Poseidon added bitterly. For now, at least. Sensing something ominous in his words, I stared at the merfolk king. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I saw it. What did you see? When I barely escaped from the Lake Kingdom and crawled out through the entrance of the Black Lake. King Poseidon, who had been left alone in the dungeon of the Lake Kingdom, returned by his own strength. He was talking about that time. Recalling that time, the merfolk king's eyes trembled. Chains of darkness poured out from the Lake Kingdom, extending hundreds, thousands of strands out of the Black Lake. I frowned. Chains. I had seen something like that before. Those chains grabbed someone, binding their entire body, and pulled them into the Black Lake. King Poseidon looked at me. Who do you think that person was? I instinctively knew. Nameless. Yes, and she was undoubtedly. King Poseidon spoke with difficulty, turning into a monster. Bound by chains, consumed by that darkness, being dragged into the Black Lake, she could hardly maintain her human form. I remained silent, and King Poseidon continued. Our eyes met, and she spoke to me. What did she say? She asked me to tell you. I clenched my eyes shut at his next words. To kill her, she said that was the only path left. The despair I felt from her was greater than what I felt from the Night-Bringer. I knew instantly. King Poseidon's shoulders trembled. She is the true master of darkness that will destroy this world. At that moment, I felt a strong vibration at my waist. I urgently pulled out the source of the vibration. It was the royal scepter from the Lake Kingdom. The jewel at the head of the scepter, which had been emitting a brilliant cyan light, gradually dimmed. Alarmed, I focused my consciousness on the scepter, but I could no longer use its power. The authority within the scepter has been reclaimed. This phenomenon meant only one thing. I clenched the now powerless scepter tightly. My adversary had returned. The Demon King had come back. Chapter 719. The Demon King opened his eyes. His face, formed of shadows, displayed two hazy outlines of eyes. Struggling, he raised his shadowy body from where he lay submerged in a tar-like black liquid. Refined nightmare. Here, the dreams of millions of citizens from the Lake Kingdom were collected, extracting only the deepest nightmares. Within this nightmare, they extracted the fear from the subconscious, the memories of destruction imprinted in human genes. These resurrected nightmares are the true nature of the monsters, ancient creatures that once threatened humanity's survival, the shadows of those memories. And the Demon King was certain that the person he was searching for was also within this nightmare. Thus, he had endlessly repeated the world, meticulously searching every part of the nightmare, even after delving into the deepest abyss this time. Where could she be? He still couldn't find her. For the first time, the Demon King felt fatigue. Despite never tiring during the countless long searches, he now felt exhaustion. So much time had passed. Even the player who had fought him with indomitable will could no longer continue the game. The Demon King fully stood up and exited the room of nightmares. Rumble! The wall between the nightmare room and the audience hall opened to the sides, and the Demon King stepped out behind the throne in the audience hall. I must have searched the nightmares for quite a long time. The Demon King intended to grasp the current situation of this game. It would be troublesome if the human world had already ended. Cromwell! The Demon King called for his loyal servant and the acting commander, the Demon Guard captain. Cromwell, where are you? Eventually he found her, outside the castle in front of the sewers, in this filthy place, filled with collected nightmare residue and trash, lay the brutally dismembered corpse of Cromwell. Had she been chewed up by the Black Dragon, the second in command of the Nightmare Legion lay with her body crushed and burned, her expression twisted in agony, reaching out to the sky. The Demon Guard captain's body was already decaying, rotting among the piled corpses of his subordinates. What a pity! The grotesque and repulsive sight of the intertwined, rotting demon bodies only evoked a flicker of pity on the Demon King's face. Why are you dead in such a place, my loyal servant? The Demon King clicked his tongue and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap! I never gave you permission to die. Then the black darkness enveloping the Lake Kingdom surged down, pouring over the bodies of the dead Cromwell and the demon guards. Rise, Cromwell. It's too pitiful to end like this in such a place. The Demon King's white lips curled into a long smile. At the very least, you should tread the mortal realm before you die. Right. With that squirm, the corpses of the Demon Guard captain and his subordinates, who were undoubtedly dead, pulsed as if life had returned. Crack, crack. Soon, the eerie sound of joints snapping emanated from the corpses, followed by screech, ah, ah, ah. Cromwell twisted her body grotesquely as she rose. Her entire body, decayed, crushed, and shattered, stood hideously on the ground. Her lifeless eyes, showing only the whites, opened eerily. Ooh! A sinister green magic power coiled around the giant antlers on her head, connecting her to her subordinates. Screech! Ah! Following Cromwell, the corpses of the demon guards also rose one by one, screaming horrifically. Facing the moving corpses, the Demon King's white smile grew even more wicked and deep. In front of the castle, at the Fountain Plaza, Nameless was bound to the fountain, no longer spurting clean or dirty water. The dried-up fountain had her tied with pitch-black chains. She sat on the ground with her head bowed, completely motionless. In front of her stood Crown. She stood there, quietly watching as the chains dug into her sister's body, slowly tainting her once pure skin. Footsteps echoed. Crown turned towards the source of the sound, the castle. From the open castle door, a shadowy figure descended the long staircase. A flickering presence, literally shaped like a human shadow. Crown spat out the name with disdain. Demon King. The king of monsters, who had remained hidden for so long, had finally returned from the nightmare. It seems a lot has happened while I was away. Clicking his tongue, the Demon King descended the stairs, surveying his surroundings. I left the grand game to Cromwell, and she cut the chessboard to pieces. She's loyal, but always lacked the ability to handle things without direct orders. And who is this? The eternal rebel of the Lake Kingdom, the deposed princess herself. The Demon King slowly approached the bound Nameless. A pitiful sight, bound by the nightmares of your own people. But what can you do? It was you who made them cling to you like this. Nameless, the Demon King picked up the chains binding Nameless. As the chains rattled in his fingers, he sneered. You showed them hope. You promised them salvation. When a false promise is made and not fulfilled, a price must be paid. These chains emerged from the nightmares of the Lake Kingdom citizens, the collective unconscious, the collective consciousness. From within, distilled resentment. Resentment towards the royalty that plunged the kingdom into despair and hell. Resentment towards the failed savior who spread false hope. The world was nearing its end, and the possibility of salvation was diminishing. The people sought someone to bear this long suffering in their stead. Bear our nightmares for us. Nameless did not refuse. She could not. Through the chains connected to her body, the people's nightmares seeped in. The immortal nightmares of every person in this country piled up inside Nameless. Nameless was engulfed by the collective nightmares of millions. Her consciousness was slowly melting into them. And when her consciousness fully dissolved into this nightmare, Nameless would transform into the ultimate monster, the aggregate of all nightmares. Crown quietly watched her sister. Even while listening to the Demon King's mockery, her poor sister, who bore the curse of all the people, was slowly succumbing to the darkness. The Demon King turned his gaze from Nameless to Crown. Even now, you still want to save your sister, Crown. Is it because of familial love? The Demon King sneered. What is it about those shallow emotions between people that everyone in this world clings to? You too. Crown quietly opened her mouth. Aren't you the same? Demon King, what? You're searching for that woman, endlessly, in the nightmares. The eyes behind Crown's mask gleamed coldly with ridicule. Isn't that also love? The shadowy face of the Demon King twisted. A jester dares to speak presumptuously. It's the same for you, Demon King. Now Crown openly laughed. You too are just a jester for the outer gods. Crash, with a gesture in the air. The Demon King slammed Crown's head to the ground with an invisible force. Crown didn't even groan. Blood trickled from his smashed forehead, flowing down his mask. My feelings for that woman are not love. The Demon King cracked his knuckles. It's merely guilt. Didn't you say before that if thinking of someone makes your heart race, your body tremble, and tears well up, that's what love is? Crown laughed softly. Your obsession with saving that woman, from what I've seen, is undoubtedly love. Crown. The Demon King's voice turned icy. I included your memory in this endless cycle as a punishment, so you, the culprit who plunged your kingdom into this hell, would pay for your sins. It wasn't to make you talk presumptuously. The Demon King snapped his fingers lightly, and an invisible force choked Crown. But Crown, already indifferent to death, continued speaking. He had long abandoned formal speech. Isn't this endless cycle coming to an end? What? Your player Ada is broken, and even Ash, his successor, has reached the final round. The game of destruction won't continue any longer. This is the final round, the last game. That was undoubtedly true for Ada and Ash, but the Demon King denied it lightly. The final round, that's for the player and his successor. My soul hasn't worn down from this ordeal. I'll just find the next player, the next successor, and start the next game, until he finds that woman in this eternal nightmare. Crown shook his head at the Demon King's obsessive determination. Why not give up by now? What? The woman you're looking for isn't in this nightmare. It's time to acknowledge that. The Demon King had already dredged up all the monsters from the deepest part of the nightmare. There wasn't a nightmare he hadn't scrutinized. The woman. She isn't in the nightmares of this Lake Kingdom, Crown thought, but the Demon King shook his head vehemently. No, she is definitely in these nightmares. She has to be. And I will save her no matter what. Even if I have to infinitely destroy your kingdom and your world, I'll do it willingly. Looking down at Crown, who had his forehead pressed to the ground, the Demon King growled wickedly. You will continue to be crushed and watch helplessly, Jester, witnessing everything you love being engulfed by darkness and perishing. Infinitely, eternally. The Demon King walked past the fountain plaza into the darkness of the kingdom. Watching the Demon King's retreating figure, Crown thought, it is the end for me too. He had accompanied countless cycles of this game, even if only as an observer. Crown's soul had also reached its limit. He instinctively knew there would be no next cycle for him. And if he vanished too, if the game repeated yet again, his poor sister would suffer in this hell without even a hateful brother by her side. At that moment, Aid. Nameless, who had been bound motionless to the fountain, slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to have heard the conversation between the Demon King and Crown earlier. She muttered the name of a certain person from that conversation. Ada, Ah, why did I forget that name? Her white, grey hair tied with a red ribbon from the last festival swayed gently. I gave him that name. Finally recalling the distant past, Nameless sobbed quietly. He was fighting too, for over 500 years. No, not just 500 years, repeating this world countless times. Ada has been opposing the Demon King for one reason only. To save you, solely for Nameless. Crown knew but didn't say it. He didn't want to prolong his sister's suffering. Ada, Ash, and myself. This is the last, the final opportunity to confront the Demon King and end this cursed game. Save my sister, Ash. Keep your promise. As Nameless continued to sob, more black chains flew at her, wrapping around her body. Crown quietly watched his sister's corruption, wishing, I deserve to perish. My kingdom must also pay for its sins. But my sister alone, must be saved. Crown bit his lip. He had been a useless brother all his life, but if he could save his sister in the end, he would do anything for that, to save their precious ones. Everyone was diving into their own personal hell, into the perpetually repeating cycle where no one had yet found salvation, hoping that someone would eventually break this cycle. Chapter 720 Crossroad. Temple. I had numerous conversations with King Poseidon, Nameless's corruption, the Demon King's return, the state of the Lake Kingdom, and future plans, and also about King Poseidon's retirement. He had expended all his physical and mental strength in the last battle against the Black Dragon. His current appearance, having aged significantly, was proof of that. Of course, it only means stepping down from the front lines. I will remain in this city and help in any way I can. King Poseidon looked at his withered hand. Besides, I am still wielding the power of our ancestral deity. At least until I pass this power on to my successor, I must stay here. I nodded, but then paused, recalling Hecate and the Glory Knights. I had prevented their retirement. I had stopped them from leaving the front lines. I wanted them to find answers to how they should live moving forward here on the front lines, rather than fleeing in despair, thinking their lives were useless. But was this the right decision as their superior? Wasn't it just my unnecessary meddling? Do you have someone in mind as your successor? Shaking off my thoughts, I asked. King Poseidon scratched his chin with a somewhat troubled expression. I hinted to Serenade about it in advance. What? I blurted out in shock. You're going to make Serenade your successor? No, no, that's not it. King Poseidon hurriedly waved his hands with an awkward smile. The person I have in mind for my successor is someone Serenade really dislikes. So, I sought her consent first. Someone Serenade dislikes. The one I intend to pass the power of the ancestral deity to is someone every merchant on this continent dreads. King Poseidon crossed his arms and looked at me cautiously. Have you ever heard of the Rompala pirates? I looked stunned. I vaguely remembered discussing them with someone else a long time ago. Of course, I know. They're the worst pirates in the southern continent, the most notorious among the roaming hostile NPCs. Come to think of it, their leader in the game had blue hair. He must be of merfolk blood. I plan to make them my successor. King Poseidon nodded awkwardly as he said this. First the bandit king Cuilan, now the pirate king Rompala. It was a moment where connections with new heroes were being made. Am I going to collect bandits by attributes now, following my role as a master of captured monsters? The Demon King had returned, and the authority of the royal scepter, which had been so useful, was also reclaimed. Taking back what you gave is cruel. Thanks to it, we managed to breeze through the final 4 stages, but still, it felt a bit disappointing now that it was gone. And with the Demon King's return, the mysterious fog that blocked the teleport gate had also cleared. Now we could re-enter the Lake Kingdom. This is stage 45. Once again, we were at a boss stage. This made reconnaissance even more critical than usual, so I planned to assemble an elite squad for a direct scouting mission into the dungeon. Wait a moment, Lord. Ada, who had suddenly rolled into my office, stopped me. Please decide carefully about entering the dungeon this time. It's going to be different from usual. Ha! Prepare thoroughly before entering, and be aware that after this, many things will change. After hearing Ada's warning in a daze, I asked, So, what are you saying? It's like one of those RPG warnings. Entering this dungeon will progress the main scenario event. You can't go back. So prepare thoroughly. Ha ha ha. At my geeky example, Ada clutched his stomach in laughter. Well, it's not exactly that grand, but, after his laughter subsided, Ada nodded. If you visit the dungeon this time, a trigger will activate, advancing the final boss transformation of a certain someone, and the stage progression to the ending will be confirmed. It's about that scale. That's plenty grand. I was astonished. Ada scratched his head awkwardly and glanced at me. And it will be my last time in this city. When you go on this free exploration, this poor director will leave Crossroad, so I came to say my final goodbye. Then it hit me. The end was indeed near. Just as there are events in games that start the ending sequence, this free exploration seemed to be such an event. Some will eventually leave, some will fall into darkness, and those who remain, whatever happens, they must continue to fight. Sigh. Even if I ask where you're going, you won't answer. Right? Ha ha. Ada just gave a bitter smile at my grumbling. I'm just trying to help you on your way, so please understand. All right. I'll trust you. And I thought I'd tell you an old story. Is that okay? Ha! Surprised, I opened my eyes wide and asked urgently, are you finally going to tell me your love story? No matter how much I pried. He always avoided it, but could I finally hear the summary of Lake Kingdom love unfolds? Yes. Well, it is my unrequited love story. Ada awkwardly brushed his mouth and cast a distant look through his glasses. All the events that took place 500 years ago in the Lake Kingdom. How the most prosperous magical city-state in the world fell. How it became a hell that spews monsters. Who orchestrated it, and how the survivors tried to overcome the downfall. Ada smiled bitterly. Knowing this might help you with the final adjustments. Ada and I sat opposite each other on the office sofa. After clasping and unclasping his fingers, Ada slowly began to speak. Where should I start? No, the beginning of the story is fixed. His grey eyes suddenly sparkled with a distant, transparent light. When I first met her, 500 years ago, Lake Kingdom, the most prosperous magical city-state in the world, Lake Kingdom, floated above a clear, turquoise lake. The entire country, suspended in the air over the lake, was a testament to the kingdom's formidable magical prowess and also a form of protection against invasions. The history of humanity can be seen as a history of resisting extinction. Lake Kingdom's royal palace. The king of Lake Kingdom, seated on his throne, spoke slowly as he surveyed the entire nation floating in the air. In ancient times, humanity struggled to survive under the tyranny of various divine beings. Later, in the historical era, we fought with all our might to survive as a weak race amidst countless uprisings. We defined all beings that sought to exterminate humanity as monsters, and we fought against them together, regardless of nationality or affiliation. The king's speech was calm, but resonated throughout the audience chamber. Our Lake Kingdom was at the forefront of such humanity. Before the king, numerous knights and mages knelt on one knee, listening respectfully. Our kingdom was the first to discover the guardian beasts of humanity and the first among humans to kindle the flames of magic. Moreover, the king's voice and image were being broadcast across the entire Lake Kingdom through magical devices. For hundreds of years, countless invasions sought to extinguish that flame. To avoid those invasions, we moved our base from the land to the lake, and even then, as the kingdom remained precarious, we eventually lifted the entire country into the air like this. Across the floating Lake Kingdom, people filled the streets, listening intently to the king's speech. And today, finally, after 500 years since the founding, we can proclaim it. The king slowly stood up. A brilliant hope shone on his face, broadcast throughout the city. Proud citizens of the Lake Kingdom, the king roared, spreading his arms wide. We have won. Cheers erupted from the streets filled with people. We have succeeded in repelling the last of the final monster legions. Indeed, today was none other than the victory declaration ceremony. Having eradicated the last bloodline monster legion, this event confirmed that no beings threatening humanity remained in the world. Also, I hereby proclaim, the king clenched his fist, our Lake Kingdom has seized the hegemony of the world. Cheers and applause shook the entire country at the king's declaration. Knights and mages in the audience chamber, unable to contain their joy, shouted as well. The magical achievements of the Lake Kingdom were extraordinarily advanced. They were incomparable to other human nations and overwhelmingly superior even to the four major non-human races who had discovered and used magic first. Despite efforts by these non-human countries and even other human nations to bring down the Lake Kingdom, the technological gap eventually became insurmountable. Representatives of the four major non-human races and envoys from other human nations, attending the Victory Declaration ceremony, all wore bitter smiles. For hundreds of years, the Lake Kingdom had fought at the forefront against monsters and achieved magical advancement proportional to the bloodshed. Now was the time to monopolize and savor the fruits of that labor. Be proud. My people, we have protected this world, and we stand at the pinnacle of this world. The king shook his fist. Now, our Lake Kingdom will remain the undisputed ruler of the world forever. The entire city-state resounded with cheers and applause. In front of the knights and mages shedding tears and applauding, a young princess, watching her father deliver the speech, also clapped with a radiant smile. The young princess, with long, flowing silver hair and deep turquoise eyes like the lake, her name was Ariel. At the same time, while all the citizens of the Lake Kingdom rejoiced at the king's proclamation under the brilliant sunlight. Wow! In the shadows, all the non-citizens were. In the outer sector, outside the inner district, they were still handling rough and dirty work. It seems there's good news. Sewer, a non-citizen boy helping clean up the sewage, covered in filth and grease, looked towards the distant royal palace. He listened quietly to the king's victory declaration from afar, then raised both hands and cheered. I wonder if I'll ever get to visit that palace someday, the boy muttered with a faint smile. Now that our country's path is paved with glory, I wonder if someone like me will ever bask in that light. Immediately, the boy adjusted his grip on the broom with a gasp. The sewer manager was glaring at him with sharp eyes from afar. The boy diligently swept the trash and rat corpses from the sewers, the shining royal palace and the glory of the country. It was all a distant story. The boy didn't know that within a few days he would enter that royal palace, and that the future path of the Lake Kingdom would be not of glory, but filled with downfall. At this time, the boy had no idea